Makati Productions presents a Dominic Grimm story. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Star Wars, the Old Republic, a new Sith. Turmoil grips the Outer Rim. Under the oppressive Treaty of Coruscant, the Sith Empire bleeds frontier worlds raw to fuel its relentless war machine. On the agrarian planet of Oridanna, the reign of Lord Avaryss has ended. A far more ruthless power, Darth Feer, has arrived to seize control and violently crush any remaining loyalty to the old regime. As the Imperial vanguard descends upon the helpless settlements, an unsuspecting farm girl becomes the primary target in a brutal campaign that will change the fate of the galaxy forever.
Chapter 1. The Shadow of the Vanguard. The harvesting tower hummed at a wrong frequency, vibrating through Keera's gloves and into the bones of her wrists. The southwest support strut was fracturing. She'd have to weld it before the end of the week or it would shear under the next windstorm. She filed the task alongside the 6 others she probably wouldn't get to. The list of things she'd meant to fix was longer than the list of things she had. The sun had been up less than an hour. Already the wind was driving spore particulate against her face in hot, stinging gusts. The stuff got into everything, her teeth, her hair, the gaps between her glove seals and her wrists. It left a taste on her tongue like burnt alkaline, dry and sour. She spat over the platform railing. The filters on the collection arrays needed changing again. They always needed changing, and she was always the one who noticed. She keyed the transmission codes into the terminal. The display lagged. The moisture seals on these old consoles were shot, then flickered and resolved. Green across the board. Output level steady. This was the 6th tower of the morning, and the first one that hadn't thrown a fault code. She rapped the console twice with her knuckle. A mechanic superstition. Don't think the equipment out loud or it'll seize on the next cycle. Below, the plains churned under a sky the color of a deep bruise. Yellow grass heaved from miles in every direction. The village elders called Oridanna the most beautiful world in the sector, but the village elders didn't spend their dawns 40 feet up a metal tower with the wind trying to peel them off the ladder and spore dust grinding into their eyes. Keera was hungry. She left the hab before her mother had put breakfast on the table. Ange had been coughing again. That wet, rattling sound he got when the particulate count spiked, and she'd stayed long enough to check his breather mask before slipping out. Her stomach had been complaining since the 3rd tower. Harvest season meant the schools were shuttered and the work cycle started in the dark. 3 dawns a week, she took her swoop along the boundary lines to calibrate the collection grids. The labor was tedious. A basic labor droid could have handled the circuit, but the machines always gave higher yield when she tuned them. She could feel the exact calibration point where the collector stopped fighting the spore flow and started writing it, and the overseer's family could not be the reason the settlement fell short of quota. Too many people depended on those medical stimulants. Too many kids with lungs like Ange's. She locked the terminal and moved to the platform's edge. The ladder was scaffolding bolted to the exterior of the tower frame, 40 feet of rungs worn smooth by years of harvest crews. She climbed down in full dark on the first 3 towers this morning, feeling for each foothold, the metal gritty under her boots. In the dark, you thought about every rung. In the dark, your mind wandered to places you didn't want it to go. Talathis fever last month, the one that had almost taken her. Whether her mother would find a buyer for the refurbished vaporizer cores on the Warrow Road, or whether she'd have to trade them for winter filters at a loss. Whether Barrick was even alive out there on some Harrower-class cruiser in the active sectors, or whether the Navy had already sent a condolence packet her father was hiding. And sometimes, when the dark was deep enough, her thoughts drifted to the other place, the city of glass and stone, the boy with the blonde braid who'd been waiting there since she was a toddler, as constant as the wind. The sun was up now. She was exhausted, and the nearest Imperial spotter was 20 miles away in Orid. Keera stepped off the platform and dropped into the tower's internal framework. The metal caught her. Cross brace under her left hand, support strut against her right hip, feet finding the horizontal beam she knew would be there before her eyes confirmed it. She moved through the tower by feel, swinging from level to level, her gloves reading the vibrations in the steel. That southwest strut groaned when she passed it, a wrong note, a stress fracture singing in frequencies only she could hear, and she adjusted her grip automatically, redistributing her weight to the north side where the metal was still solid. The wind punched through the open framework at 20 feet. The gimbals on the collection array above her screeched, unlubricated, another task for the list. The air smelled electric, ozone bleeding from the overworked capacitors. She barely registered it. The tower was a language she had been speaking since she was 13. 15 feet up, she pushed off from the cross brace and launched into the open air. The ground should have rushed up to meet her. It didn't. For a second, the fall stopped. The air pressure shifted, her ears popped, and the descent slowed to a smooth, impossible stabilization, as if her spine had locked into the tower's kinetic frequency, a rigid structural member bracing against gravity. She twisted through a full rotation. Her boots touched the red dirt without impact, as if she stepped off a curb. She exhaled. The taste in her mouth was sharp and electric, the bitter copper sting of an adrenaline dump. The spore dust settled around her ankles in a slow, drifting ring. Impressive. Keera's hand found the hydrospanner at her belt and closed around it. She turned. Roan Wilkes leaned against his swoop bike, parked close enough to hers that their exhaust manifolds were nearly touching. His uniform was clean, cleaner than hers had ever been, the fabric pressed, the Peacekeeper insignia freshly polished. His swoop had been recently serviced, the intake manifold gleaming. He wore the easy posture of someone whose family had already learned how to survive under the Empire rather than just endure it. "Most impressive," he said. Keera didn't release the spanner. "You're late, Wilkes, and your intake manifold sounds like a junk labor droid. Check the east perimeter on my way. Some of us finish our routes before breakfast." He straightened, the grin fading as his gaze tracked up the tower behind her. "You need to watch the acrobatics. If anyone from the Imperial mission catches a display like that." "Nobody saw." "I saw." His voice was flat, not teasing. His jaw tightened, his eyes dropping briefly to her boots before meeting hers again. "And I'm not the only one watching." She held his gaze. He didn't look away. The muscle in his jaw was working. "The mission keeps informants in every settlement," he said. "You know that. I know your father reports to the Imperial Prefect now." The words landed between them. Roan's jaw locked. For a moment, he looked like he was going to speak. Then he didn't. She holstered the spanner. The mission kept informants in every settlement, watching the young ones for signs of unusual talent. Fast reflexes. Strange luck. Children who caught their attention vanished into the deep core academies and never sent word home. Roan knew this better than most. His father, Chief Peacekeeper Golan Wilkes, reported directly to the Imperial Prefect. That was the bargain the Wilkes family had made, and it was written in the press seams of Roan's uniform. Keera had no interest in the wider galaxy. She'd heard her father's stories about the front. She'd watched him sit in the garage at night, cleaning a service blaster that hadn't seen action in years, his hands moving through the ritual while his eyes stared at something far away. The red dirt of Oridanna was enough. She unhooked her helmet from the swoop handle. Across the plains, a dark smudge marked the horizon, Orid burning as refused before the midday heat set in. "Food in the village?" Roan asked, kicking his starter pedal. Can't. Mother's on the Worrell Road. I'm running the house. How are the kids? Pamir is 12 and furious about it. Talitha's tearing down the kitchen vaporizer again. If I don't get back, the morning water will taste like lubricant. Ange is a disaster by default. She thought of his small fingers curled around hers this morning, the way he'd wheezed through his breather mask, and begged her not to leave before the sun came up. She'd promised him a story tonight. She didn't know if she'd have the energy to keep that promise. Roan managed a dry laugh, then glanced past her shoulder, the same direction his father's reports went. "In barrack. Any word?" Keera's thumb found the ignition toggle and rested there. Her older brother had enlisted the day he turned of age, ignoring their father's warnings about what the infantry did to farm boys who never held a rifle. Her last memory of him was the loading bay of a troop transport, his shoulders squared, trying to look braver than he was. He's on a Heron-class cruiser in the active sectors. That's all the Navy tells us. She went to mount her bike. The light on the plains died. A shadow swallowed the valley whole. Keera looked up. A slate gray Imperial dreadnought was pushing through the upper atmosphere, and the ground beneath her boots had begun to tremble. "Capital ship," Roan said. He had gone still. A single landing craft detached from the warship's ventral bay. 2 starfighters dropped into escort behind it. The 3 ships angled downward, their trajectory a straight line aimed at the center of Ord. Oridanna met its quotas. It always had. The Empire had no reason to send a warship here. None. Behind her, the harvesting tower groaned, a long, low metal sound that traveled up her spine and settled in her molars. "We should go," Roan said. Keera didn't move. She was staring at the trajectory, doing the math. The supply road. The central hub. The landing craft's descent vector cutting straight between them. Where her mother was traveling with the vaporizer cores. Where her father was working the manifests. Where Ange was waiting for his bedtime story. "We are nothing to them," she said. "We have nothing to fear." Roan looked at her. His hand moved toward her arm, then stopped. "Keera." She threw her leg over the saddle and slammed the throttle. The swoop engine shrieked. The bike launched forward, tearing open a plume of red dust as she pushed it to speeds she'd only ever hit racing Roan on the flats. He shouted something behind her, his own engine catching a moment later, while she was already pulling ahead. The landing craft dropped through the cloud layer. Its shadow ate the road. Her mother was on the eastern supply road. Her father was at the central hub. The Imperial ship was descending directly between them. She flattened herself against the handlebars and pushed the throttle past its safety stop. The engine whined at a pitch she'd never asked of it before. Ahead, the road vanished into blackness. She pinned the throttle. Chapter 2. The Shadow over Ord. The eastern gate was chaos. Keera's swoop screamed through the perimeter checkpoint at full throttle. The landing craft's backwash hit her broadside, a blistering wall of jet exhaust that singed the shoulder of her flight tunic and wrenched the handlebars left. She killed the engine and skidded into the cover of a collapsed market stall. The air reeked of ozone and hot metal. Somewhere ahead, a woman's mouth stretched wide, the tendon standing out on her neck as she screamed a name into the roar. The ship's thrusters drowned it completely. She'd beaten the landing craft by maybe 90 seconds. The ship was a slab of scorched gray metal that made the 3-story stone tenements around it look like children's blocks. Superheated steam shrieked from its underside. The boarding ramp groaned open, and the crowd in the square recoiled as one body, 100 people taking the same involuntary step back from the noise and the heat in whatever was about to walk down that ramp. Keera left the swoop and ran. She found her father near the government steps, shouting orders at a cluster of municipal clerks. His overseer's jacket hung half-buttoned. Dust streaked his face in gray rivulets. He saw her, and for one unguarded second, the command posture cracked. Blossom, his grip on her shoulder was too tight. "Your mother. Is she still on the Worrell Road?" "I don't know. I came straight here. The ship was coming down between." "I know where it was coming down." He released her and turned toward the square. The ramp had finished its descent. Armored figures were emerging from the ship's interior, the gray plastoid of the regular infantry against the blue of the municipal peacekeepers. I need you at the homestead. Take the North Road, and do not stop. Dad, the silos, the storage manifests, if they're going to audit us. Keera. His voice dropped into the infantry register. The one she'd heard maybe 4 times in her life. Go home. Lock the doors. I will find you when this is finished. The soldiers were fanning into the square now, rifles at rest but visors sweeping the crowd. The look on her father's face was not a request. She went. The address came 2 hours later. She spent the gap in the lee of a shuttered grain exchange, watching troopers requisition the Peacekeeper Armory and string perimeter beacons across the North Road. No one stopped her. No one looked at her. The occupation was already routine. Then the comm frequencies lit up with a single repeated directive in a voice that was not human, and the crowd was herded into the central square. Keera wedged herself between a grain merchant and a woman clutching a child against her chest. The holoprojector at the center of the plaza flickered to life. The image that materialized was 30 feet high, rendered in cold blue light. Darth Feer was not what she had expected. The Sith Lords in the Academy recordings were armored, mid-battle, radiating theatrical menace. Feer stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back. He wore no helmet. His pale eyes stared through the plaza without blinking. The projection raised the fine hairs on her arms. A wrongness in the air, cold static that pressed against her skin like the pressure drop before a windstorm. The empty space the hologram occupied hummed at a frequency that vibrated in her back teeth, and her balance tilted, as if the stones beneath her boots had sheared along an invisible fault line. The air around the image was colder than the air against her face. Citizens of Oridanna. His voice was quiet. The projector carried it to every corner of the square without amplification, as if the sound had been placed directly inside their skulls. Your previous master, Lord Avaryss, has been relieved of his holdings by decree of the Imperial Citadel. The sector and all its territories now fall under my authority. A dry rustle moved through the crowd as bodies shifted. A woman's sharp inhale. The scrape of a peacekeeper's boot on stone. Fear waited. The silence that followed pressed down harder than the sound had. Your production metrics are a matter of record. Under the previous administration, this world achieved 87% of its projected industrial capacity. This is unacceptable. Effective immediately, the monthly tithe is doubled. All current harvest quotas are suspended and replaced with the revised figures now being transmitted to your municipal data cores. Keera did the math in her head. Double the tithe. The arrays were already running at maximum efficiency. They could maybe push another 5% if she recalibrated every tower by hand. 10 if they skipped maintenance cycles. Double was not a number you reached through optimization. Double was a number you reached through punishment. There will be no grace period. Fear's pale eye swept the crowd, though the hologram was a recording and he could not see them. I do not govern through patience. The projector died. The square was silent for 3 long seconds. Then the sound broke, ragged, directionless, 200 people trying to breathe through a weight dropped across their chests. Keera stayed where she was until the crowd began to thin, and she could move without being jostled. She needed to find her father. She needed to hear him say the quotas were a bluff, that the municipal data cores would sort it out, that everything was going to hold together. She didn't believe it, but she needed to hear him say it. The homestead's underground hab was quiet when she returned. Her mother's speeder was parked in the garage bay, dust-caked from the Worrell Road. Keera stared at it. The landing craft had been descending directly onto the supply road. Her mother should have been caught in the lockdown. But the speeder was here, and the hab was quiet, and the question of how she'd made it through the Imperial cordon sat cold and unasked in Keera's stomach. Through the walls, she could hear Talitha's voice, high, rapid, asking questions no one was answering. She didn't go inside. She sat on the loading ramp and waited. The sky had gone the deep violet of early evening when Roan Swoop appeared on the northern road. He pulled up beside her and cut the engine. His uniform was pressed, his insignia polished, but his face was drawn in a way she hadn't seen before. His hands on the handlebars were white-knuckled. "My father's been in briefings all day," he said. "No greeting. The garrison is quartering troops in the southern barracks. They've taken the armory." "What does that mean for your family?" "It means my father answers to an imperial prefect now." He sat down on the ramp beside her, close enough that she could smell the ozone on his clothes. "How are the kids?" "Scared. Talitha's asking about the quotas. She's 8 and she's asking about production metrics." Keera exhaled through her nose, a short, dry sound. "Pamir wants to know if we're being deported." I told her no. I don't know if that's true. Roan was quiet for a moment. "Then, I saw you in the square. During the address. I didn't see you. You were doing the math. I could see it on your face." He turned to look at her. "How bad is it?" "Double the tithe. The arrays can't do it. Not without," she stopped. "Overclocking the collectors past their thermal tolerances. The kind of thing you didn't say to the son of the chief peacekeeper." "I don't know. Maybe if we redline the southern cluster and hope nothing catches fire." "That's a terrible plan." "I'm aware." He didn't tell her it would be fine. She was grateful for that. But his uniform was still pressed while her collar was still rimed with dust from the eastern gate, and his father was in briefings while hers was somewhere in the hub refusing to come home, and the math on the ramp didn't add up. She watched his hands on his knees and tried to solve for the variable he represented, and couldn't. Her father came home late. The family was already seated around the long metal table when Ander pushed through the pressure door, his overseer's jacket balled under one arm. The ration plates had been set out. No one was eating. He crossed the room with his boots dragging, his shoulders hunched, looking at no one. He kissed her mother on the forehead, a brief, mechanical gesture, and took his seat. Maya Lylos sat with her knuckles white against the table's edge, refusing to look toward the garage bay where her speeder sat with its panel scorched from a proximity warning. Talitha opened her mouth. Maya Lylos put a hand on her arm. Talitha closed it. Beneath the table, Keera heard the faint, familiar scratch of a hidden spanner, Talitha running her thumb over the teeth of the tool she'd smuggled from her quarters, a habit she fell into when she was too scared to speak. The quiet stretched. Pamir pushed her food around her plate, and sat very still in his booster seat, his small fingers wide on the edges of the tray, watching the adults without blinking. His breather mask hung around his neck. The particulate count had been spiking all day, and Keera could hear the faint wheeze in his chest every time he exhaled, the same sound he'd made this morning when she checked his mask before leaving for the towers. His grip on the tray was so tight the plastic creaked. "Eat," Ander said. "Whatever happens tomorrow, it will not happen on empty stomachs." They ate. The food was cold. No one complained. She found him in the garage an hour later. He sat at the workbench in his undershirt, the pieces of his service blaster laid out on an oilcloth. The slight assembly was already clean, gleaming faintly under the dim lights. He was working on the trigger mechanism, moving the components through his fingers with the automatic precision of a ritual he'd performed 1,000 times. "Is there a problem with the filtration systems, Blossom?" The same question. The same deflection. Tonight, she didn't have the patience. "You tell me?" He didn't look up. The trigger spring snapped into his housing. "It's been a long day, kid." "I know what double the tithe means." She crossed to the workbench and braced her hands against the metal edge. "I checked the data cores. They're asking for a number that will split the towers in half." "Keera." "We can't." "Keera." He set down the trigger assembly. The pause that followed was heavier than any word he could have chosen. "I know what the machines can do. I've been running them since before you were born." "Then what are we going to do?" He picked up the blaster frame. The trigger mechanism seated against the receiver with a heavy, metallic clatter. "Nothing." "What?" "We're going to do nothing." He cycled the action once, checking the fit. The sound was sharp and final in the quiet garage. "The arrays run at current capacity. The tithe comes up short, and Darth Feer does whatever a Sith Lord does when a farming planet fails to meet an impossible quota." Keera stared at him. "You're talking about giving up." I'm talking about reality. He set the blaster down and met her eyes. I served under 3 Sith commanders. They don't want your compliance. They want your fear. Fear doubled the tithes so we scramble and tear our own machines apart trying to please him. When we fail, because the number was built to make us fail, he'll make an example of someone. That's the game. Then we find a way to meet the number. We redline the arrays, and when he doubles it again next month. Her throat went dry. Nothing came out. Ander watched her. His expression was not unkind. Your brother enlisted because he believed the Empire was worth fighting for. I hope, wherever he is, he still believes it. He stood up from the bench, the blaster hanging at his side, and turned his back to her for a moment, reaching for the solvent cloth, wiping the oil from his fingers with slow, deliberate strokes. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter. I buried 6 men from my infantry company on a planet whose name I was never told. The Sith Lord who claimed our regiment ordered the assault to spite a rival in the Citadel. He was promoted. 2 months later, he was assassinated by the rival he tried to embarrass, and the territory we captured was abandoned in the power struggle. He turned back. The solvent cloth was balled in his fist. That's the Empire blossom. It's not a cause. It's a machine for generating corpses so that men like Darth Feer can measure themselves against each other. The ministry lessons rose in her throat, the Republic's decay, the Jedi purges, the glorious reclamation of Korriban. The words tasted like ash. Her father wasn't reciting history. He was telling her what he'd seen. What do we do? She asked, quieter. He crossed to her and put his hand on the back of her head, a rough, brief pressure. The gesture was old, worn smooth by years of use. When she was small and afraid of the windstorms that shook the Hab, he'd done the same thing. Steady, Blossom. The walls hold. We survive, he said. We protect the little ones. We don't volunteer for the meat grinder. He pulled back. Can you do that? I don't know. Honest answer. He almost smiled. Go to bed, Blossom. I have to finish this. Old habit. Cleaning it helps me think. Are we in danger? He considered the question. The silence stretched. We passed danger the moment that warship entered orbit, he said. But we're not dead yet. I intend to keep it that way as long as I can. He turned back to the workbench. The conversation was over. Keera stood in the doorway, watching him work. The blaster came apart again under his hands, the pieces spreading across the oilcloth in their precise, mechanical order. He had told her the truth. She was almost certain of that. Almost certain he had not told her all of it. The pressure door hissed shut. Behind her, the soft, rhythmic snick of machine parts filled the garage, a sound that had been old before she was born and would continue long after the dreadnought moved on, one way or another. The corridor ahead was dark. Her hands were trembling. She thought of Ange's creaking tray, Talitha's thumb running over the spanner teeth, her father's hand on her head, steady, Blossom, and the wall she built since the eastern gate finally cracked. She let it. By the time the door to her quarters locked out the rest of the world, her face was wet. Chapter 3. Dreams and Nightmares. The pressure door of her quarters locked with a soft hiss. Keera pressed her forward against the cool metal and let the tears come. She cried without sound, her shoulders shaking, her hands balled into fists against the door frame. When the shaking stopped, she wiped her face with the hem of her tunic and sat on the edge of her bed. Sleep did not come. She stared at the ceiling and listened to the Hab's ventilation system cycle through its nighttime protocol. Somewhere in the next room, Talitha was still awake. Keera could hear the faint scratch of a spanner, the 8-year-old dismantling something she shouldn't be. Normally, Keera would have gotten up. Tonight, she didn't have the strength. The scratch of Talitha's spanner faded, smoothed, became something else. The silence of stone tile so precisely laid she couldn't feel the seams. She was in the temple. The air was cool and still, filtered through systems she'd never been able to map. No particulate, no wind. The vaulted ceiling above her was supported by columns that had stood for millennia without a single stress fracture. She checked. In the dream, she could feel the integrity of the stone the way she could feel the harvesting towers back home, a low, steady hum of structural health. Nothing was broken here. Nothing needed welding. The conservatory opened before her. A fountain at its center circulated water through polished channels, the pump silent, the bearings frictionless. The boy sat on the stone rim with his back to her, a thin braid clinging to his neck, his shoulders broader than they'd been when she'd first found him here as a child. He groaned alongside her, in this place. She'd never questioned how. She sat beside him. Neither of them spoke at first. That was part of the ritual. The silence was the point. "Something's wrong," she said finally. He turned. His eyes were hazel, and there were shadows under them she didn't remember from their last meeting. "You brought it with you?" "Brought what?" He didn't answer. He was looking past her, toward the high windows that lined the conservatory's eastern wall. The light coming through them had changed. It was no longer the steady, golden illumination she'd always known. It was harsher, whiter. It flickered. A frequency traveled up through the stone floor, too low to hear. She felt it in her molars. "What is that?" she asked. "You tell me." His voice was strange, flattened. "You're the one who brought it." The frequency grew, pressing against the temple walls. The water in the fountain shivered, not from the pump, but from whatever was vibrating up through the floor. Keera felt it in the stone, the same way she'd felt the harvesting tower's strut humming as warning that morning. A structural resonance, a stress fracture propagating. The light through the windows flared blinding white. The stone beneath her feet cracked along a fault line she'd never detected before. The sound of the crack wasn't stone. It was the static pop of a plasma discharge. Keera snapped her eyes open to a dark ceiling. A second burst. A third. Then screaming. She threw off her blankets. Her bare feet hit the cold stone floor. The bedroom door splintered inward. 2 armored infantrymen breached the room. Blasters raised. Targeting reticles swept through the darkness and locked onto her chest. "Grab the girl." Acknowledged. Keera lunged for the gap between them. The second trooper caught her arm and wrenched it behind her back. Pain flared through her shoulder, sharp and hot. She gasped. The grip was armor augmented. Absolute. "Get her outside. I'll finish the sweep." The trooper drove her into the corridor. Ange was wailing. Premier shrieked for their mother. From the secondary hab, Maya Lila screamed in fury. Then the sound cut short as an armored hatch slammed shut. Soldiers in slate-gray plastoid filled the homestead. They tore wall panels from their mountings. They destroyed the archive console. They mounted metal blocks with blinking red lights onto the support columns. The jagged crest of the Sith Empire was stamped on every shoulder plate. Keera's bare feet sliced open on the debris. The trooper forced her up the stone steps. She stumbled. Her skull struck the landing of the airlock. White light detonated behind her eyes. The grip on her arm didn't loosen. He dragged her into the freezing night. The homestead had become a staging ground. High-intensity searchlights mounted on heavy repulsor craft turned the dark plains into a white void. 2 transports sat idling in the red dirt, a heavy dropship and a sleeker command speeder. Keera blinked blood from her eye. Copper flooded her mouth. The trooper drove his boot into the back of her knee. She collapsed. An Imperial officer entered data into a datapad. Beside him stood a slender woman in the embroidered vestments of the Imperial mission. The missionary whispered something to the officer, then boarded the command transport. She did not look back. Keera scanned the compound, the garage, the loading ramp, the workbench bay. No sign of her father. "Dad!" The air around her throat tightened. Wrong. Sudden. Invisible. Her voice cut off mid-cry. She gagged. Her body lifted an inch off the ground. She clawed at her neck. Nothing to fight. Nothing to grip. White spots clustered across her vision. Desist. The word came from the edge of the garage. Come. Low. A voice she knew. Release my daughter? The pressure vanished. Keera dropped. She hit the dirt on her hands and knees, coughing, dragging air into her lungs. Her vision swam back into focus. Keera Lylos was on his knees before the workbench bay. His tunic was shredded. His trousers were torn at the knees. Blood showed through the fabric. Magnetic binders secured his wrists behind his back. 2 enforcers held him pinned to the dirt. Keera's eyes found the Sith. Black robes, dark gray plastoid breastplate, a curved lightsaber hanging from his belt. His skin was translucent white, sickly, like bone under the searchlights. When he turned to look at her, she saw yellow eyes that burned with an internal light. They reflected nothing. Behind him, 2 more figures in black robes had emerged from the command speeder, advisors, their hands folded, their faces hidden beneath deep cowls. He smiled. "Welcome, child. How fortunate you could join us." He turned back to her father. Keera didn't resist. He stared up into the executioner's face. Beneath the rumble of the repulsor engines, Keera could still hear her family screaming from below. "You know who I am?" The Sith's voice was quiet, conversational. "I do, my lord." Her father's voice was steady. It was the steadiness that broke her. "You are the hand of Darth Feer." "I am his executor." His eyes. His blade. The Sith traced a finger along the curve of his weapon's hilt. "You understand why I am here?" "I do." "Then this will be brief." The Sith reached into his robes. He withdrew a small blackened cylinder. A single activation stud. Keera Lylos' face drained of color. "My lord." "I am not your lord." The Sith held the cylinder aloft. "I am your release." He pressed the button. The underground had detonated. The stone dome shattered. A wall of fire erupted from the center of the structure and climbed into the violet sky. The ground bucked. Keera's knees left the dirt. She came down hard on her side. Debris rained across the plains, casting long shadows through the searchlights. The screaming from below stopped. Keera could feel them, her mother, her sisters, little Anj, like warm, bright spots in her mind. Then the secondary charges went off and the ceiling came down. The bright spots winked out, one by one, snuffed like candles. Her mother, Pamir, Talitha, Anj. Gone. All of them. Keera Lylos was still on his knees. Keera saw his shoulders tighten, saw him register the silence from below with a shudder that ran through his entire frame. Then his bound hands wrenched forward, the magnetic binders sparking as he forced his arms around to the front. He was on his feet before the enforcers could react, his elbow driving into the throat of the first, his chained hands ripping the blaster from the second. He shot both of them. He spun and dropped the officer drawing a pistol. He was moving toward the Sith, his face twisted into something Keera had never seen before, pure, absolute, homicidal rage. The Sith enforcer stepped forward. His lightsaber ignited, washing the courtyard in violent crimson. Keera fired. The Sith deflected the plasma bolts effortlessly, his blade a red blur. Keera fired again and again, advancing, roaring, and the Sith merely laughed. Keera watched her father's blaster tear itself from his grip, yanked away by an invisible hand. She watched the shock on his face harden into defiance as he charged, hands still bound, intent on tearing the monster apart with his bare fists. He never reached him. The Sith didn't shift his stance. He held his blade level, its glowing red tip aimed at Keera's chest, and made a sharp pulling motion with his free hand. Keera Lylos was yanked through the air. His chest met the crimson blade. The light buried itself deep. Keera stared, paralyzed. Her father coughed, blood bubbling at his lips. He forced his eyes away from his killer, looking across the courtyard to his daughter, shackled, bleeding from a gash on her forehead. He gave her a faint, heartbreaking smile. "I love you, a blossom." The last spark left Keera Lylos. The Sith hurled his body backward with a careless flick, sending it crashing into the burning ruins of their home. Inside her chest, something opened its eyes. It was cold. It was vast. It did not ask permission. The Sith executor walked toward her, his lips moving, but she couldn't hear his words. She didn't care. Everything was gone. "Are you going to be good, little one?" he purred. "Are you going to be a good little trophy?" The thing in the darkness finally reached her. It felt like the freezing void of outer space, crawling up her spine and filling her with the cold so intense it burned her soul. She didn't fight it. She welcomed the darkness, drinking it in. Rage. The air pressure dropped. Her ears popped, the same way they'd popped when she'd slowed her fall from the tower that morning, but this time the pressure didn't stabilize. It kept dropping. The red dust around her boots began to skitter outward in a widening ring. Her eyes locked onto the enforcer. He was still laughing, completely blind to what was building in the air around her. Keera didn't answer with words. She had none left. She answered with the cold. The night seemed to shatter. The enforcer stumbled back, his smirk vanishing as his eyes widened with sudden, genuine terror. He tried to raise his red blade to strike her down. She didn't let him. She reached out with the hungry darkness. The shadow embraced him, furious and starved. He withered right before her eyes, his skin turning to ash until his corpse collapsed and scattered, blasted into nothingness by the sheer force of her hatred. The two advisors tried to run. The cold didn't allow it. It reached for them one by one, extinguishing their lives. Around her, the remaining Imperial soldiers panicked, shouting orders and trying to raise their blasters. The darkness found them too. Bodies withered. Armor clattered empty to the dirt. Keera screamed until her throat tore and her voice failed entirely. The darkness flowed back into her chest. She tried to push it away, but it anchored itself deep within her soul, refusing to be denied. She slid to the ground, tears cutting tracks through the suit on her face. She lay there for what felt like an eternity. She heard approaching footsteps, knew she should stand and run, but her body wouldn't move. She was so cold, so desperately weary. This is how I die, she thought. A figure stood over her. The voice was muffled, speaking into a communicator. The darkness wrapped tightly around her mind, pulling her under. Grateful for the silence, she let go. Chapter 4. Scoured by the Dark. Slowly, the world returned. Sound filtered back first, muffled and distant, dragging her back to a land she wanted no part of. She heard the whine of medical machines and the sharp click of metal. A slight whirring noise was followed by a pinching sensation at her wrists and ankles. When she tried to move, she found herself completely pinned. Panic flared, and she began to fight the lingering fog in her mind, trying to break toward the surface. A sharp sting pricked her arm, and the dark fire she tried to summon slithered away like a bad dream. A strange, artificial warmth washed through her veins, dissolving her terror. She exhaled a ragged breath. Nothing mattered anymore. The universe felt like a giant, terrible joke. Two voices echoed from the shadows of the room. Mistress, a synthetic, mechanical voice intoned. The subject is regaining consciousness. I can't see that. SE4, a woman replied. Has the chemical restraint taken effect? Is she stable? Yes, mistress. The sedative ensures lucidity while suppressing acute emotional responses. It is safe to converse with her. Very good, the woman said. Keep her secured until I dictate otherwise. Keera groaned. The synthetic warmth settled deep into her bones, stripping away her panic but leaving her mind clear enough to see where she was. She forced her eyes open. The sight made no sense. She was sitting in a small, sterile room of gray metal, not much bigger than her bedroom back home. The walls were bare except for a massive crimson banner bearing the angular symbol of the Sith Empire. She tried to sit up, but heavy metal restraints locked her limbs to the frame. It took her only a moment to recognize the chair. She had seen Sith interrogation chairs during her rare visits to her father's office in Orid. I deal with simple farmers, Blossom, he had told her once. A full interrogation is rarely necessary for such people. A rhythmic beeping drew her attention to the right. A large black, spherical interrogation droid floated beside her. Its multiple arms, bearing saws, torches, and shock prods were currently folded tight against his body. The only tool deployed was a single arm fitted with a long needle. Keera blinked slowly. By all rights, Waking up strapped to a torture chair in an Imperial dungeon should have filled her with absolute terror. Yet she felt entirely hollow, floating on a sea of chemical numbness. How strange, she thought. How very strange. The droid sensors scanned her. Keera wondered if it would tell her what was going on, but even forming the question felt like too much work. She simply waited. A door hissed open behind her, followed by the heavy click of boots. Keera tried to turn her head, but the headrest held her completely rigid. A woman stepped into her view. She wore the stark gray and red robes of the Imperial mission. Her features were hard, her dark hair streaked with gray, and her cold gaze pinned the girl to the chair. She studied Keera for a long moment before drawing a data pad from her robes. With a brief command, the chair groaned and rotated upward, locking into a flat table. Keera was left standing, suspended by the restraints, facing her captor. The missionary's expression looked almost disappointed. "I am Missionary Sybil," the woman said, her voice crisp. "I am here on behalf of our glorious Emperor and the wise Dark Council. I shall be your inquisitor, child. It is I who shall decide your fate, and my decision will be final. Do you understand?" Keera gave a dull nod. It was all she could manage. "Let us begin," Cybele said, holding up her pad. "Name." Keera forced her lips to move, giving her name. "Age." 15, she whispered. The missionary logged the data, pacing slowly across the cold floor without even looking at the girl. "Have you ever done anything impossible, Keera? Performed some feat that should have been entirely beyond you?" Keera spoke of her work on the moisture collection towers, how she always instinctively knew where to step, how she could sense just the right settings for each machine without looking. She didn't mention the flip from the tower. That was a secret she'd kept even from herself, and the chemical fog wasn't thick enough to loosen it. The older woman noted the answers diligently. As she worked, the warmth in Keera's veins began to fade. The fog cleared, and a sudden spike of raw fear cut through the sedation. "WH, where?" Keera rasped, her voice cracking. The missionary lowered her pad. "Yes, child." Where am I?" Cybele offered a thin, joyless smile. "You are in Dana City, child. You were brought to the mission headquarters 3 days ago. You have been unconscious for most of that time." Keera's eyes widened. Dana City, the planetary capital. Why would they bring her here? And 3 days. The memories were already there, waiting for her, the screaming, the ash, the blood. Her father's final words. The cold? She had so many questions, far too many, but one stood out above all the rest. Missionary Sybil. "Yes. Is my father here?" The woman's brow furrowed. "Droid. Analysis." The spherical droid beeped, its sensors whirring. "All of the girl's readings are normal, mistress. No active deception." Sybil looked back at Keera. "You remember what happened?" It wasn't a question. "Yes," Keera said, her voice flat. "I remember everything." "Good. Then you know what you did." Cybele let the silence stretch. "The Sith Order has been bled dry by decades of war. The Dark Council has charged the mission with replenishing our ranks by any means necessary. We scour the frontier worlds for raw material. Most candidates are disappointments, children who can nudge a cup across the table. But you left a courtyard full of empty armor and a melted lightsaber using nothing but your own rage. Do you understand how rare that is? What do you want from me?" "The same thing the Empire wants from all its citizens: service. But unlike the billions in the factories, you have the capacity to matter. You can become Sith." "My father served the Empire," Keera said. Her voice cracked on the word father, but she forced it out. "He gave 40 years. They killed him anyway." "Your father was an overseer on a backwater world. He was a cog. He died because he was a loose end from a previous administration. He died because he was replaceable." Cybele's voice was level. "You are not." Keera felt tears burning at the corners of her eyes, and refused to let them fall. "They burned my home. They murdered my family. And now you want me to join you. There is no path back to the life you had. That girl died in the courtyard. What remains is something the Empire can use, are something the Empire can dispose of. The dark side will not let you go. It has tasted you. You can learn to control it, to channel it, to wield it as a weapon. Or you can let it consume you. Keera's hands were shaking. The cold pulsed in her veins, patient and hungry. She thought of her father's final words. He would want her to survive. "And if I refuse?" she whispered. Sybil regarded her for a long moment. "You won't? You are your father's daughter. Andor Lylos was a survivor. He bent the knee so his children could live. Now his family is gone, and the only thing left to protect is yourself. Will you serve?" The room fell silent. Keera closed her eyes, calling up the memory of the Sith Enforcer's yellow eyes and the cold satisfaction of watching him crumble into dust. The thing in her chest stirred. She didn't push it down. "I will serve," she said. Cybele smiled. For the first time, the expression reached her eyes. "Good. Then we can begin." She pressed a control on her datapad, and the restraints opened with a sharp hiss. Keera slumped forward, catching herself on the frame. Her legs were weak, her wrists raw, but she forced herself upright and met the missionary's gaze. "What happens now?" "Now," Cybele said, turning toward the door, "you learn what you are. Welcome to the Sith Empire, Acolyte." Chapter 5. Tools, Not Friends. Keera Lylos, or rather, the Sith hopeful she was now supposed to be, sat completely alone in the heavy quiet of the Imperial mission. The missionaries had moved fast to erase her from existence. The official report sent up the Imperial chain of command was simple and brutal. The entire Lylos family had died in the fire, slaughtered by rogue agents loyal to the late Darth Avaryss. It was the exact same lie they used to explain away the deaths of Lord Feer's enforcer and his squad. It was a total fabrication, but Cybele insisted it was her only protection. "Keera Lylos has to stay dead, child," the woman had told her, her fingers smoothing down her stiff gray robes. "If Lord Feer knew you survived, he would hunt you down just to clean up the loose ends. Besides, the dark side is going to change you. By the time you finish your training, the ash of this world won't even matter to you." Keira's heart had twisted painfully at those words. "Change me. Change me how?" "You will see," Cybele promised, her voice dropping to a quiet, unsettling calm. "The dark side takes a different piece of everyone. Your anger will stay, but what drives you will shift as you find your place in the Empire. In the end, you will take a new name, and if you are as strong as we think, the title of Darth will be yours." Keera had nodded, but the words felt hollow and terrifying. How could she ever forget the smell of the smoke? How could she forget her sisters? The idea that she would just stop caring felt impossible. It felt monstrous. 2 days had dragged by since she woke up in that freezing room. Since then, they had kept her locked away, a ghost hidden from the light. Cybele said it was just a precaution, that Feer's men weren't looking for a dead girl, but the isolation was starting to suffocate her. "We are arranging the transport to take you off-world," the missionary had promised during a brief visit. "You will be sent to one of the Empire's academies. That is where your true journey begins." Keera spent the hours floating between blind terror and a strange, desperate spark of anticipation, the only two real feelings the sedatives had left her. The rest of the time, she just felt empty. There was a raw, aching numbness in her chest where her life used to be. But whenever she tried to hold onto the warm memories of her family, the thoughts turned violent. The darkness inside her was warping everything. She couldn't even picture her mother's face or remember her sister's laughter without a sudden, jagged surge of fury overtaking her. "I can't even love them anymore," she thought, staring at the blank metal walls. "I can't even think about them without tasting blood. Fear took that from me, too." The realization made her want to scream. The sheer hatred she felt for the man who ordered the attack was the only thing keeping her upright. She had admitted this to Cybele, desperately hoping the older woman had some kind of answer for the chaos in her head. The missionary's advice had been cold, but it was the only guidance she had. "Do not fight those feelings, girl," Sybil had told her, looking down with a sharp, intense stare. "Turn your fear into anger. and your anger into hatred. You are going to need every ounce of that malice if you want to survive the academy. The weak do not last a week. So, Keera sat on the cold floor and tried to do what she was told. She tried to breathe the way Sibel showed her, trying to find the terrifying power that had awoken inside her when she killed the Enforcer's men. But the power wouldn't come. When she sat entirely still, looking deep inside the wreckage of her mind, she could feel it, a heavy, freezing pulse waiting just beneath her consciousness. But the second she reached out to grab it, to force it to obey her, it slipped away like smoke through her fingers. She snapped her eyes open, tears of frustration stinging her eyes as she cursed herself. Why wouldn't it work? Why was she so weak? She scrambled to her feet and began to pace the tiny room, her anxiety spiraling. What if the missionaries were wrong about her? What if she didn't actually have the Force? What if she was just a normal farm girl who got lucky once because she was terrified? The thought left her trembling. The academy wasn't a school. It was a slaughterhouse for the weak. Sibel had made that perfectly clear. If she faltered there, she wouldn't just fail, she would die. They broke people there. They killed them. Is this really what I want? She asked herself, her breath hitching. To throw my life away for this. A few weeks ago, she would have said no. She would have run back to the safety of her father's arms, crying about her foolish dreams, and her family would have held her. There wouldn't have been any judgment. She would have gone back to her old life on the farm, eventually married Ro, and become exactly who her mother wanted her to be. But that life was gone. It was ash. Just remembering Darth Feer's face felt like a physical blow to her mind. A wave of hot, suffocating rage washed over her, obliterating her doubts. She wasn't just angry at Feer, either. She thought about Ro and his father. The Enforcer had said the Overseer traded her family's lives just to get a promotion. Did Ro know? Was his kindness all an act? Was she just supposed to be his compliant little trophy wife while their father served as Sith monster? The disgust burned away her fear. She didn't want to be a victim anymore. She sat back down on the floor, forcing her ragged breathing to slow, centering herself. This time, she didn't look for the ghosts of her family. She focused entirely on Darth Feer, and what she would do to him if she ever got the chance. Vengeance. It was the only thing she had left to live for. She had demanded that much from Sibel the day she agreed to leave. Can you get me to him? She had asked, her voice shaking but determined. Can you help me reach Lord Feer? The older woman had actually laughed, a sharp, patronizing sound. And if I did, what would a child do against a Lord of the Sith? If he were standing in this room right now, what is your grand plan? Keera hadn't needed to think. She would have lunged at him. She would have tried to scratch his eyes out with her bare fingernails. She would have used her teeth, anything too. You wouldn't have made it 2 steps. Sibel cut her off, her voice like ice. He would have felt your childish rage before you even touched the door. He would have snapped your neck with a single thought, and you would be dead on the floor before you even realized you were moving. You would be gone, and no one would care. Keera had glared at her, wanting so badly to scream that she was wrong, but deep down, she knew the truth. She remembered how effortlessly the Enforcer had handled her father. A Darth was an entirely different nightmare. She didn't stand a chance. She looked down at her hands, a terrible weight settling in her chest. You said the dark side could give me the power to do it. It can, Sibel said, but only if you have the discipline to take it. In the Empire, only a Sith has the right to execute another Sith. Right now, you are just a dangerous rebel. You have to be patient. You have to learn their ways, survive the trials, and prove to the masters that you belong at the top. The Sith Empire rewards strength, girl. You have to prove you have it. Keera swallowed hard, drinking in the words. A Sith cannot afford fear, Sibel continued, her eyes wide with a strange, dark intensity. You are completely on your own now, with only the Force as your ally. Anyone who gets in your way must be crushed. If you impress the overseers at the local academy, they will send you to Korriban. That is where the true Dark Lords look for apprentices. You have to make them notice you. And what if my master tries to stop me? Keera pressed. What if they tell me I can't have my revenge? Cybele smiled, a cruel, knowing look. That is why you play the game. You build your own power in secret while serving them. You obey every order. You give them absolutely no reason to suspect you are a threat, until the day comes where you are stronger than they are. And then, Cybele let out a soft laugh. On that day, child, they won't be able to stop you. No one will. A cold shiver ran down Keera's spine. To have that kind of power, to make a Sith Lord helpless. It felt intoxicating. Patience, Cybele repeated. Gather your strength first. The stronger you get, the more the weak and the desperate will flock to you. Learn to use them. Throw them against your enemies. Keera thought about that. So, I need to find friends. Cybele practically spat the word. Friends. Have you learned absolutely nothing from your father's murder? His oldest friend sold your family out for a title. Loyalty does not exist. Friends are just a weakness that will get you killed. You don't want friends, girl. You want minions. You give them just enough scraps to keep them loyal, like hunting hounds. You use them, and when they are no longer useful, you throw them away. The cold logic hurt, but Keera couldn't argue with it. She had never really had friends anyway. Ro had only been around because of their fathers. Because she was the overseer's daughter, the other kids on the farm had always kept their distance. The only person she had ever felt close to was the faceless boy from her recurring dreams, but those dreams were just childish nonsense. That little girl was dead. She had to be still now. Keep your eyes on the prize, Cybele said, placing her heavy hands on Keera's shoulders. Make yourself indispensable to the Dark Council, and when the time comes to break Darth Feer, the Empire won't lift a finger to stop you. Keera closed her eyes. She imagined her bare hands wrapping around Feer's throat, feeling the life drain out of him. But a quick death wasn't enough. Not for what he did. I don't just want to kill him, she whispered, a mean, bitter smile touching her lips. I want to take everything he has. I want to watch his world fall apart. I want him to look at me and realize he lost everything before I finally let him die. I want him to beg for it. Cybele closed her eyes and took a deep breath, tilting her head back as if she were warming herself by a fire. The air in the small room actually felt heavier, charged with the raw, volatile hatred pouring out of the teenager. The missionary stepped back, letting her hands fall away. I will let you know when the ship gets here. We will have to smuggle you into the starport, but once you're in orbit, you'll be safe. Keera gave a tight nod. Thank you, Missionary Cybele. We won't meet again, girl, the woman said softly, a tiny hint of sadness in her eyes. The galaxy is massive, and this planet will just be dust under your boots soon enough. She offered a formal bow. Train hard, young hopeful. Lean into your hatred, and find your place at the Emperor's side. Then, she was gone, leaving Keera alone with the silence. The path ahead was terrifying, but she wouldn't look back. The dark side wasn't a hole to fall into. It was a ladder. She was going to climb it, out of the shadows of the cell, and all the way to the top of the Empire. And nothing was going to stop her. A few days later, she was crammed inside a reinforced cargo crate, being rolled through the Dana City starport. The internal lining kept her hidden from bioscanners, but it also cut off every sound and light from the outside world. She tried to stay calm, forcing herself through the breathing exercises, trying to keep her presence in the Force as small and quiet as possible. It was agonizing, but it gave her something to focus on besides the terrifying thought of getting caught. The mission had already swapped a fake body into the records back in Ord, someone who looked enough like her to convince Ro and his father that she was dead. She had no idea where they found a dead girl who looked like her, and she was too afraid to ask. All that mattered was that they thought she was gone. Suddenly the container lurched to a stop. Keera froze, her heart hammering wildly against her ribs as she heard muffled, angry voices outside. She squeezed her eyes shut, her fists clenching so hard her fingernails dug into her palms. She didn't have a weapon. No blaster, no knife, nothing. She felt completely naked, utterly helpless. She braced herself, waiting for the lid to be ripped off, waiting for the soldiers to drag her out into the light. But the crate started moving again. Keera let out a long, trembling breath, her whole body shaking with relief. A heavy bump told her the crate was finally being wheeled up a ship's loading ramp. The air inside the container was getting stale and hot. "We will let you out once we hit hyperspace," the smuggler had told her. From this transport, she would be taken to an orbital station run by the mission, and from there, a shuttle would take her straight to the Sith Academy. Suddenly, the sheer scale of what she was doing hit her, and she felt a painful wave of homesickness. Oridanna was the only world she had ever known, and now she was leaving its red sands behind on a desperate, suicidal mission for revenge against the Dark Lord. The deck plates vibrated violently beneath her as the ship's engines roared to life. They were lifting off. She was leaving her home forever. Keera squeezed her eyes shut in the pitch black of the crate, her jaw tightening as tears leaked down her cheeks. "I am Keera Lylos," she thought, forcing herself to hold onto her anger before the grief could drown her. "And I am going to make them pay, or I will die trying." Chapter 6. The Sharpening Block. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength, power. Through power, victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. Keera shivered, and for once it wasn't from the freezing mountain wind. The code of the Sith echoed through the massive stone cavern, the Overseer's voice booming so loud that the roar of the landing pad outside faded into a distant whisper. The words felt incredibly heavy, like a threat and a promise all at once. They were words to live by, or to die by. She had only just stepped off the rusty Imperial transport, squeezed into a crowd of other terrified hopefuls who had been rounded up from the Outer Rim. Since leaving Oridanna, she had been shoved from an orbital trading post onto a cramped troop cruiser. The journey had taken hours, ending here, on a world that felt like pure punishment. Freezing sleet stung her face, and the sharp stink of sulfur made her cough. Jagged volcanic mountains ringed a completely blackened valley. The landing platform sat right in front of a massive mountain entrance, flanked by towering anti-ship guns and heavy lasers built to keep the Republic away. The Academy itself was dug deep into the rock, branching out like a hornet's nest. Keera didn't know the name of this planet, or where it was on the map. She only knew that inside these stone walls, her old life was going to be broken pieces. She wasn't the only one trying to survive it. There were over 100 new kids in the intake. Most were human like her, but she saw different aliens scattered through the panicked crowd, Zabrix, Twi'leks, and a massive Gran whose 3 dark eyes looked at the stone walls with a quiet, scared intensity. Where they came from didn't matter here. They were all stuck in the same nightmare, trying to wake up the power inside them. They were just kids dragged from every corner of the Empire. To the soldiers who brought them, they were nothing but garbage, orphans, runaways, and slaves who had shown a dangerous spark of the Force. Orphans, Keera thought, the word hitting her like a physical blow. Just like me. She bit her lip, forcing the crying down. Feeling sorry for herself would just get her killed. She knew what she wanted, and she had to keep her head clear to get it. She ignored the guards shouting at them. It didn't matter that she used to be a farm girl, only what she did next would keep her alive. I won't let them break me, she thought, her jaws aching from how hard she was clenching her teeth. I won't let them push me aside. As they passed the security gates, a group of older students blocked their path. They looked down at the newcomers with a cold, mean sort of hunger. They wore the same dark gray training tunics as everyone else, but they had heavy sashes of crimson silk tied around their waists, bright against the gray. These were the squad leaders, the ones who ran the floors and did the teacher's dirty work. Keera kept her head down, letting herself be shoved into the central assembly hall. The crowd came to a halt in front of the academies to presiding overseers, the men who would either pass them or order their execution if they failed. Both were Sith purebloods, red-skinned and terrifying. Their sharp facial ridges and the tendrils hanging from their jaws showed they belonged to the old bloodlines of Korriban, the one species that never faced any prejudice in the Empire. But that was where the similarities ended. The 2 men looked as different as day and night. Overseer Philin was heavy and soft, looking like a man who spent his time indulging in fine food and luxury. His robes were made of thick, expensive cloth, and his red facial ridges were adorned with heavy gold jewelry. He was the one who had spoken the code, his voice dripping with a cruel, mocking sarcasm as he looked down at the shivering crowd. "Wondrous," Philin said, his elegant voice carrying across the cavern. "More garbage for the incinerators." The man standing next to him didn't laugh. Overseer Daz looked like he was made of iron and bone, a blade master who looked entirely capable of killing everyone in the room. He didn't bother with any speeches. He preferred to let his actions do the talking. Adaz was wire-thin and built for violence. He wore a simple leather vest and plain pants that looked completely bare compared to the heavy robes of his partner. His bare arms were covered in scars, blaster burns, and the jagged, white lines left by lightsabers. His yellow eyes narrowed as he looked over the group. "There isn't a good blade among you," Adaz said, his voice flat and cruel. "The sharpening process will break most of you. The few that don't shatter might actually turn into something useful." Philin let out a sharp laugh. "If you're looking for a pat on the back, hopefuls, that's the last thing you will find here," the heavy Sith announced. "The only goal of Fury 9 is to weed out the weak. Most of you won't survive the year, and out of the ones who do, barely any will ever become a true Sith Lord." He smiled down at them, showing his sharp teeth. "Your power makes you useful to the military, but that usefulness has a limit. Those who pass the basic tests will be shoved straight into the regular army. The High Command always needs more assassins and cannon fodder for the front lines." The pureblood snorted, turning his gold rings around his fat fingers. "True power in the Order is for real skill and proper bloodlines. The nannies who run the Imperial mission don't understand that, so Adaz and I have to play babysitter." His yellow eyes turned cold, his face twisting into a terrifying mask as the thick ridges on his forehead flared. "You are all weak and completely worthless. You might as well give up right now. We have plenty of shovels if you want to go dig your own graves." Keera's jaw clenched, her blue eyes staring straight at the stage. "You don't know me, monster," she thought, a cold, bitter anger rising in her chest. "You have no idea what I can do." "Squad leaders," Adaz barked, his voice cutting through the heavy air. "Separate them. 10 per squad. I want them out on the course in 10 minutes. "Yes, Overseer," the older students shouted together. Adaz smiled, and it was a terrifying sight. "Your squad leaders will enforce the rules when we aren't around. They are students who dragged themselves out of the dirt and showed enough promise to stay alive. A very rare few might even make it to Corbin if they're lucky. And some of you will eventually take their places," Philin added smoothly. What a thoroughly depressing thought. Adaz turned his head just a fraction, his yellow eyes locking onto his partner for a split second. Keera caught the look. They hate each other, she realized. That's something I need to remember. "If you want power, you have to take it," Adaz commanded, crossing his scarred arms over his chest. "If you want to rise, you have to step over everyone else. Everyone in this room is your enemy. Never forget that. Pass or die, hopefuls. You don't have any other choice." "Squad leaders, do your jobs," Philin said, waving his wide sleeve to dismiss them. "Get this filth out of my sight and onto the mountain. Let the culling begin?" "Yes, Overseer," the handlers shouted. The overseers turned around, disappearing deeper into the mountain core and leaving the terrified newcomers in the hands of the older students. The first run through the mountain course nearly killed Keera. The ground was broken and covered in sharp rocks, with the freezing sleet blinding her and making it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The cheap training tunics they had been given didn't do anything to stop the biting, sub-zero cold. The course was a 3-kilometer run through absolute hell. The path went right past boiling sulfur pools, vents shooting out superheated steam, and steep cliffs made of sharp obsidian rock. Ice cracked under her boots, and the volcanic glass cut her hands open when she slipped, slicing deep into her fingers. At the first marker, the trail split into 4 different paths. Each squad leader grabbed their group and shoved them into the thick smoke. "Keep moving, worms," her squad leader shouted. His name was Bryden, a tall, dark-haired boy whose cold eyes had stared right at her face during the sorting. Keera had seen the way he looked at her. It was a nasty, calculating gaze that felt like he was evaluating a piece of meat. She tightened her grip and kept running. She would make sure he never got the chance to touch her. The new kids stumbled and fell against the rough rocks. Thick ash choked them as they ran through a canyon of boiling steam, making the whole squad cough until their throats bled, everyone except Bryden. Keera watched with a mix of fear and pure hatred as the older boy moved across the slippery, obsidian ledge with easy, perfect balance. He didn't even seem to feel the freezing cold. The gasping students were slowing him down, and he was getting angry. "Use the Force, losers," Bryden snarled. "It can make you faster. It gives you balance. It can do things your pathetic bodies can't manage on their own. Move. Keep up." Keira's eyes burned from the steam. "We just got here," she thought, grinding her teeth. "We haven't even had a single lesson, and you expect us to be masters." Then she remembered what Overseer Daz had said, pass or die. She shut her mouth and drove her boots into the loose ash. She tried to find that hot well of anger inside her, trying to grab onto the memory of her mother dying, the fire that took her sisters, and the burning hatred she felt for this arrogant squad leader. She reached out for that strange power she had used back on the farm, desperate to make it happen again. Nothing happened. She just kept struggling along with the rest of the failing kids. She didn't feel any sudden rush of dark power, and the sharp path remained a brutal, agonizing torture. But the hot rage inside her worked like a shield against the exhaustion, keeping her eyes locked onto one single thing: don't stop. The dim sun was dropping behind the jagged peaks when the broken remnants of the squads finally staggered back into the academy. Despite the freezing sleet, every single kid was soaked in sweat and covered in a thick layer of black soot and dirt. A few of them collapsed into the corners, throwing up their meager rations, adding a horrible smell to the heavy sulfur air. Keera dropped to her knees, sobbing for breath as she tried to stop her head from spinning. A pair of black boots stopped right in front of her face. She looked up into Bryden's mocking smile. "Congratulations," the squad leader said. "You're the best of the worst." A white-hot spike of fury cut right through her exhaustion. It took everything she had to stop herself from throwing her weight at him and tearing at his face. In that 1 second of pure hatred, her tiredness completely vanished. A cold strength flooded through her body, stopping her trembling and numbing the pain in her bleeding hands and twisted ankle. She forced herself up onto her feet, standing straight as she stared right back into his eyes. Bryden's smile grew. "So you're not just a pretty face after all," he said, his voice dropping low. "Not that you look very pretty right now, hopeful. You're filthy and you stink." She didn't say a word. She just held his gaze, wishing she had a knife, a blaster, anything to wipe that look off his face. Bryden looked over her shoulder as the last few kids dragged themselves through the doors, and not a second too soon. Night was falling fast. The massive blast doors that protected the mountain began to hiss shut. Keera blinked, looking around, and the sight made her stomach drop. There had been over 100 of them when they started the run. Now, there were barely any left. Just looking around, she could tell every single group had lost 2 or 3 kids along the trail. She turned back to Bryden, her voice tight and trembling. "What about the ones who didn't make it back?" "What about them?" he said, shrugging his shoulders. The casual disregard for human life left her completely stunned. "Shouldn't we leave the doors open? Just for a little bit so they can catch up?" The other squad leaders standing around heard her, and a loud, mocking laugh echoed off the stone walls. "The days are short on this rock, hopeful," Bryden told her, his face turning cold. "At night, the temperature drops to 60 or 70 below zero. If you're not inside when the locks click," a girl squad leader added, her voice nasty, "you're frozen solid by morning." The terrifying reality of the place made Keira's throat tighten. Emperor save us, she thought, a cold dread sinking into her chest. A real Sith, with the dark side helping him, might survive the night, Bryden said, crossing his arms. "Those weaklings out there on the path, they don't stand a chance." The casual way these older kids talked about the deaths of people their own age hit her with absolute clarity. But don't we all have the spark to become Sith? Keera argued, her voice dropping. Isn't losing them bad for the Empire? Isn't it just a waste? Bryden laughed at that. Let me guess, he said, stepping closer until his chest armor practically brushed her shoulder. Your parents were in the military. My father was a soldier, she said, her chest tightening with pride. He was an administrator later, but... Where you come from doesn't matter. Hopeful, the girl handler snarled, her hand resting on the hilt of her training blade. You're nothing now? Don't forget it. Keera shut her mouth, her survival instinct screaming at her to back down. The dangerous anger rolling off these older students was real. If she kept fighting them, they might just shove her right back outside into the dark. She closed her mouth. She was smart enough to know when she had to just swallow her pride to stay alive. Everything that had happened since Oridanna had taught her that much. Listen, farm girl, Bryden spat, reaching out a gloved finger to trace a line through the dirt on her cheek. His touch felt oily and cold, like the skin of a snake. We are not here to take care of you. The overseers aren't here to hold your hand. You want to make it through this place, you look out for yourself and nobody else. You fall behind, you're forgotten, left to turn into an ice statue on the mountain. Nobody is going to cry for you. There are millions of people in the Empire who would kill to take your spot. Never forget that. Keera gave a slow, tight nod. She hated how cruel it was, but she knew it was the absolute truth. Pass or die, she said quietly, her voice flat. I guess that's just how it is. Bryden's grin came back, his hand dropping away from her face. Exactly, hopeful, he said, turning around to the others. See that, Alana? The worms can learn. The girl handler chuckled, walking down the stone hallway. Keira's cheeks burned with the deep, furious heat, her fists clenching so hard her knuckles turned white. Not right now, a voice whispered in her head. Be patient. Hide the anger inside. Your turn will come. Bryden stepped up onto a stone platform, using the force to make his voice boom across the entire hall. Hopefuls, report to the duty officer for your room assignments. Then hit the showers, get cleaned up, and get to the mess hall. Food is an hour. If you miss IT, you starve. The squad leaders walked away, laughing and joking as they wrote down the names of the kids who had died today. They thought the losses were funny. Keera looked around at the shaken survivors of their first day. She watched them, exhausted, broken kids struggling to even stand up, fighting the urge to just drop to the floor. The sight made her shudder, but underneath the horror, a cold, practical thought took hold. Better them than me. As her anger started to cool, the heavy aches and deep cuts from the run came back all at once. She forced her twisted ankle into a stiff stride, limping toward the desk where the duty officer was handing out room keys. She wasn't even hungry, but she desperately wanted to be alone in a bed. Pass or die, she thought, her fingers touching the freezing metal wall. It was quite a lesson for her first day. The first, but definitely not the last. Chapter 7. A Dark Clarity. Training to be a Sith was nothing like Keera had imagined. She had expected a rigid, freezing military machine. The Sith were the absolute masters of the Empire, answering only to the Emperor and the Dark Council. Moffs and planetary governors trembled at their command, and any defiance meant death. It only made sense to assume the Empire would systematically break and shape its future leaders through ironclad discipline. The reality was completely chaotic. Sith training looked nothing like the infantry. Her father had told her enough stories about his time in the army for her to know what real military training looked like. The army didn't just hand you power, it molded your mind, pushing your body to its absolute limits while weeding out personal flaws until you were ready for the front lines. You left the barracks prepared to fight, bleed, and throw yourself in front of a blaster bolt to save the person standing next to you. The path of the Sith was the exact opposite. It was as confusing as it was merciless. Academy Fury 9 operated without a real schedule or formal classes. Aside from the mandatory daily run through the volcanic glass of the mountain course, a hopeful was left completely on their own. You set your own pace, pushed your own limits, or rotted away in your cell. The only boundary to your advancement was how far you were willing to push yourself. Ambition wasn't just rewarded, it was required to stay alive. Laziness was treated as a fatal flaw. If a kid stopped improving, or if they just didn't have the stomach to push through the pain, they were either thrown out into the sub-zero night or used as a breathing target in a dark side lesson by one of the masters, exercises that always ended with the student's body being carried out in pieces. The overseers only showed their faces twice a day, giving 1 hour to Overseer Fill-In and 1 to Overseer Add-As. During these brief blocks of time, the entire intake gathered in the central training room. It was the only chance to actually learn dark side techniques from the masters. Fill-In focused on telekinesis, the mechanics of lifting, throwing, and pulling heavy objects through the force. Add-As ran the lightsaber drills, demonstrating forms and defense angles. These sessions were completely collective. If an applicant wanted direct, one-on-one attention from the purebloods, they had to pull off a massive display of power to prove they were worth the trouble. Keera's jaw tightened as she thought about where she stood. So far, she had failed to catch the attention of the masters. She remained buried at the bottom of the registry, just another faceless hopeful. The raw, terrifying power she had unleashed the night her family was murdered remained completely locked away, and without that dark spike, her development had stalled out. Fill-In treated her presence with cold, aristocratic disgust. He viewed the low-born newcomers as dirt beneath his heavy gold rings. Add-As maintained a severe, detached neutrality, barely acknowledging her existence. She could have asked her squad leader for extra instruction, but her survival instincts warned her that was a death trap. Considering the nasty, predatory way Bryden had stared at her body on her very first day, a gaze that had only turned hungrier as the weeks dragged on, she knew better than to ever go near his quarters alone. The raw look in his eyes made her blood run cold. Just thinking about it made her skin crawl. She knew exactly what would happen if she went to him begging for help to unlock her potential. Bryden would demand a price she was completely unprepared to pay. She was not going to give up her dignity to please an older student. She would not let her body be used as currency. So she stayed completely isolated, determined to force her way through the trials on her own. It was the hardest path, but it was the only way to stay safe. The first few weeks had violently thinned their numbers. The original 10 training groups had quickly collapsed into 6, with the surviving squads forced to absorb the leftover kids as people died off. A dozen hopefuls perished along the sharp obsidian cliffs of the mountain course. Others simply vanished in the middle of the night, their rooms cleared out after desperate, failed attempts to sneak onto a transport at the spaceport. Any hopeful is at absolute liberty to leave the academy at any time, Fill-In had said with a smooth, venomous chuckle when a brave student asked about the disappearances. Provided, of course, they packed their bags and spend the night out on the open volcanic plains. This installation is reserved exclusively for active assets. The heavy alien had bared his sharp teeth in a hideous smile. I am entirely certain the freezing mountain air will prove thoroughly refreshing. Keera had no intention of testing the freezing cold of the mountain. If a kid was stupid enough to run away, their death didn't matter to her. She had one single, unyielding goal, and freezing to death on a frontier rock did not fit into her plans for revenge. The first month had blurred into a haze of total exhaustion. Whenever she wasn't pushing her muscles to the breaking point in the training rooms, she was hiding in the depths of the academy archives. She spent hours scanning the computer screens, praying to find restricted training files or hidden combat guides, but everything useful was completely locked. Instead, the terminals only showed historical logs, accounts written by the old lords of the Empire, detailing their military conquests and political massacres. It was useless for learning how to fight, but it gave her a front row seat to how the High Command actually thought. She studied the methods of the warlords who broke entire planets to enforce the Emperor's absolute will. Keera drank in the data every night, forcing herself to memorize every detail on the screen, staying hunched over the terminal until the power grid in the archives began to dim. There was no natural daylight inside the mountain, no morning sun to mark the passage of time, but her aching body tracked the exhaustion anyway. With a low, tired sigh, she would stumble back to her tiny room just to sleep off the exhaustion. She didn't have to worry about a roommate. Every applicant was given a private, reinforced cell. The arrangement was for safety rather than comfort. Locking over 100 angry, dark side applicants inside a single underground hallway was a recipe for disaster. The air was constantly thick with hatred and bitter rivalries. Fights were completely normal, meaning a private room secured by a heavy, manual metal lock was the only thing protecting the new kids from getting their throats cut in their sleep. The rules explicitly banned murdering a fellow student, or rather, they banned leaving a clean trail for the overseers to find. Internal deaths were checked by security, but if there was no camera footage or a witness, the masters didn't care. Their job was to train the living, not cry over the dead. If your presence vanished, it just proved you were too weak to matter. You were deleted from the files and forgotten. The Empire only cared about the survivors. Every night, Keera would lock herself inside her cell, throwing the heavy metal bolts into the frame. She would strip off her sweat-soaked training tunic and collapse onto the hard bed. But sleep was always a terrifying gamble. She tried to fight the sleep, forcing her heavy eyelids open, but her body always gave out, dragging her down into the dark. And the nightmares were always waiting for her. Sometimes she dreamed of being trapped inside the burning basement of her home, her fingers clawing frantically at the walls while the screams of Pamir Talitha and Little Ange faded into the roar of the fire. But the other nightmare was 1,000 times worse. In that vision, the roles were reversed. She wore the black robes and heavy armor of the killer. She was the one sent to murder her own family. She was the one who ignited the red lightsaber and drove the blaze straight through her father's chest. That nightmare felt horrifyingly real. She could smell the toxic smoke, feel the burning heat blister in her face, and smell the awful stench of burning flesh and scorched leather as the blade pierced his ribs. She would find herself locked into his gaze, unable to look away. The dark eyes that had always looked at her with pure, protective love would widen with unbearable shock and absolute disbelief. "Blossom," he would whisper, blood dripping from his lips. "Why?" In the deepest part of the dream, she would turn off the blade, and his body would fall into an endless, black void, dropping forever into the dark. She would bolt upright in her bed, her jaw clenched tight to choke back the scream rising in her throat, her heart hammering against her ribs like a blaster, sour bile burning her throat. She would sit in the dark of her cell, shivering, feeling entirely separated from reality. "What am I doing here?" she would think, her fingers digging into the thin mattress. "Why did I ever sign up for this?" The freezing hand of absolute terror would tighten around her throat, panic threatening to take over. It took every ounce of her willpower to stay still, to force her face into a mask of total composure. Inside her head, a chaotic storm was raging, a fracture that felt like it would never heal. Unable to rest, she would drag her body out of bed and kneel directly on the freezing metal floor. She would slow her breathing, forcing her mind into a deep meditation. It wasn't as good as real sleep, but it stopped her mind from shattering completely. She needed every scrap of strength she could find. The morning would bring another round of brutal running and dangerous lessons. "I have to get stronger," she thought, her eyes watching the shadows on the wall. She had to improve immediately. So far, the teachers hadn't figured out her problem, her inability to call on the dark side power that had gotten her here in the first place. The moment her weakness was noticed by the senior students, she didn't even want to think about what they would do to her. "I have to force a breakthrough before they realize I'm stuck." The morning found her in the mess hall, carrying her breakfast tray toward the emptiest corner of the room. The total exhaustion was forced down by her nighttime meditations and the sheer power of her will. She refused to show a single sign of weakness to the room. No one could be allowed to see the chaos fracturing her thoughts. She avoided talking to anyone, keeping her distance. Given how they were being trained, letting another student get close to you was a massive mistake. The other hopefuls were threats. They would never be her friends. The other kids were completely unstable, with several of them showing outright crazy behavior during the group training sessions. Keera stayed silent, using her time to watch the room, studying everyone during drills and meals. She watched the frantic plotting, the brief, desperate couples that formed when the hallway lights dimmed, and the whispered promises of murder. Fragile alliances were constantly made and broken within the squads, mostly built as a desperate shield against the squad leaders, and every single agreement had the potential to end in blood. The watching only proved she was right. Staying alone is the only way to stay alive, she thought, watching a small fight break out near the food dispensers. It is 1,000 times better to work in isolation than to get dragged into an execution because a stupid ally made a mistake. She knew exactly how the group viewed her. They thought her distance was just arrogant pride, assuming she thought she was better than them because of who her father was. She saw the sidelong glances, knowing that several of the weaker applicants were probably looking for a way to get rid of her, viewing her silence as an insult. I have to watch my back every single second, she told herself. Death was a permanent fixture inside these stone walls. She had no intention of falling into his trap. Lock your wrists, hopeful. Adas snarled, his red facial tendrils twitching in anger. Take a hard hit with your hands that loose, and your enemy won't even need a second swing. Your own blade will cut right into your chest. Keera gave a silent nod and immediately dropped her weight back into the defensive stance, her training weapon humming softly on its lowest electronic setting. The training sabers given out by the purebloods were basically weighted stun batons, built to feel exactly like a real lightsaber. A direct hit to an arm or leg on the medium setting would completely paralyze the nerves for a solid half hour. At maximum power, the weapon was lethal, delivering a shock strong enough to stop a human heart instantly or fry the brain. Keera never touched the dial on her hilt to turn it up. The Academy had enough ways to die without adding her own weapon to the list. The Blade Master grabbed her right wrist, his calloused red fingers forcing her joints into the exact position needed to block a heavy strike. Once her grip was corrected, the pureblood stepped back to watch her, his yellow eyes tracking her body as her blade cut through the air in the complex defense movements he had just shown the room. Adas didn't leave her corner until he saw she had fixed the mistake completely. Satisfied with her form, he gave a brief, rigid nod and moved down the line, his harsh voice barking as he corrected the stance of the next failing kid. Unlike his heavy partner, Adas didn't skip out on his teaching duties. As a master of lightsaber combat, his personal pride was tied to making sure the surviving kids left his floor capable of defending themselves. If you are fated to die for the Empire, you will at least do it with some dignity, he often told the room. If your story is going to end on the front lines, you will have enough discipline to drag a few Jedi down into the dark with you. Keera worked through the new movements, repeating the blocks and smooth transitions until her muscles remembered them automatically. Once she was sure her body could do it without thinking, she began to mix in the forms from her previous weeks, weaving the different pieces into a single, solid defensive style. Every single movement gives me more options, she thought, her breath catching as the stun blade hummed through the air. And every option means a better chance of staying alive. She dropped her hips, spinning the blade in a tight, protective circle in front of her chest, imagining a hallway full of incoming blaster fire. In a real fight, the speed of the weapon would create an untouchable shield against energy bolts. Adas called this discipline Form 3, or Sarisu, the ultimate defender style. He had explicitly recommended the form for her build. She remembered standing on the cold stone of the training floor early in her first month, Adas pacing a slow circle around her as she demonstrated the basic blocks and thrusts of lightsaber combat. She had picked it up incredibly fast, her muscles copying the lines with ease. Once he had evaluated her strength, he had given his recommendation, something he did for every surviving applicant, pointing them toward the style that best suited their body. They were free to ignore him, but nobody was stupid enough to do that. Adas was not a teacher you ignored. You don't have the bone mass or the raw muscle to overwhelm an enemy with brute strength, girl, the Blade Master had told her, his yellow eyes scanning her frame. Sarisu is the best choice for you. Once you've mastered the defense, I want you to learn the counter-strikes of Sheen and Makati. Those 3 forms will give you what you need to move up. She had accepted the advice with a formal nod, though her understanding of the forms was still small. "Surisu doesn't have an attack, Overseer," she had pointed out carefully. "I don't see how a defensive shell will let me kill an enemy." The pureblood's facial tendrils had flared, and for a split second, she thought he was going to strike her for daring to question him. But the anger didn't come. Instead, his face turned deeply analytical. He was probably surprised that a raw farm girl from the frontier understood the limitations of Form 3. He had no idea how many hours she had spent reading lightsaber files in the dark archives. Her reading had earned his respect, or at least, the closest thing to respect a pureblood could offer. "Your analysis is right," Adaz had agreed, his voice dropping low. "But as I said, you cannot meet a heavy infantry soldier with pure strength. Surisu lets you create a near-flawless barrier. Your enemy will waste all his energy hitting a wall of red light." The master smiled, showing his sharp teeth. "Most Jedi and their Republic soldiers aren't built for a long war of patience. They think a fight should end with a single strike or a quick blaster shot. You deny them that. You force them to play your game, they will get incredibly frustrated, and for a Jedi, losing control of their emotions means their connection to the light will begin to flicker. And then..." Adaz had let out a low breath, his yellow eyes burning with an old hunger. "In that exact second of weakness, their life belongs to your blade. You close the distance, and you make the kill." Keera replayed his words in her head as she drove her stunned blade through the air. When he first said it, she hadn't truly understood what he meant. Now, nearly 2 months into the culling, the logic made perfect sense. The thought brought a cold, dangerous smile to her lips. The idea of messing with an enemy's mind on the battlefield excited her. Maybe her dream of reaching the high citadel wasn't impossible after all. As she ran through the new movements, linking the defense with the sudden, smooth counter-thrust, a deep sense of certainty washed over her. Normally, Adaz had to stand right next to her, manually moving her arms to make sure the angles were perfect. Today, the Blade Master stayed back, remaining at the edge of the floor, simply watching her succeed. The sight locked her into a state of intense focus. She refused to let her attention break. She would show him that his lessons hadn't been wasted on a stupid farm girl. She would prove she had a right to be here, and she didn't care who saw it. In that single moment, she forgot about the room around her, falling into a state of pure meditation. The training hall vanished. Nothing mattered except her center, and the humming blade. The weapon was no longer a piece of metal and electronics. It had become part of her arm, an extension of her own body. Her fear, her self-doubt, and the grinding exhaustion of the past 10 weeks evaporated into the spinning red circle, and as the space inside her cleared, a massive wave of energy rushed in to fill the emptiness. It was a heavy, terrifying pressure. All the fear and frustration that had been clogging her mind since the raid was instantly burned away by the surge. The insecurities of the farm girl from Oridanna vanished, replaced by an emotion that was pure, absolute, and completely black, a raw, blinding rage. That, and a white-hot, lethal hatred. Hatred for Darth Feer. Hatred for Ro and the Overseer who had traded her family for a promotion. Hatred for the farmers of Oridanna who had bowed their heads and let her home be turned to ash. Hatred for the hopefuls who whispered and plotted behind her back in the mess hall. Hatred for Adaz and Philin, who had left her name to rot at the bottom of the list instead of helping her find her true purpose. And in that exact second of perfect, dark clarity, something finally unlocked. Keera Lylos let out a sharp, ragged gasp as her mind broke through the wall. For the first time since the massacre, she felt the raw power of the dark side of the Force come online. She wasn't just brushing against it like she did during her breathing exercises. This was a real, razor-sharp connection. She heard the dark side calling to her, and this time she didn't run from the cold. She opened her heart and let the darkness flood her body, and in that instant, everything changed. It was glorious. Her senses opened up completely, as if she had been blind and deaf since her birth, and had finally turned on the lights of the universe. When she looked around, the room appeared with terrifying clarity. She could see the angry, dark emotions of her fellow hopefuls swirling through the room like black smoke. She could feel the deep, old hum of the mountain stone beneath her boots, So many generations of Dark Lords had broken their souls in this cavern that the stone itself was full of malice, and now her own power was part of that network. It was magnificent. She brought her weapon down in a savage, killing strike, imagining the head of Darth Feer bent before her boots. The speed of the hit was incredible, the stunned blade slamming into the stone floor with a violent crash that sent a shower of bright blue sparks exploding across the floor. Finally, her chest heaving against her tunic but her mind completely on fire, she stopped. She looked around. Almost everyone in the room had stopped their drills, their eyes locked onto her. Had they felt the shift in the air? Did they realize she had finally made the connection she needed? It didn't matter. They didn't mean anything to her. They were nothing to her. After 2 months of wandering through the blind dark of her own mind, her eyes had finally adjusted to the shadow. She had broken the wall. She could finally see the path. It was the sweetest, most profound relief she had ever known. She saw Overseer Daz watching her from the edge of the floor, his red hand slowly stroking his chin as he evaluated her. But he wasn't the only one watching. She looked up, tracking the high metal walkways that crossed the ceiling far above the training floor. Overseer Philin was standing at the iron railing, his yellow eyes narrowed as he stared down at her with sudden, intense curiosity. She gave the heavy pureblood a fierce, mocking smile. "I can feel your power now, you arrogant mountain of flesh," she thought, her racing heart slowing into a cold, steady rhythm. "Try calling me garbage now." Philin didn't say a word. He simply gave a slow, formal nod of acknowledgement, turned around, and disappeared into the shadows of the command hallway. That evening, during dinner, a message was sent to her computer pad. The file carried the digital signature of the senior overseer. He was giving her a private session to train under his personal direction, a formal invitation to learn the mysteries of the dark side. Keera's lips curved into a dangerous smile as she closed the screen. Finally, she thought, her fingers tightening on the plastic pad. Now, the real culling begins. Chapter 8. Lightning and Shadow. The command corridor was silent, cut from a vein of obsidian that had never seen the mountain torches. Keera stood before the reinforced pneumatic hatch of Overseer Phylon's private quarters, her fingers resting against the cold iron of her training hilt. The rumors among the intake were explicit. The senior pureblood possessed appetites that extended beyond his duties, and the Imperial mission didn't protect the dead. "Reach out. Send him." She closed her eyes, letting her awareness slide through the seam of the hatch. Phylon's presence was a dark mass, but beneath the malice lay boredom. He radiated the frustration of a high-born lord exiled to a garbage heap. He hadn't chosen this posting. He was as trapped by the Citadel's ledgers as the recruits on the trail. The vulnerability was a tool. She recorded it carefully. The hatch hissed open, breaking the dark. "Enter, hopeful," Philin called from within. "Let us see what the frontier sent us." Keera walked into an opulence she had never seen on Oridanna. The quarters were 3 times the size of the student barracks, the walls draped in heavy tapestries and fabrics cluttered with the loot of the inner worlds. A massive bed occupied the far recess. To the right of a carved hardwood desk stood a secure cabinet filled with actual paper volumes, and above it, on a solitary shelf, sat a small, crystalline pyramid. A Sith holocron. The air around the artifact carried a faint, electric hum. Keera's mouth went dry. "Hopeful," Philin said. Keera snapped her gaze back to the desk, dropping into parade rest, her hands clasped behind her back. "Overseer." Philin chuckled, leaning back in a high gilded chair that groaned under his bulk. His red facial ridges were heavy with gold rings. "Wealth is merely the first reward of the dark side, girl. A fine luxury, but a poor substitute for genuine strength." "Of course, Overseer." The pureblood turned his attention to a datapad, leaving her to freeze. Keera remained motionless, stiff as the stone columns. She knew the game. He was testing her patience, waiting for a twitch of resentment. She gave him nothing. No twitch. No shift in weight. "I have reviewed your mission file," Philin said, setting the screen aside. "An interesting ledger. Daughter of a Vanguard soldier. You possess some basic discipline, it seems. Your family was liquidated during the transition of authority, leaving you with no remaining ties. No remaining ties. The file had omitted Barrett. A cold spike of relief, or something close to it, pierced through her chest before she crushed it. Keera kept her eyes fixed on the wall behind him. The report also claims that under duress, you manifested a death field, Phelan said, his voice dropping into skepticism. An ancient art, executed by an illiterate. It left 22 infantrymen caked in ash. Is this accurate? It is, Overseer, Keera said. I unmade them. The pureblood's forehead ridges flared, a wave of aristocratic disgust rolling off his skin. Wipe that look from your eyes, worm. You did not command the Force used you. What you did in that courtyard was the desperate reaction of a rabid animal clawing through a trap. An act of blind survival is useless to the Order. You cannot replicate it. You might as well be a common rager. The shame burned behind her ears. You weren't there? You didn't see the sky turn white. She lowered her chin, letting her shoulders drop in a show of total submission. You are correct, Overseer. I am ignorant. Phelan snorted, his ego expanding into the space. Deference has practical value in a beginner. Instructor Adas claims you have potential, that you are salvage worth cleaning. He even suggested you belong on the command track aiming for the title of Lord. The pureblood leaned across the hardwood, his sulfur eyes narrowing. This academy does not produce lords. Fury 9 processes the excess. We train shadows and expendable vanguard units for the Republic front. To reach the high titles requires connections, status, and pure bloodlines. Then my ambition is a failure, Keera asked, keeping her tone carefully flat. Difficult, Phelan corrected. Not impossible. Occasionally, a recruit from the Rim fights hard enough to graduate and secure a transfer to the inner institutions, Lord's Reach or Butcher's Clearing. There, you would compete against the elite, children born into pure lineages. The survivors of those trials go to Corbin. Only there can you attract the attention of the Dark Council. He stood, his heavy robes rustling against the stone floor. Can you do that, hopeful? Can you fight twice as hard as the refuse in the halls? She held his gaze. Unleash me on them, my lord. I will show you what I am. Phelan smiled, showing his pointed teeth. Come, let us see what you can do. The adjacent training bay was lined in reinforced alloy plates, scarred by ancient plasma burns. In the center stood a heavy mechanical target dummy, its carbon composite frame bolted to the floorboards. If you manipulated a field without instruction, Phelan said, stepping to the edge of the line, then basic projection should follow. The Overseer raised a single red hand. With a dry crackle, a bolt of blue-violet lightning tore from his palm, striking the dummy with enough kinetic force to bend the iron base. The air smelled instantly of ozone and charred copper. Force lightning is a fundamental weapon, Phelan explained, his gold rings catching the electrical glare. But it is volatile. The current will consume an undisciplined user as quickly as the target. Focus on your malice, the burning heat behind your ribs. Channel it down the arm and corrupt the air. Keera stepped to the line. She extended her left hand, her brow furrowing as she reached for the ice deep in her gut. The first attempt yielded nothing but weak sparks that died before they hit the chassis. Phelan grimaced. Keera locked her teeth. She reached again, deeper, calling up the sight of her father on his knees, the grease scent of the executioner's armor, the heavy click of the detonator. She channeled the old garrison stories, but the memory warped as the current rose. Her father's face blurred into the slate-gray armor of the infantryman. She let the anger take the shape. Through victory, my chains are broken. A blue and lavender corona flickered around her fingertips. A slender bolt of lightning tore from her fingers, striking the dummy's shoulder plate with a sharp hiss. She let the current die, her breath coming hard. Enough, hopeful. Phelan raised a hand, signaling her to stop. Keera cut the current instantly. The chamber fell into a sudden, ringing silence, the target dummy smoking in the dark. She turned to the Overseer, her face unreadable. Acceptable for a beginner, Phelan said dryly, though his yellow eyes remained fixed on her hands. There is significant room for refinement. Keera dropped to one knee, bowing her head until her chin touched her tunic. "Thank you, my lord. You honor me with your guidance." The pure blood chuckled. "Rise. Your words honor me." Keera stood, keeping her gaze lowered. Your ego couldn't expand any further. He had given her the next piece of the weapon, and that was the only ledger that mattered. "Our session is concluded," Phelan said, waving a wide sleeve toward the exit. "Return to your quarters. Your duties tomorrow will be demanding." "Yes, Overseer." Keera turned toward the hatch. Hopeful. She paused at the threshold. "Yes, Overseer." "What were you visualizing during those final moments?" Phelan asked, watching her from behind his desk. "What thought gave you the iron to sustain that torrent?" Keera turned back. She smiled. It didn't touch her eyes. "I was thinking of you, Overseer," she said smoothly. "I've earned your respect, and finally proven my gratitude for your wisdom." Phelan smiled, satisfied. "You have taken your first step. Maintain this focus, and you may leave this rock alive." "Yes, Overseer," she said, bowing low. She walked out into the dark of the corridor, the hatch hissing shut behind her. As she walked, the file's omission surfaced again. Barrick was beneath the Darth's notice, a low-ranking naval officer on a Harrower-class cruiser, too insignificant to purge. The file's omission might keep him alive. Her brother was beyond her reach, and sentiment was a luxury she could not afford. Not yet, not until she had the power to protect what remained. Chapter 9. Through Victory. The Vanguard claimed the Rabbit. The intelligence cells took the Silent. 10 weeks of grinding attrition had scoured Fury 9 down to 20 survivors. The old training squads were gone, their remnants compressed into a single, toxic tier. The line had split down the center, half identifying with Phylon's sorcery, half tracking Adaz's steel. They were no longer raw recruits. They were the choice instruments of the Masters, operating on a razor's edge. The security droid ceased patrolling the lower galleries. A week prior, a Zabrak recruit had drawn his training blade in the main corridor and butchered a classmate. Rumors in the barracks claimed the alien had broken under the isolation, but the location was the error. He had executed his rival in a hall packed with witnesses, directly breaking the code of secrecy, the unwritten law that rivals died in the dark, not in front of witnesses who could be called to account. Adaz had met him 3 paces from the corpse. It had taken the Blade Master 3 exchanges to cleave the recruit's collarbone, leaving the remains to be dragged toward the waist shafts by the slaves. "A waste," Adaz had remarked, stepping over the fresh red smear. "The regular army has need of ragers." He had commanded the survivors never to walk the stone without a weapon. Keera took the mandate to heart. Adaz favored her, driving her through private sequences to test her mass and resolve, while Phelan demanded his own share of her ledger. Recognizing her affinity for projection, the sorcerer began instructing her in the archaic arts of the inner citadel, the mechanics of drawing life from a living host to mend a fractured frame, and the architecture of sensory nightmares. Keera studied the text until the emergency lights flickered out each night. She drew so heavily from the stone that sleep became a secondary calculation. A consecutive run of sleepless days left her skin translucent and pale, her blue eyes ringed in black soot. Sometimes a flash of raw panic struck her, a cold suspicion that the dark side was rotting her vessel from the inside out, pushing her body past its limits. But she felt the power expanding behind her ribs. The pale complexion was a small price. Her peers learned to steer clear of her bench in the mess hall. Adaz used her constantly to break the others during the collective drills, showcasing what his private instruction could yield. The status protected her from overt plots. None of her rivals dared invite the Blade Master's immediate wrath. Still, vigilance was survival. Only the original squad leaders possessed the iron to match her now, and of those, only one remained anchored to the mountain. Brighton. The original handlers had been deployed to the frontline regiments, but Brighton had rejected his commission. The rumors in the barracks claimed he had turned down a Vanguard command to remain at Fury 9. Keera didn't need the logs to understand his calculation. His presence in the Force reached for her like foul grease. As the crowd thinned, the space between them vanished. The calculation was already running. Bryden was Phylon's pet, and a clumsy strike would cost her the archives. She filed the impulse and waited. The training rod sparked against Tolim's guard, filling the ring with the odor of ozone. The hulking Grand Apprentice was a veteran, a former Republic grunt who had deserted to work the mercenary lines before the Empire processed his unrefined reflexes. He drove forward with heavy, rhythmic downward cuts designed to shatter her wrists. Keera held the center, her jaw locked. She did not waste energy on attacks. She used Sarisu, letting the Grand exhaust his mass against her red light until his right shoulder dropped a fraction of an inch. She struck. The rod slammed into his forearm, the neural shock frying the nerves until his weapon clattered across the iron floorboards. Disarmed, the alien fell back against the boundary rail. His three dark, wet eyes tracked her, watching for the death stroke. Slowly, he dropped to his knees, tilting his head back to expose his throat. Keera lowered the humming rod, her face empty. "You fought well, Tull." The Grand spat on the stone, but his presence betrayed him. Through the cold, she felt his physical agony warping into a rigid respect. He dragged himself up and limped toward the medical bay. The duel reconfirmed what she had discovered in the archives. The Empire's refusal to use alien assets was a tactical waste. The dark side didn't care about genetic lineages. It cared only for the depth of the passion and the violence of the will. She had outlined the calculation to Adaz during a strategy session, suggesting the High Command deploy alien assets into the Republic's outer rim. The Republic doesn't look twice at a non-human grunt, she had stated. Send them into the border sectors first. They can't operate below sensor grids, sowing subversion until the local population turns on the Jedi. We could flip entire sectors without firing a fleet broadside. The Blade Master had let out a low, gravelly chuckle. A dangerous mind, hopeful. The heavy blast doors hissed open. Overseer Phelan moved onto the floor with the unhurried weight of a man who had never needed to hurry. Hopefuls. His voice echoed off the stone. Deactivate your weapons. The semicircle formed instantly around the rotund pureblood. It is moderately pleasing to see your skills progress, Phelan said, his gold rings catching the light. We will play another round of Obey Me. Keira's jaw tightened. The objective of the exercise was the cultivation of forced persuasion. Two recruits would lock eyes, and one would attempt to subjugate the mind of the other. If the assault failed, the defender earned the right to exact physical retribution. Keera loathed the ring. Her capacity for raw energy projection was massive, but she lacked the subtlety to bend a mind. A bolt of lightning or a blade at the throat are equally persuasive instruments if applied with sufficient violence, Phelan had told her when she questioned her failure. She constructed a wall of black durasteel behind her eyes, anchoring her consciousness behind her hatred. Bryden stepped out of the ranks, taking his position directly across from her. A smug smile twisted his mouth. "We return to the ring, darling. Tell me you missed me." "Drop dead," she said. Bryden waved his hand across her field of vision. "Strip," he commanded, his voice dropping into a rhythmic drone. "Let us see what you hide beneath that armor." A wave of dark side energy crashed against her mental wall. The force of the impact left her momentarily breathless, a whisper in her skull that compliance was easier. She held. "No," she said, the word hard and final. Bryden's smile vanished, replaced by a flash of raw rage. He snapped his hand forward again, pouring his weight into the command. "You will kneel and kiss my boots. You know I am everything you desire." The second assault was clumsy, fueled by his mounting frustration. Instead of breaking her, the pressure acted as a catalyst, burning the compulsion away. All she desired was the annihilation of Darth Feer and every agent who had turned her home to ash. Fear was across the galaxy, but Bryden was standing right in front of her. She took a slow, predatory step forward. Bryden relaxed his posture, assuming she was moving to submit. It was the only opening she required. Keera snapped her left hand upward. A web of blue-white lightning erupted from her fingertips, slamming into Bryden's chest. The squad leader was lifted off his feet, launching backward across the ring and crashing into the reinforced wall with a sharp cry. He rolled onto his stomach, coughing violently, his eyes wide with shock and fury. Keera stood over him, her fingers still crackling. "Stay on the floor." "Which?" he roared, scrambling up and tearing his training blade from his belt. Keera fell back into the classic Sarisu opening guard, her blade held horizontally above her head, its plasma point leveled at his chest. Brighton's blade flared to life, the crimson hum indicating he had bypassed the safety limiters to maximum lethality. Keera reached down, flicking the override toggle on her own hilt. Her blade intensified, casting a harsh, bloody light across her pale face. The surrounding recruits backed away from the ring. The room fell dead silent. "Come on," Keera hissed. "Take your strike." Before the blades could lock, the heavy footsteps of Adaz and Philin froze the room. A distinct variation in the exercise, Philin said, his voice cutting through the ring in silence. Brighton did not lower his guard, a line of sweat tracking through the suit on his temple. "She used lightning, Overseer. I demand the culling for the insult." The fat Sith turned his yellow gaze toward Keera, his forehead ridges twitching with amusement. Lightning was not on the menu for this exercise. Hopeful. A creative substitution. "I grew weary of his advances, Overseer," Keera stated coldly. "He attempted to humiliate me. And as you previously noted, lightning is persuasive when applied correctly." The callback to his own philosophy delighted the fat Sith. Philin let out a loud, wet laugh. An undeniable truth, hopeful. "Well applied?" Adaz was unamused. He stepped forward, his scarred features twisted into a scowl as he glared down at Brighton. "You are aware of the protocols regarding the unauthorized execution of a peer, squad leader." "She initiated the violence, Overseer," the boy shot back. "No," Adaz corrected, crossing his massive arms. "She reacted to a failed mental assault. Under the standard rules, a kinetic push would have sufficed, but the choice was hers. Are you certain you wish to escalate this to a formal duel to the death, with the entire tier watching?" She watched his panic. Brighton was trapped. If he pressed the attack and executed her, he would have to answer to Adaz for murdering the Blade Master's favorite pupil. He would not survive the night. He would be stripped of his choice of assignment and exiled to some mud world as a common grunt. But if Keera killed him, the Academy would classify it as sanctioned killing. Eliminating a superior officer who had drawn a lethal weapon would secure her his vacant command slot and a direct transfer to the inner worlds. She stared into his eyes, letting her smile widen. Even if he managed to kill her, his future within the Sith was dead. Brighton's shoulders slumped. He lowered his weapon, the crimson hum dying as he snapped the power toggle off. He sheathed the hilt and stalked out of the training hall without another word. Keera maintained her Sarisu guard until the blast doors hissed shut behind him. Only then did she deactivate her blade. The exercise resumed, but no other hopeful challenged her mental barriers for the remainder of the session. They knew exactly what lay waiting behind her eyes. When the session broke for the evening meal, Keera kept her back to the wall, ensuring her former squad leader wasn't tracking her through the corridors. She smiled into the shadows of the corridor. Chapter 10. The First Trial. She awoke under an Oridanna sky. Keera blinked against the amber glare, watching the golden razor grass of her home world roll in heavy waves beneath a violet horizon. The afternoon air was dense with the scent of fermenting topsoil. Her bare arms carried the faint itch of a sunburn across her shoulders. Her breath hitched, the panic clearing. A dream, she thought. The mountain was a dream. She reached out, her fingers brushing the coarse weave of a wide straw hat resting in the dirt beside her. To her right, Robe Wilkes lay splayed in the grass, snoring into his sleeve. The planetary harvest had concluded the previous evening. The regional quotas had been met, the tides locked into the Imperial bulk freighters, and the transport shuttles were already breaking atmosphere. For a fleeting season, the agrarian collectives were permitted to breathe. She and Ro had taken a ceramic flask from his father's cellars before slipping away to the high ridges, losing track of the hours. The sun was dipping now, bleeding crimson across the valley. Keera leaned over her companion, shaking his shoulder. "Wake up," she murmured. We have to clear the valley before the border droids activate. Ro groaned, swatting at the air. Keera scooped up her boots, discarding the straw hat as she vaulted onto her swoop bike. She keyed the ignition. The repulsor engine caught with a sharp thrum, and the machine tore across the steps. Keera opened the throttle, plunging down the ridge line toward the settlement. Toward her family. Night locked over the plains with a sudden weight. Her pulse spiked against her ribs. The wind carried a metallic reek. As she crested the final rise, the homestead came into view. It was still standing. It was still there. They were gathered in the courtyard, her family, her neighbors. She slammed the swoop into a dust-billowing skid and threw herself from the saddle, running toward them. She called out, her voice bright with relief. Her family turned toward the sound. Her mother lunged sideways, dragging Ange backward into the shadows of the doorway. Pamir grabbed Talitha by her collar, hauling the child over the threshold. Talitha dropped her hydrospanner, its metallic clatter echoing as she wailed for her sister to stay back. Keera froze in the dirt. Her father stepped into the courtyard light, the warmth gone from his face. His expression was a mask of cold resolve. He brought a heavy blaster rifle to his shoulder, leveling the barrel directly between her eyes. "Stay back from them," he roared, his hands trembling against the stock. "Stay away from my family." Keera whimpered, her hands rising. "Dad, it's me. It's Keera. Look at me." Her father did not hear her. His eyes looked straight through her. "I will surrender to the transports if that is your demand, my lord," her father shouted into the wind. "I will sign the labor charters. Only leave my family alive." Confused, Keera looked down at her own hands. Cold bile flooded her throat. She was clad in thick robes of midnight black. Her chest was plated in cold gray durasteel armor accented with crimson imperial slashes, the silhouette of the citadel. She tried to scream, to tear at the synthetic fabric. "This is not my face." But when her lips parted, the voice that emerged was not her own. It was hollowed out by malice. She heard herself let out a low laugh. "Those who beg for mercy," her voice said, "prove themselves too weak to possess it." Her right hand moved on its own, reaching down to her hip to unclip a heavy cylindrical hilt. She ignited the weapon. The blade extended with a sharp hiss, bathing the courtyard in a bloody crimson glow. The red light caught the terror in her father's eyes, and inside her mind, a separate consciousness sneered in disgust. A pathetic little rodent. "No!" Keera shrieked within her own skull. "No! Stop it! Father!" The enforcer snapped the crimson blade up in a salute. With her left hand, she raised a small, matte black thermal detonator, her thumb resting on the primary arming stud. The thing wearing Keera's skin depressed the toggle. The Lylos homestead, the courtyard, and her family vanished in a blinding sheet of white-hot plasma. Keera wailed into the void as the shockwave tore outward, consuming the grass and fracturing the sky. When the firestorm reached her, she heard her own mouth laughing as the flesh was stripped from her bones. Her eyes snapped open. Keera bolted upright in her cot, her chest heaving as she sucked in the stale, recycled oxygen of her quarters at Fury 9. Tears scalded her face as she choked back a sob. She thrashed against the tangled thermal blankets, the narrow metallic walls closing in on her. "Not a dream," she whispered, her voice cracking. It wasn't a dream. She forced her fingers loose, reaching out into the ambient shadows. The dark side was there, coiled in the corners of her room. It rose to meet her, cold and heavy, muting her panic. She took a long, shuddering breath. The acute terror began to recede, replaced by a volatile wave of anger that burned away the self-pity. She spat onto the durasteel floor. "Foolish girl. Why do you keep clawing at the dirt?" A Sith Lord had butchered her family on Oridanna. Now, she was transforming herself into the very monster that had held the blade. She was becoming no better than the killer she hunted. She pushed through the guilt. The galaxy was not defined by the binary morality of a farm community. A common worker could not exact justice against a Darth. In the hierarchy of the Empire, a Sith Lord was answerable only to a superior blade. Darth Feer would bleed for Oridanna. A sharp electronic chime shattered her thoughts. Someone was bypassing the external lock on her door. Keera cleared the cot instantly, her bare feet hitting the freezing metal floor. She glanced at the wall chrono. It was 4 hours before the morning cycle. The corridor should have been vacant. The heavy door slid aside. Overseer Adass stood in the threshold, his golden eyes cold. "Overseer," she said, her voice tight. "Come with me, hopeful," Adass commanded, gesturing down the corridor. "Now." Keera nodded, stepping back into the room. "Let me gather my hilt." Adass snapped his hand forward, catching the edge of the sliding door before it could close. His gaze was ice. Not a moment. Now. He turned on his heel, his heavy cape snapping behind him as he marched down the hall. Left with no alternative, Keera stepped into the corridor, jogging to maintain pace with his long strides. She was moving through the command tier clad in nothing but a sleeveless training undershirt and a pair of standard briefs. Her jaw tightened as she scanned the cross corridors. If Adass was aware of her state of dress, he gave no indication. He moved with a brutal, single-minded urgency. "Why is Brighton still breathing?" Adass asked, his voice low and jagged. Keera adjusted her stride. "Overseer, I don't follow." He stopped, turning to glare down at her. "It is a question of survival, hopeful. Brighton drew an unshielded weapon on you in the presence of the Academy. Why does he still draw breath?" She forced her training to the surface, shielding her mind behind a barrier of logic. There were too many pieces, too many witnesses. An execution in that arena would have been undisciplined. Undisciplined. Adass spat the word. "I stood in that room, hopeful. You had your rival broken. He was reeling from your lightning, his balance shattered. The moment his blade cleared its sheath, you possessed the authority to end him. Why did you hesitate? You had Phylon's curses at your disposal. You could have torn his mind to ribbons, yet you waited for the masters to arbitrate. Why?" He stepped into her space, his scarred face inches from her own. "I demand an answer." Keera locked her knees to keep from shrinking back from his presence. Adass had become her anchor in this hell. She had built her progress on earning his respect. Experiencing the full weight of his disgust made her feel microscopic, stripping away her progress until she was just a shivering orphan. She drew herself up, meeting his golden eyes without blinking. Despite his arrogance, Brighton is a weapon of the Empire. He is a trained squad leader. Destroying him out of spite would have deprived the vanguard of a blade. I chose to preserve a weapon. Adass sneered, a sound of disgust. "The greater good. You speak like a Republic politician. You sound like a servant begging for a master's scraps, not a Sith." He shook his head, his presence in the Force cooling into contempt. "You are a disappointment, hopeful." "Give me an arena," she said, her voice dropping into a fierce snarl. "Give me the opportunity to prove the calculation was correct." Adass let out a dry snort. "I am finished wasting my time on a broken instrument." Keira's fists clenched at her sides. "Let me prove I have not wasted your instruction. I will become exactly what you require." Adass paused, evaluating her sudden spike in energy. Keera held her ground, suppressing the urge to tremble. "You lack the execution instinct," Adass stated flatly. "I have watched your ledger since your arrival. You have broken bones, you have scarred flesh, but you have never crossed the threshold of a kill. You have never taken a life by your own volition. You lack the stomach for it?" Keira's eyes narrowed. "I slaughtered the soldiers who burned my village." "That was an explosion of animal survival," Adass countered instantly. "You were a cornered beast reacting to fire. It was not a conscious, deliberate execution. That was emotion mastering you, not you mastering the emotion. A Sith must always hold the hilt of command." Keera opened her mouth to argue, but the truth of his words choked her. Adass watched her, his lip curling. "I can't taste your hesitation. You still cling to the corpse of that farm girl." "My purpose drives my anger," Keera hissed. "Keera Lylos is the anchor dragging you into the mud," Adass roared. "Her innocence is a noose around your throat. You must slaughter her, hopeful. Let the dark side cremate that final weakness, or you will be meat for the acolytes on Korriban. If you do not find that blade tonight, you will not survive the dawn." "I will survive," she swore. Adass turned to walk away. Keera lunged forward, her fingers locking onto his heavy bracer, forcing him around. "I will survive." The sword master snarled, his hand snapping back in a vicious backhand that cracked across her jaw. The force of the blow rattled her teeth, sending her reeling back 2 paces, but she refused to fall. She swung her head back around, her vision blurring as a dark purple bruise blossomed along her cheekbone. "I will," she repeated, her voice steady and low. "Test me." Adaz evaluated the blood trickling from her lip, his expression shifting into something cold and calculating. He jerked his head down the corridor. She followed, the dark side churning in her gut. "You have a singular avenue of redemption," Adaz said as they descended into the lower levels. "One final opportunity to prove your lineage." "Unleash me, Master," she whispered. They descended into a subterranean sublevel restricted to the hopeful tier. The sector was dead. The student population had been thinned too severely for anyone to note their descent. The corridor terminated at a reinforced blast door illuminated by 4 sputtering chemical torches. Overseer Phelan stood by the control console, his bulbous features twisting into a grin as he noted Keera's lack of attire. "An intriguing uniform, hopeful," the sorcerer murmured, his eyes scanning her exposed skin. Keera glared at him, a raw desire to tear his eyes from their sockets rising within her chest. She welcomed the surge of malice. It provided a shield of rage. Adaz stepped between them, his profile rigid. "This is the trial of blood. You will either conquer the floor, or your remains will be shoveled into the incinerators. There is no middle ground." Keera took a slow breath, drawing the cold air of the sub-level deep into her lungs. Phelan leaned against the console. "Are you under the illusion, hopeful, that this academy is the sole imperial structure on this world?" Keera remained silent, keeping her eyes fixed on the blast doors. "This mountain serves a dual purpose," Phelan continued. "Beneath our feet lies a maximum security labor pen, a repository for the most degenerate, violent scum the military could sweep from the sectors. They are animals," Adaz added. "Zero sensitivity to the Force, no use to the High Command." In a fashion, Phelan chuckled. "It is a mirror of our own institution. The distinction, of course, is that your kind possesses the capacity to rise above the silt. If you have the stomach for it." Adaz stepped behind her, his hand pressing into the small of her back to force her toward an iron airlock. "On occasion, we require subjects for our testing. The worst are left for the pit." "Scum against scum," Phelan said, his hand hovering over the primary release toggle. "The hopeful either discovers her teeth, or she is broken and discarded." Keera stepped over the threshold into a narrow metal cage. Before she could orient herself, the heavy iron grating slammed shut behind her with a hydraulic crash, locking her inside. She spun around, her fingers instantly locking around the iron bars. "What is this? Release the lock." Adaz looked through the mesh, his golden eyes flat. "The trial of blood has commenced. May the Force find use in your remains," Phelan added. A harsh siren blared from the ceiling. The steel plate beneath her bare feet retracted into the wall. Keera gasped as the floor vanished, plunging her into unyielding darkness. The descent ended in a violent, bone-jarring impact against a solid stone deck. Keera hit the floor hard on her left side, an acute, sickening pop echoing through the chamber as her shoulder joint sheared out of its socket. A sharp cry of agony escaped her lips as she rolled into the dirt. Above her, an emergency light pulsed with a rhythmic, bloody crimson glare. Choking on the dust, her eyes watering from the pain, she forced herself to evaluate the arena. It was a wide, subterranean silo. The floor was covered in coarse desert sand, devoid of cover, weapons, or any hope of escape. Then, she heard the wet, rhythmic giggling from the shadows. She scrambled backward on her elbows, her breath hitching as 4 silhouettes materialized from the dark perimeter. There were 4 of them. 2 humans covered in prison brands, a heavily scarred Zabrak, and a Twi'lek whose Leku had been reduced to blackened, melted stumps by plasma burns. They moved with slow confidence, their eyes tracking her exposed skin. "Fresh meat," one of the humans muttered, his tongue flicking over his cracked lips. Keera thrashed against the sand, trying to force her legs to clear the floor. All four were armed with improvised salvage, a sharpened vibro shiv, a weighted iron club, an active stun baton, and a rusted industrial cleaver. "Look at this little prize, boys," the Zabrak snarled, displaying a mouth of broken teeth. "The masters left us a delicacy." "Stay back," Keera whispered, dragging her broken shoulder through the dirt. "Stay back." The Zabrak leveled his shiv. "Let's carve her open." They lunged as a single mass. The weight of their bodies slammed into her, driving the breath from her lungs. Dirt-caked hands tore at her training shirt, ripping the fabric to ribbons. A heavy iron club smashed into her left thigh, shattering the muscle and pinning her to the stone beneath the sand. In the desperate melee, the rusted shiv tore a deep gash through her quadricep, the white-hot agony joining the scream of her dislocated shoulder. They swarmed over her, a mass of foul breath and jagged metal. A sharp scream tore from her throat, a plea for Adaz, for Philin, for any intervention from the world above. But the stone remained silent. She was going to die in the dark, stripped and butchered by animal waste. One of the humans pinned her knees, his weight crushing her pelvis into the stone as his hand reached for the waist of her briefs. Inside Keera's mind, the farm girl from Oridanna stopped breathing. What remained opened its eyes. Her scream fractured into something without a human register. The prisoner's clutch and her limbs were hurled backward across the chamber, their bodies striking the far wall with the wet crack of splintering bone. The burned Twi'lek scrambling for his cleaver caught a web of blue-white lightning square in the chest, his uniform ignited, his flesh crackling, his body thrown across the silo before he could finish the scream. The last human's arm locked around her throat from behind. She did not fight the grip. She reached backward through the dark and found his mind, a small, greasy thing, and she filled it with every terror Phylon had ever beaten into her. The man released her with a shriek and collapsed into the sand, his fingers clawing at his own eyelids, his consciousness rotting behind his eyes. Keera dragged herself forward with her single working arm. The cleaver flew into her grip. The Zabrak she had thrown with the first shockwave was still twitching, dragging his shattered torso across the sand toward her, his teeth bared in a reflex of survival. She pinned his head with her knee, raised the heavy blade, and brought it down. She struck through bone. She struck through muscle. She did not halt the arc until the shape beneath her ceased to move, and even then, she struck twice more into the red mire beneath her. The siren overhead fell silent. The flashing crimson light stabilized into a sterile white illumination. Above, the circular ceiling erased open, letting in the faint hum of the upper facility. Keera blinked through the blood clotting her lashes, her breath rattling in her throat as she looked up. Overseer Adaz and Overseer Philin stood at the rim of the chute, peering down into the slaughterhouse. Their expressions were devoid of awe. Philin looked merely amused, while Adaz's brow was furrowed in cold evaluation. "An unrefined display, hopeful," Phylon remarked, shaking his head with an oily chuckle. "A marginal pass." "The subject survived," Adaz stated, his voice flat. "By a narrow margin," Philin countered. Keera sat in the blood-soaked sand, her torn night clothes plastered to her skin by gore, her body trembling with a mixture of shock and raw fury. She glared up at her master. "You left me unshielded," she roared, her voice echoing raw against the stone walls. "You knew what was below." Adaz did not blink. "This was your curriculum, hopeful. Not mine." "Precisely," Philin added, his smile widening as he leaned over the railing. "You entered the arena stripped of your armor and your blade because you were consumed by the desperate need to prove your loyalty to your master. You trusted him to protect you. That was your primary error, and it very nearly became your final one." Keera locked her eyes onto Adaz. The pureblood didn't display a shred of remorse or paternal concern. She had been minutes from a brutal death, and to him, she was merely an entry in a training ledger. The illusion of his mentorship evaporated, leaving behind nothing but the cold reality of a slave master. A deep, permanent hatred. Cold and absolute. "You have located your killer's edge," Adaz told her, his voice ice. "Retain that malice. Carry it into the secondary phase of your trials. And never forget the foundational rule of this academy." Phelan leaned down, his voice dropping low. Trust no master, hopeful. Trust no peer. Every entity in this empire exists to harvest your power or terminate your existence. Maintain your shields, destroy your obstacles, and you will achieve dominion. With a guttural shriek of rage, Keera channeled her remaining energy into a kinetic blast directed at the rim above, but the two overseers didn't even shift their postures. Their passive force barriers absorbed the shockwave effortlessly, dispersing the energy into the upper gallery. The futility of the strike only fed her rage. I will dismantle you both. I will cut the throats from your bodies. The exhaustion of the trial finally caught up to her. Her vision swam, the room tilting as the adrenaline drained from her system. The heavy pool of blood expanding across the sand beneath her leg sapped her remaining warmth, her pulse slowing to a cold, heavy rhythm. Apply the sedative gas, Phylan ordered someone behind him. Have the labor droids route her to the medical bays. We will evaluate at sunrise. Do not turn your backs on me, Keera snarled, her fingers clawing into the sand as she tried to drag her broken body toward the wall. I will dismantle you both. I will cut the throats from your bodies. A thick cloud of white chemical gas billowed from the wall vents, filling the silo within seconds. Keera tried to lock her lungs, but the vapor penetrated her skin instantly, a heavy paralysis spreading through her system. Her vision fractured into black lines. Kill you, she whispered into the dirt, her fingers losing their grip on the stone. The darkness swallowed her whole. The farm girl was gone. Chapter 11. Lord of Corruption. She had passed the trial, but it was not a victory. Though not life-threatening, her injuries were extensive. A dislocated shoulder and collarbone, cracked ribs, a deep gash in her leg, a bruised cheek, a blackened eye, a split lip. And worst of all, the loss of prestige in the eyes of the overseers. For the girl who had once been Keera Lylos, that final injury was the most agonizing. She had awoken in the medical room, secured to a bed and tended by the resident droids. They said little to her, doing only what was required to get her back on her feet. When it came to care for the injured, the Sith did not program their droids to coddle patients. Injury and scarring were seen as signs of weakness, marks she would now have to bear. The clinical indifference of the medical droids proved that. They used only the bare minimum of painkillers, when they used any at all. The droids reset her shoulder with a sharp, sickening pop. They applied special colto-injecting wraps to heal the bruised muscles and swollen tendons. It would shorten her recovery time by weeks, but the process was agonizing. She would simply need to cope. Her leg was treated similarly. The droids attached a brace designed to provide periodic colto injections to the wound. While it accelerated her healing, it did little for her mobility. She would be hobbling around the academy for the next few days. She had been under for hours. The sedation from the pit had carried her through the surgery and most of the night. When she finally surfaced in the medical bay, the chrono on the wall read half an hour before the morning cycle. The droids had kept her under while they worked, and now they were releasing her just in time to face the day she'd barely survived to see. They could have just submerged her in a colto tank for a few hours. Had they done so, she would have been good as new today. But the tank was reserved for life-threatening injuries, and though debilitating, her wounds did not meet those criteria. This was a lesson in itself, orchestrated by the masters. She had hesitated during the trial, and now she had to live with the consequences. Her body would heal, but it would take time. And during that time, she would be vulnerable. The droids offered her a robe and left her to hobble back to her room under her own power. By the time she reached the corridor, another day at the academy had begun. A passing student spotted her. Look at the pit survivor now. She's limping worse than my grandmother. Keera kept walking. She didn't look at him. She filed his face away. A datapad was waiting in her room. It was from Overseer Daz. Seeing his name only caused her hatred to swell. She had been excused from her run on the course today, a small mercy, but she was still required to attend the group class with the rest of the hopefuls. She sat on her bed, the brace digging into her leg, and let the silence stretch. Saber training that day went exactly as badly as she had anticipated. A hopeful she had defeated weeks ago took one look at her injuries and offered to spar. She assumed she could use the Force to turn the bout to her advantage. He was so far beneath her in skill that she had never even bothered to learn his name. He made her pay for that arrogance. Her damaged shoulder made holding the saber difficult, and her brace made her footwork slow and clumsy. Her connection to the Force was strong, but her physical form simply could not keep up. After a few exchanges, she realized the battle was lost. His blade slipped through her guard and caught her on her injured leg. The training sword burned through her leggings, leaving an angry red welt just above the brace. In that moment of intense pain, her connection to the dark side shattered. Her opponent seized the opening and threw her to the ground with a forced push. She struck the floor hard enough to jar her bruised shoulder, and stars exploded across her vision. His training blade was pressed firmly against her throat, the hum of the kill setting vibrating against her skin. If she tried anything, she would die. Unlike her past encounter with Bryden, this opponent had no qualms about finishing the job permanently. She let go of her blade, closed her eyes, and bared her neck. "Not so tough now, are you, farm girl?" he spat. She said nothing. The boy withdrew his blade with an arrogant smirk and left her there, turning his back as though she were nothing. She was alive, but only because another hopeful deemed her unworthy of killing. As she struggled to her feet, she saw Bryden watching her with a smug expression, clearly enjoying her failure. She met his eyes and held them. The hatred was a cold, steady pulse behind her ribs. He would miscalculate eventually. She would be ready when he did. The next few days were a constant struggle. The shoulder wrap had been removed after the second day, but her arm remained stiff, muting her ability to swing her training saber. Her runs on the course were equally disastrous. As the sole remaining squad leader, Bryden took command, leading them down the harshest paths day after day. She expected to return from training each day to find a datapad ordering her reassignment to either the Battle Ragers or the Assassins of Imperial Intelligence. Yet, for some reason, it never came. She was stuck in a dark limbo, no longer accepted among the ranks of her fellow hopefuls. That isolation did not bother her. If her days of shame had taught her anything, it was that she despised everyone here. Their cruelty and arrogance disgusted her. The entire lot of them could die for all she cared, especially the two overseers. So she retreated into the archives, emerging only to attend group lessons, eating alone, and studying alone. She sought shelter among the histories, burying herself in the wisdom of ancient Dark Lords. That might have been the end of her story, but one day, a week after her disastrous trial, she returned to find something out of place. She hobbled into her quarters and switched on the lights. There, resting on her bed, was a book she had never seen before. She looked around in surprise. Nothing else appeared to have been touched. She reached out with her senses, testing the air. Nothing had been taken, only the book had been left behind. She made her way to the bed and sat down, grateful to finally be off her feet. The brace would at last come off tomorrow, which was a relief, but she still feared the recovery would be too late. She did not think it possible to pull herself back from the brink. She picked up the volume and inspected it. The bindings were fairly new, but the pages had clearly seen extensive travel and abuse. It was not from the library. She would have noticed it before. It seemed in far too good a condition to belong to the archive of Fury 9. She looked at the cover, unfamiliar with the title, The Lord of Corruption, The Rule and Times of Darth Avaryss. Keera's brow furrowed. She had never heard of Darth Avaryss. The name rang no bells. Having nothing left to do but sleep, she decided to open it and explore whatever knowledge lay inside. Several of the pages had been marked. Apparently, whoever left this tome believed she would find those specific inscriptions useful. She decided to give her mysterious benefactor the benefit of the doubt. What did she have to lose? It was not as though she could fall any lower. She turned to the first marked section. Early on, I pushed to excel, the Dark Lord's writing stated. Then, once I had my enemy's attention, I let my success seem to falter. No doubt he took great pride and joy in watching me suffer. Everyone, even the overseers, thought me finished. But by that point, I had done enough to ensure my masters would not dismiss me prematurely. I worked just hard enough to pique their interest. They found themselves intrigued, curious about what plans I had hatched. It protected me from their wrath, giving me just enough room to maneuver and prepare my strike. And when I did, I struck hard. Keera sat in the silence of her cell, the book open in her lap, and let the strategy settle into her bones. She needed help, and as it turned out, she found it. The next day, Keera remained silent as she sat down for her morning meal. After her miserable performance over the last few days, none of the students paid her any attention. They certainly no longer viewed her as a threat. That was exactly what she wanted. She rubbed her injured leg. Even through her trousers, she could feel the thick scar. The Kolto had done its work, but she would carry the mark of the trial of blood for the rest of her days. Whenever she looked at that mark, she would remember exactly what her weaknesses had cost her. The book, like many others in the Academy, focused primarily on the successes of his author. The main difference was that Hikidus had actually trained at Fury 9 in his youth. Known later in life as the Gentleman of Drum and Kas, the Dark Lord had completely reinvented himself. In his youth, he had been a brute, a battle rager who helped the Empire prepare for its war against the Republic and the Jedi. By the time he attained the rank of Darth, he was considered a man of immense wealth and fine breeding. The deception was apparently one of the greatest pleasures of his life, second only to corrupting Jedi Padawans and turning them into loyal Sith apprentices, hence his other moniker, the Corruptor. Few realized his true history, and he took great pains to ensure it remained hidden. He had been born the illegitimate son of a Dark Council member, cast out and left for dead in his teens. Eventually, he managed to find his way to Fury 9. That had been his first step on the road to power. His experience at the Academy shaped the Sith he ultimately became. He had arranged his ascension to squad leader through the calculated manipulation of a higher-ranked rival. It was that specific strategy that intrigued Keera most. And if she needed any further incentive, her classmates provided it. A new holo recording had found its way into the Academy, and Keera was the star. Somehow, the recording of her initial encounter with the inmates during her trial had been leaked to the other students. No doubt they enjoyed watching her cry out in pain and fear. The footage cut off before showing what happened to the inmates, but the damage to her reputation was done. It was the final insult. At this moment, every student likely thought her doomed, believing she would never become a true Sith and would not survive the week. So much the better. No one would suspect what she planned next. Her gaze found Bryden in the crowd, sitting with a group of sycophants. He mocked her with a deliberate limp as he walked over to his table, mimicking her troubled gait from the past few days. She watched him, her simmering rage held in check by a cold, patient calculus. Not here. Wait until you are free to act, free of consequences and the Overseer's oversight. When Bryden stood up and announced that they would soon be leaving for the obstacle course, she was ready. No doubt Bryden would choose the most punishing path available. He had done so every day since her injury, likely hoping the terrain itself would break her and save him the trouble. Keera was prepared for that. She had run those routes enough times to know exactly where the perfect striking point lay. For now, she simply had to remain patient and vigilant. A Sith does not merely react, she dictates the situation. If she failed, she would die, left on the course broken and forgotten. But if everything went according to plan, she rubbed her injured thigh. It would hold up for what she had in mind. She had endured enough shame. The time had come to go on the offensive. One thing was certain, someone in the Academy would die today. It will not be me. Chapter 12. The Fault Line. The Fault Line. The mountain air bit through Keera's training tunic as the squad assembled at the course entrance. The sky was the color of beaten iron, heavy with the promise of sleet. Bryden stood at the head of the column, his crimson sash bright against the gray stone, his posture radiating the easy confidence of someone who had done this 100 times. He had chosen the eastern ridge, the hardest path, the one that wound through the sulfur vents and across the obsidian scree. No one was surprised. Tried to keep up, he said, his eyes finding Keera in the crowd. The corner of his mouth twitched. Some of you are running out of time." She didn't react. She had spent the night studying the archive course maps, tracing every switchback, every blind corner, every section where the trail narrowed to a single-file ledge with a long drop into the fog. The killing ground was at the 2-kilometer mark, where the path hooked around a boiling sulfur pool and disappeared into a curtain of steam. No sight lines. No witnesses. The steam would muffle sound, and the pool was deep enough to swallow a body. The run began as it always did, a brutal sprint through the freezing wind, boots slipping on the volcanic glass. Keera let herself fall to the middle of the pack, her breathing controlled, her pace deliberately labored. She stumbled once, catching herself on a rock outcropping, and heard Bryden's laugh echo from somewhere ahead. "Keep laughing." The first kilometer passed. Recruits began to string out along the trail. Keera maintained her position, counting the markers as they blurred past. The sulfur vents came into view, their steam plumes rising like white columns against the gray sky. The air thickened with the reek of sulfur, burning her throat with every breath. At the 2-kilometer mark, she made her move. She accelerated through the steam curtain. The world went white, blinding vapor that reduced visibility to arm's length, the hiss of the vents drowning out every other sound. The path narrowed to a single-file ledge barely wide enough for two boots side by side. Below it, the sulfur pool churned, its surface hidden by the rolling steam. Bryden was ahead of her, alone on the ledge. The rest of the squad was scattered behind them, lost in the fog. She had timed it perfectly. He heard her coming. He turned, his smirk already forming, and then his eyes widened as he registered the speed of her approach, the absence of the limp he had been mocking for days. "Lylos." She didn't answer with words. She reached out through the dark side and seized the ledge beneath his feet. Not the stone itself, the fault lines within it, the microfractures that ran through the obsidian from decades of thermal stress. She had felt them as she ran, reading the structural weaknesses the way she'd once read the harvesting towers back home. Every rock had a failure point. She found this one and pressed. The ledge shattered beneath Bryden's boots. He pitched backward with a cry, his arms windmilling as the ground simply ceased to exist beneath him. For one frozen second, he hung suspended over the boiling pool, his face twisted in disbelief. Then he fell. The sulfur was deep, and it was boiling. His scream lasted 3 seconds before the superheated gas seared his lungs silent. Keera stood at the edge of the shattered ledge, watching the steam rise, counting the seconds until the thrashing stopped. It didn't take long. She turned and kept running. By the time the rest of the squad emerged from the steam curtain, picking their way carefully around the broken section of trail, she was already at the 3-kilometer marker, her pace steady, her face blank. No one had seen anything. No one had heard anything over the wind and the hiss of the vents. The broken ledge looked like natural erosion, thermal stress finally giving way after years of punishment. The squad finished the course in ragged silence. Bryden's absence was noted immediately. He was the squad leader, the one who always waited at the finish line to log the names of the fallen. But he was not there. The recruits milled about in confusion, glancing at one another, whispering. Keera stood apart, her hands on her knees, her breathing measured. She looked up when the other squad leaders approached. "Where's Bryden?" one of them demanded. She shook her head. "I don't know. He was ahead of me the whole time." A search party was dispatched. They found Bryden's body floating in the sulfur pool, his skin boiled away, his crimson sash charred to a blackened strip. The official report classified his death as an accident, a section of unstable ledge giving way beneath him, a fall into the boiling pool below. The eastern ridge was the hardest path. The thermal stresses on that section of trail had been documented for years. Accidents happen. Keera attended the evening meal as if nothing had occurred. She ate her rations alone in the corner, her back to the wall, her face unreadable. A few recruits glanced her way, but no one spoke to her. The rumors would come later, she knew. They would whisper that she had something to do with Bryden's death. They would wonder how a broken, limping farm girl had suddenly regained her strength on the exact day her tormentor fell to his death. Let them wonder. They had no proof. They had no witnesses. They had only the cold certainty that Keera Lylos was no longer prey. That night, she sat on her bunk and opened the book of Darth Avaryss to the marked passage. She read the words once, then closed the book and extinguished the light. In the darkness of her cell, she allowed herself a single, thin moment of satisfaction. One down, Feer was next. Chapter 13. To Feed the Valley. The night after Bryden's death, a heavy knock rattled her iron door. Keera cleared the cot instantly, her training hilt in her palm, her weight balanced. She threw the bolt and opened the door. Overseer Adaaz stood in the threshold, his massive frame filling the narrow cell. He stepped inside without waiting for an invitation, his golden eyes tracking the open book on her cot, the worn leather cover, the yellowed pages, the metallic marker still in place. "Close the hatch," he said. She threw the bolt with her left hand but did not lower her weapon. Adaaz looked at the book, then at her. "Did my master's text provide the shroud you required?" Keera's grip on the hilt tightened. "You left the book?" "Lord Hakidas was overseer here when I was a hopeful. He was not a Darth then, but he understood the geometry of a culling. The Eastern Ridge has claimed students before. Few of them had help." The silence stretched between them. Keera's mind was already recalculating the pit, the trial, the book left on her cot. "You threw me into a pit with animals unarmed," she said. "I needed to awaken the killer in you. By destroying Bryden, you proved you can choose the ground." He paused. "Hakidas would have seen you as a weapon worth sharpening." "What became of him?" Adaaz's expression darkened. "He reached too high. He challenged Darth Mar for a seat on the Dark Council, and Mar cut him down in single combat. We few disciples scattered to preserve his work." "And what work is that?" "Corruption. Hakidas did not desire the simple destruction of the Jedi. He wanted them turned. He sought to convert their Padawans, sending them back to slay their own masters and remake the order from within." She filed it. Adaaz reached beneath his vest and withdrew a heavy cloth bundle. He unwrapped it slowly, revealing a long, slender war blade of dark steel. The hilt was wrapped in weathered leather, the metal carrying a faint purple hue from ancient furnaces. A heavy silk sash of deep crimson lay folded beneath it. "It has been in my bloodline for generations, forged for a female warrior of my house. I have no offspring. My line dies on this rock, but the steel must continue." He offered the grip. "You are a functioning asset now. You require the tools to remain one. Congratulations, squad leader." Keera sheathed her training rod and took the war blade with her left hand. The weapon was light, perfectly balanced, fitting her palm like an extension of her arm. She tied the crimson sash around her waist. "For the Empire," she said. Adaaz offered a slow, formal nod. "For the Empire." The transport ramp hissed down. Keera stood in the center of the intake line, watching the newcomers stumble into the freezing sleet of Fury 9. They were raw, panicked, and ignorant of the place they had just entered. The first day, she thought. Let the culling begin? She held no illusions about the broken thing she had been. She had arrived consumed by grief, with nothing but a desperate thirst for vengeance to keep her heart beating. But those months had scoured her. Her hunger had changed. She no longer sought merely to execute a single, powerful rival. She craved power itself. She wanted the secrets in the archives, the will to command, and the standing to rise. These children would be the first to feed that appetite. She moved down the line slowly, meeting eyes. Most looked away. A handful held. She took the ones who held. They would learn to adapt, or they would be left in the wastes. She marched them into the shadow of the mountain. Philin and Adaaz waited on the dais, their forms sharp against the torchlight. Philin paced the line, promising them that the academy grounds would be their graves. Adaaz watched with a detached, golden-eyed stare, dissecting the group for the one instrument that might serve his purposes. Somewhere in that line stood her replacement, the one Adaaz would elevate to be his new favorite. She would be gone before Adaaz could choose his next pet. She returned from the training run with 9 hopefuls left alive. A human boy had misjudged a leap and plunged into a steam vent. The heat had cut his scream short. The survivors were shattered. 3 scrambled into the hangar to retch. The others collapsed onto the stone floor, muscles trembling. Keera looked down at them. During the run, she had commanded them to turn their pain into fuel. The dark side was absolute, but it required a ruthless will. She noted the few who remained upright, those whose connection to the Force kept their legs from buckling. Tomorrow, she would present their names to Adaz. That evening, the squad leaders joined the overseers for the feast. The new arrivals were excluded, left to starve in the dark corridors. Keera lifted her goblet, tracking the shadows where the newcomers huddled. Let them hate. In the end, they will learn to bleed for their strength. Over the past month, she had run her squad cold. She had lost several more students to the terrain, but the survivors were hardening. After that brutal first week, she had cornered her group, laying out the terms of survival. I stood where you stand, she had told them, her voice flat. I was weak, and I bled. I watched my family burn, and I let the grief become fuel. You will find your own fire, or you will freeze. Train until your hands bleed. Study until your eyes fail. Adapt or die. It was the only honest counsel they would receive. Philin took issue with her approach. The sorcerer preferred his culling to be spectacular. You must teach them to fear your hand, he had admonished her. She had seen Phylon students, recruits who flinched at shadows, who hesitated a half-second too long and died for it. Terror made them careful. It also made them small. Fear kept the rabble from rebelling, but all could inspire them to push past their physical limits. It was all she chose to cultivate. The defiant student made his move during a standard drill. She had turned her back to demonstrate a Makati thrust to the line, a spike of warning in the force. She ducked. A jagged chunk of volcanic stone tore through the space where her skull had been, hurled by a telekinetic shove. She spun. The boy was already gathering another projectile, his face twisted with hatred. The lightning caught him square in the chest before he could release it. He hit the stone floor screaming, his limbs convulsing as the current fried his nerves. Keera walked toward him slowly, drawing the war blade from her hip. The purple dark metal caught the torchlight. The surrounding hopefuls backed against the walls. No one moved to help him. That was a critical error, she said, standing over his convulsing form. The boy spat blood onto her boots. She raised the heavy iron. The metal fell in a clean arc. She severed his right hand at the wrist. The scream that followed was not defiance. It was pure, animal pain. Keera crouched beside him, her voice dropping to a lethal whisper. I could have taken your head. Remember that the next time you consider treachery? She left him to crawl to the medical bay. The droids would reattach the limb. The boy would remain broken for weeks, and she wondered whether that would hollow him out or harden him. She had been a wounded animal once. She knew which direction the pain could go. The next morning, she met Adaz on the jagged flats outside the fortress. The sky was darkening, the wind cutting across the volcanic stone. Keera drew the war blade, dark energy humming along the alchemical metal. Opposing her, Adaz ignited his lightsaber, the crimson plasma casting a stark glow across the stone. She dropped into a low Sarisu guard, sinking her weight into the stone. Adaz spun his weapon in an intricate pattern, obscuring his opening form. He lunged. The crimson blade blurred, forcing Keera backward. The war blade turned a wage strike. The alchemical metal met the plasma edge without yielding a spark, but the impact was different. A heavy, ringing vibration that traveled up her forearm, nothing like the clean lock of 2 lightsabers. She was faster now. She could feel it in the way her body responded, the way her arms moved before her mind caught up. For a single exchange, she pressed him, driving him back half a step before he recovered. Adaz's eyes flickered with something that might have been approval. The duel concluded as it always did, her reflexes slowing as fatigue crept into her limbs. Recognizing the drop in her guard, she lowered the war blade and inclined her head. Adaz deactivated his lightsaber with a sharp hiss. A good bout. Your defense holds. You have the sense to disengage before exhaustion kills you. I have no wish to spend a week in the medical bay, she replied, wiping sweat from her brow. Besides, I am getting closer. I nearly found an opening on your flank. He gave a grim nod. You caught me off guard. I will not make that mistake again. They walked back toward the academy as the massive blast doors rumbled, sealing out the freezing night. The hate she had carried after her trial had settled into a cold understanding. She had not forgotten what he'd done in the pit, but she had accepted the logic behind it. Adaz's purpose was to ensure his students left this rock strong enough to survive what came next. She felt no need to destroy the man who was handing her the tools for her future. You have taken an unusual approach with your squad, Adaz said. Philin believes you are too soft. Terror is useful. Intimidation is superior. Simple fear breeds hidden plots. Awe drives them to push past their limits. I show them what I am capable of because I want them to hunger for that power. Until they can match me, they remain useful. Adaz said nothing for a moment, letting the silence sit. You sound like a true child of the Empire. You will find yourself transferred to a higher sector soon. The prospect of moving to a primary academy made the ice in her gut pulse. She wanted to bury herself in the dark side until she emerged as something monstrous. At the intersection to the living quarters, Adaz stopped. Have you selected a name yet? Keera considered the question. She had spent hours staring at the stone ceiling of her cell weighing it. I considered taking a variation of Lord Hikidas's name, to signal my loyalty to his line. But the more I sit with the choice, the more it feels like a shadow. A Sith must follow her own darkness. Adaz nodded. A valid conclusion. A Sith must carve her own scar into the galaxy. He looked ahead into the dark corridor. I fought alongside many executioners during our push into the Republic. Too many never burned their old selves down completely. They kept an ember, thought it made them human enough to command loyalty. The moment they met something from their previous life, they broke. Phantoms don't stay buried unless you bury them yourself. Keera absorbed the warning. Adaz turned to face her. Are you prepared for that sacrifice? Are you prepared to let Keera Lylos die in the dirt so that a Sith may be born? She pressed her lips together. She weighed the finality of his words. Beric. If they met across a battlefield, her older brother would look at her armor and see a monster. Kill him. Cut the blood bond. He is a chain. The cold tightened in her chest. Her own brother. The last living piece of her family. His blood will seal the shroud. Bury the child. Take the name. She had set out on this path to avenge love. Did she have to kill the capacity to love to achieve her vengeance? She looked up at her master, her face settling into a cold mask. I will do whatever survival requires. Adaz snorted softly. The moment of truth is fast approaching. There is no room for second guessing. Put your ghost to rest. Bury the child. Step into the dark and claim your name. Keera nodded, accepting the weight of the mandate. There was no turning back. What will my final trial be, Master? Adaz offered a slow smile that bared his teeth in the shadows. Soon enough. He turned and walked into the dark corridor, and the blast door sealed behind him. Chapter 14. The Crux of Avaryss. Keera's final trial arrived a day after her 16th birthday. In a place where survival and the accumulation of power took precedence over everything else, the milestone had almost passed unnoticed. Days and weeks blended together in the dark belly of the fortress. She only knew the date because she had overheard the supply staff calculating the next shipment before the orbital transport arrived. The realization gave her pause. She spent the morning in quiet isolation, reflecting on the alternate path her life might have taken had the Force been a kinder master. 16 was the age of adulthood on Oridanna, the age when the citizens chose their path. Her older brother, Beric, had celebrated his 16th year by sneaking out into the night to enlist in the Imperial Navy. Their father had been furious, but once the enlistment datapad was signed, the deed was done. Had things gone differently, her father would have arranged a marriage to some wealthy landowner and called it opportunity. She would have spent her life fighting for a desk in the local office just to breathe. Even now, she could conjure her father's face, that indulgent, soft smile he offered whenever he wanted her to set aside her duties. This is your day, Blossom. Try to enjoy it. If her family were still alive, they would be celebrating. Ro would have joined them, stepping up his attempts to court her. She fed the code everything she had. She didn't know if Ro had been complicit in his father's treason. She didn't care. The question belonged to a dead girl. Her family was dead, and Golan Wilkes had seized her father's station. The thought of that usurper enjoying his stolen prize made the cold flare. The dark side swept through her mind, erasing the phantoms of what might have been. There would be no celebrations tonight, no gifts, no desperate suitors. The Sith were her future. Any chance of a standard life had ended the moment her connection to the Force manifested. I know my destiny, she thought, watching the ash fall outside her viewport. The Force chose it for me. I will spend my life wielding a crimson blade for my own advancement and the glory of the Empire. She offered a sharp, dry laugh to the empty room. Happy birthday! Now only her final trial remained. The overseers summoned the squad leaders to the central command chamber before the mid-shift rotation. Adaz and Philin had decreed that the final runs of the training course would conclude before dusk. Keera spent the afternoon drilling her remaining 6 charges, assisting Adaz as he corrected their technique during a complex series of lightsaber sequences. She savored the cold satisfaction of watching them improve under her hand. Soon, she knew, the overseers would merge her squad with another, forcing her to share command with a peer. The prospect irritated her. She had formed no attachments here. Her focus had been entirely on surviving her training and securing her promotion. You must master the use of others, girl, Philin had warned her during a recent lecture on power. If you ascend to the rank of Lord, you will be expected to lead campaigns when the Dark Council commands it. Keera had conceded the point with a grim nod, though the thought of sharing authority remained repulsive. It was the law of the Sith to take power, not share it. Following the midday meal, the senior students led their squads out onto the wind-scoured flats. Sensing a subtle, electric tremor in the Force, Keera chose a shorter, less demanding path through the thermal vents for her squad's rotation. Some of her fellow squad leaders might have interpreted the lighter run as a sign of weakness, but Keera was indifferent to their judgment. She had no intention of exhausting herself hours before her trial began. As her squad began the return march, they were intercepted on the outer boundary of the course by Overseer Adaz. Keera's eyes locked onto his golden gaze. The pure blood gave a single, imperceptible nod. Adaz pointed to a human boy in her line who had shown recent promise, commanding him to lead the remaining 5 students back to the academy blast doors. He then turned his heavy gaze to Keera. I have a specialized detail for your squad leader, Adaz announced to the group. She will rejoin you in the barracks later. He waited until the rhythmic thud of the hopeful's boots receded into the distance before speaking again. His eyes blazed with a suppressed, lethal excitement. Is it time? Keera asked. Yes, Adaz said, his voice low. This is the day you cast off your training rags. He handed her a datapad and a heavy, empty canvas sack. Keera accepted both, activating the screen. The display mapped a set of steep coordinates located just outside the canyon walls that led back to the fortress. The location marked on your grid is an ancient Sith shrine, Adaz explained, his features shifting into a severe mask. It was constructed by the original executioners, who laid the foundation for Fury 9. You will proceed to these coordinates, sit within the vortex of the shrine, and wait. And what am I waiting for? For the final training group to return from the wastes, Adaz replied. You will conceal your presence until the main pack has safely crossed the threshold of the academy. There is always a straggler, one who lacks the discipline to keep pace, who still struggles to accept the brutality of our teachings. That remaining hopeful stands between you and your ascension. You know what the law demands. Keera looked down at the empty sack in her hand. You require proof. Philin and I expect a trophy, Adaz said, his hand dropping heavily onto her shoulder. You will bring us the head of the straggler. Only then will you be recognized as an acolyte of the Sith Order. Keera arched an eyebrow. A single, exhausted straggler. That is the entirety of the challenge. Adaz laughed, the sound echoing off the canyon walls. For the livestock that passes through these gates, perhaps. But this trial is measured against you, Keera Lylos. We know you will kill in self-defense, and we know you will strike down an enemy who openly defies you. Your masters require something far more absolute today. He squeezed her shoulder, his grip tightening until the leather creaked. Today, you execute an innocent, or as close to an innocent as this academy provides. You will end a life that has offered you no insult, simply because it serves your personal advancement. Can you turn your passions entirely inward? Can you put your own ambition above all else and truly surrender to the dark side? Keera did not blink. The trial will be completed, Master. Then go, Adaz said, stepping back. Do not return to the gates empty-handed. The trek across the volcanic flats was brief. Keera used the force to augment her stride, covering the jagged terrain, with lethal efficiency as the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the valley into a freezing twilight. She located the shrine at the base of a towering rock spire. Ancient Sith glyphs were deeply gouged into its obsidian foundation, surrounded by a ring of bleached bones and frozen corpses. Many of the dead still wore the tattered remnants of hopeful uniforms. A few bore the rotted crimson sashes of previous squad leaders who had failed their final tests. The dark side energy radiating from the monolith washed over her like physical warmth. She knelt in the black sand, closed her eyes, and drew the despair into her chest, sharpening her senses as she waited for her prey to stumble into the canyon. The ground vanished beneath her. Keera gasped, her eyes snapping open as she bolted to her feet, her hand reaching instinctively for her weapon. The obsidian spire was gone. The freezing wind of Fury 9 had vanished. She was standing on the verdant, rolling plains of Oridanna, a few paces from her childhood home. The ambient scent of wild grass and cooking fires filled the air. From the adjacent mechanical bay, she heard the rhythmic clink of tools against metal. She walked toward the open garage doors. Her father was there, bent over the exposed stabilizer core of his old swoop bike, his brow furrowed in concentration. He paused and looked up. His expression was tired, but not surprised. He had been waiting for her. Daddy. The word slipped from her throat before she could check her discipline. Hello, Blossom, Ander Lilith said quietly, setting down his hydro spanner. I always knew the galaxy would take you somewhere I couldn't follow. Part of her, the buried remnant of the girl she used to be, ached to cross the floor and throw herself into his arms. But the armor she had forged over the past year kept her rooted to the spot. Her eyes tracked the room with calculated suspicion. Is this an attack? Are you an illusion meant to test my guard? I am no enemy, Keera, Ander promised, stepping away from the swoop bike but maintaining a careful distance. The choice belongs to you now. Only you can decide where your path goes from here. I have no choice. I know what the overseers require. You know what they have beaten into your head, he countered, his expression hardening into that same look of deep disapproval she remembered from childhood, the one that said he expected better. That is not the same thing. Look at what those monsters have turned you into. They made you a murderer, and now they want you to slaughter a helpless child just to see if you will bow to their whims. The girl I raised could never do this. Her temper flared. If I turn back now, they will execute me. The Academy does not tolerate failure. Then do not return to the Academy, her father urged. His voice rose, but it didn't crack. He was not begging. He was making his case the way he had always made it, steady, measured, impossible to dismiss. You have grown powerful over the past year. Use that strength to survive the night in the volcanic fields, then stow away on the next orbital transport. Flee the Empire entirely. The galaxy is vast, Keera. You can find a place where your talents are respected without cutting away another piece of your soul. For a fleeting second, the prospect of flight sent a chill through her chest. Freedom from the overseers. Freedom from the endless, bloody competition of the Academy. Ander watched her face, reading the hesitation. You are still my daughter, he said quietly. That hasn't changed. It will never change, no matter what they make you do. Keera stared at him, and for a moment, she saw not a ghost but her father, the real one, the one who had faced a Sith executioner on his knees and died with dignity. The one who had told her everything will be managed with his hand on her shoulder. Ander stepped forward. His hand settled on her shoulder, the same gesture he'd used when she was small and afraid of the windstorms. Steady, Blossom. The walls hold. She flinched. The touch was warm, real. Let go of me, old man, she said, her voice cold. Her father did not stumble. He simply looked at her, his dark eyes carrying the weight of everything he had already accepted. Then he lowered his hand to his side and stepped back. Goodbye, Blossom, he said. The garage dissolved into black smoke. Keera turned her back on him and walked into the dark. The illusion shattered. Keera blinked against the sudden bite of the freezing wind back at the obsidian base of the shrine. The black sand swirled around her boots. Through the force, she detected a solitary, trembling presence stumbling through the canyon below, the final, exhausted, hopeful fighting to reach the gates before lockup. She smiled, drawing her ancient war blade. It was time to shed her skin. An hour later, the blast doors of Fury 9 rumbled down, sealing out the night just as Keera slipped through the threshold. She carried the heavy canvas bag in her right hand. The boy had wept. She had noted it the way she noted weather, a condition of the environment, nothing more. That indifference was new. She filed it. She marched directly to Phylon's private quarters, striking the entry panel with her fist. The door slid open. They had been waiting for her. Adaz and Philin looked up from their strategy table. Their eyes fell on the dripping canvas bag. Adaz looked at the bag, then at her. He nodded once. Acceptable. Keera dropped the bag onto Phylon's polished desk with a heavy thud. The fool panicked and dropped his training weapon in the canyon. He spent his final moments begging for intervention. It changed nothing. Philin leaned forward, inspecting the crimson stain spreading across the fabric. A slow, dark satisfaction settled over his features. It appears our roster decreases by 2 today. 1 to the waste reclamation units, and the other to Butcher's Clearing. A primary training academy. She had escaped the outpost. Your instruction is merely shifting to a larger arena, acolyte, Philin cautioned, though his tone had lost its usual condescension. You are not a lord yet, but you have proven your worth to the order. I welcome the transition, Overseer, she replied. Adaz stepped forward, placing a heavy hand on her shoulder. Congratulations, acolyte. Philin keyed an authorization code into his console. A transport shuttle departs for the orbital processing station before midnight. Butcher's Clearing will not grant you a grace period. The culling there is more efficient than anything you have seen here. Gather your personal effects. Thank you for the preparation, Masters, she said, inclining her head in a formal salute. She turned toward the exit, then paused at the threshold, her hand resting on the frame. Keera. The name felt like a loose piece of clothing belonging to someone else. She recalled the phantom of her father in the shrine, the way he had said goodbye, the way he had known, even in death, that she was already gone. She turned back to the overseers, her face cold. Keera Lylos died in the canyon tonight. My name is Avaryss. I am Acolyte Avaryss of the Sith. Adaz's grin widened with fierce pride. Philin said nothing. He turned back to his console, already done with her. She did not answer as she stepped into the corridor, the door sliding shut behind her. Lord Avaryss, she thought, her fingers tracing the pommel of her war blade as she marched toward the hangar bays. Why stop at Lord? The cold pulsed through her, and she let it. Chapter 15. By Right of Blade. By Right of Blade. Avaryss stood at the viewport, her breath still. Her belongings, a single change of clothing, a training hilt, and the ancient war blade, were secured at her side. The transport had departed Fury 9 in the dead of night. The hangar doors, bored into the sheer face of the mountain, had ground open to release them into the freezing atmosphere, and from there, into the vacuum. Once the vessel jumped to hyperspace, she had drifted to sleep in her cabin, lulled by the deep hum of the engines. She had left the planet far more respected than when she had arrived. None of the technicians or deck officers who crossed her path dared utter a word. There were no snide remarks about her Outer Rim origin. As an acolyte, she stood only a fraction below a true Lord of the Sith. Standard Imperial personnel understood that those who mocked the order rarely kept their tongues, or their lives. The acolytes on the promenade would be a different matter, but she would deal with them when the time came. She watched the gray surface of the planet recede through the transparent steel, looking down on the world where her old identity had been burned away. She offered a cold smile to the glass. A small part of her would miss that barren rock. It was there that she had first tasted the limits of her power. She was clad now in the attire of an acolyte, a royal blue tunic cinched over structured black leggings. The uniform commanded submission. She had bled to earn this rank. The voyage lasted only a few hours before the shuttle docked at a massive Imperial staging station, a port for young Sith moving between training sectors. Following a brief clearance by the station master, she was granted entry into the central rings. She had 2 days of rest before she was required to board the transport for the primary academy at Butcher's Clearing. Enjoy your diversions, Phelan had told her before her departure. The next phase of your training will demand everything you have to give. Take your pleasures while the opportunity exists. It was sound counsel. The pureblood overseer might have been an arrogant tyrant, but he understood the physical toll of Sith training. She had survived the culling, now she had earned the right to revel in that survival. The lift doors slid back, and Avaryss stepped onto the station's primary promenade. From the approach window of the shuttle, the station had appeared as a sterile cylinder anchored by sensor towers. The interior was a street of ice. Armored stormtroopers patrolled the elevated catwalks above, but the floor of the promenade belonged entirely to the Sith. Acolytes were everywhere. Pleasure houses, sprawling cantinas, and high-stakes gambling dens stretched as far as she could track. Hollow projectors flickered against the curved ceilings, broadcasting fights between mercenaries and exotic beasts, while music pounded from every open archway. Blue-clad acolytes crowded the walkways, draining the brief pocket of freedom between assignments. The air vibrated with the density of the dark side, raw elation, boiling fury, open lust. She opened her awareness, letting the chaotic energy quicken her pulse. After months of starvation and violence, she welcomed the chance to bleed off the tension, to surrender her senses to the immediate gratifications of the dark side. I have broken myself to survive, she thought. Why shouldn't I take what I want? Back on Oridanna, she would have shrunk away from such a display, paralyzed by the phantom of her father's disapproval. She tightened her jaw, driving the memory back into the dark before it could take root. You have no obligation to those ghosts. Keera Lylos is fertilizer for the sands outside Fury 9. You are Avaryss now. A Sith takes what she pleases. Her smile turned sharp. The air in the lower staging pits was thick with the scent of ozone and scorched sand. The acolyte across from her wore the tailored gray tunic of Lord's Reach, his dual training blades sparking on maximum setting. He had pinned her as an outpost stray the moment she stepped onto the floor of the ring. His opening sequence was Form IV, aggressive, relentless, designed to overwhelm a slower opponent in the first 30 seconds. He had expected her to break. She let him spend his momentum against her Sarisu barrier. The war blade turned away each strike in a tight, economical shell, the alchemical metal ringing with every impact. By the third exchange, his rhythm had developed a hitch. By the fifth, his footwork was dragging. She waited. The crowd roared, a wall of sound pressing down from the galleries, but she didn't hear them. She was tracking the micro-adjustments in his guard, the way his left blade drifted a fraction lower with each block. He overextended. She stepped inside his reach, drove the pommel of her war blade into his right wrist, and shattered his grip. The training blade clattered across the sand. Before he could recover, she hooked her leg behind his knee and drove him to the ground. Now he was on his knees, his right blade gone, his breath rattling behind his broken guard. The remaining training saber hummed at full lethality in his left hand, but he didn't raise it. He was staring at the point of her war blade, motionless an inch from his throat. The crowd was screaming for blood. Avaryss looked down at him, her breathing steady, her face unreadable. She could kill him. The rules of the pit permitted it. But the acolyte was from Lord's Reach, the same tier as Butcher's Clearing, where she was heading. Killing him would announce her arrival before she set foot in the academy. Letting him live would leave a debt unpaid, a variable she could exploit later. She lowered the war blade. "You're from Lord's Reach," she said. "Tell them a frontier stray put you on your knees. Tell them she could have taken your head and chose not to. Let them wonder why." She turned her back on him and walked out of the pit. The crowd's roar shifted from bloodlust to confusion, then to something else, a low, speculative murmur. She had given them something more interesting than a kill. She had given them a question. Her head was swimming, but not from the vintage. The station was a claustrophobic vortex, hundreds of raw, volatile dark side presences colliding within a closed durasteel ring. After a year of isolation in a mountain core, the sheer mass of the collective malice pressed against her temples like a physical weight, throwing off her equilibrium as she navigated the upper residential corridors. She had cleared nearly 1,000 Imperial credits from her earlier matches against the station's standard offerings, drugged prisoners and conditioned beasts, the kind of fodder the managers kept for warm-up bouts. The duel with the Lord's Reach acolyte had been unsanctioned, arranged by a pit boss who recognized the hunger in her and offered a worthy opponent for a cut of the house take. She had accepted. The credits were secondary. The reputation was the point. The residential corridors were pristine and quiet compared to the chaos below. She stumbled twice along the polished walkway, pausing to squint at the digital designation on her room key. The numbers blurred, but not from drink. Her senses were still adjusting to the relentless pressure of so many dark side signatures packed into a single station. She slammed the passkey against the sensor. On the second attempt, the pneumatic seal hissed open. She lurched into the dim suite, leaning back against the closed door, exhaling a long breath. No one on Oridanna would believe what she had become. She was not entirely certain she believed it herself. The platform bed was dressed in thick, clean linens, a luxury compared to the iron cot she had occupied at Fury 9. A small compad flickered on the nightstand. The desk attendant had explained its function with a sly, knowing subtext. "If you require companionship, my lord," the man had whispered, bowing low, "simply engage the Crimson Node. We maintain a selection of pleasure slaves for the convenience of our guests." Avaryss had rejected the offer with a cold glare, and she felt no different now. She required no such distractions. From the muffled, rhythmic thudding echoing through the walls of the adjacent suites, she knew she was one of the few acolytes on the deck sleeping alone tonight. She had consistently ignored the standard distractions of the barracks. Subjugated flesh offered no challenge to her will, and compliance that could be bought or commanded was a currency without value. If she ever chose to share her orbit, it would be with an equal, someone whose strength demanded her respect and whose submission had to be actively conquered. She would not settle for cattle. A sealed bottle of Alderanian wine sat on the nightstand, a vintage the merchant had sworn was salvaged from a noble estate. She narrowed her eyes at the label. The day she set foot on Alderaan as a conqueror, she would take the finest stores the planet possessed by right of blade. She collapsed onto the mattress, burying her face in the soft fabric. Enjoy the reprieve. If Butcher's Clearing is as brutal as Adaz promised, you will be bleeding again by morning. Let them try me. I survived Fury 9. I will break Butcher's Clearing. I will secure my place on Korriban. She smiled into the dark. I will become a lord. Her grip on reality fractured as sleep pulled her down into the void. The Force swarmed her subconscious, dragging fragmented visions through her mind, faces, places, the taste of something waiting. Whether they would stand as allies or targets for her blade remained to be seen. As she drifted into a deep, dreamless rest, the memory of the stranger from her dreams surfaced one final time. The young man standing amid the subterranean fountains, his blonde hair damp from the spray. He is searching for me, the impression echoed through her connection to the Force. She could feel the pull of his awareness through the currents. Be patient, she sent the thought out into the void, letting it dissolve into the ether of the dark side. Our paths will cross. Chapter 16. The Next Rung. Butcher's Clearing. The name evoked a smuggler's trench or a dingy tank town on the lawless fringes of space, not a place of learning. Yet an academy was exactly what it was, the next rung on the ladder for those who hoped to become Sith. The transport shuttle exited hyperspace with a sharp deceleration. Before them hung a vibrant blue orb of a world. Catastrophic storm systems crisscrossed the atmosphere, their energy visible even from orbit as pale sheets of lightning fractured the clouds. The sight held Avaryss still. So much water. She had never witnessed such an expanse of blue. Her homeworld possessed only landlocked, stagnant seas, places she had only read about in text files. The storms looked devastating, capable of grinding reinforced outposts to rubble. Yet the Sith had selected this volatile world to anchor an academy. Power and peril were close cousins. A calculated Sith always sought the nexus of both. As the shuttle initiated its orbital descent, she noted two Harrower-class dreadnoughts maintaining a defensive blockade, their massive gray wedges sharp against the black. She had arrived. It was time to prepare. The shuttle docked at an orbital staging platform instead of descending directly to the surface. Once inside the decontamination locks, she and her fellow acolytes were driven toward a line of automated medical droids. State the purpose of this containment, she commanded, meeting the primary unit's photoreceptors. The droid's optical sensors blinked. A necessary protocol for your survival, mistress. The jungle below carries aggressive viral strains and lethal bacteria. An uninoculated student would not survive the first rotation. She felt the secondary unit advancing on her flank before its pneumatic armature cleared the chassis. Her hand dropped halfway to her war blade, the dark side pressing outward behind her ribs, looking for a seam, before she forced her fingers to uncurl. It was a standard medical drone, programmed with clinical indifference. Bypassing the protocol would flag her profile before she even crossed the threshold of the lift. She held her posture rigid as the cold needle pierced the side of her neck, releasing a thick, chemical burn into her bloodstream. The injecting droid retracted its arm. The inoculation is complete, mistress. Avaryss exhaled a sharp, controlled breath. She rubbed the puncture point, forcing herself to dismiss the chemical sting. Showing physical vulnerability around disciples of the dark side was an invitation to be cold. She turned her attention to her peers who were enduring their own inoculations. None looked pleased. 5 other acolytes had shared her transport, all human, 3 males and 2 females. The men possessed the heavy, broad-shouldered build common among the brutes she had broken during saber practice at Fury 9. The women commanded immediate caution. They wore the deep crimson tunics of second-tier acolytes, each bearing the embroidered crest of the Korriban Academy. Adaz had warned her that she would encounter advanced students at Butcher's Clearing, deployed off-world to complete trials that could not be executed within the red valleys of the capital. The 2 women had maintained a tight perimeter since boarding the shuttle. They had formed an alliance. Every movement suggested an assumption of authority. The shorter of the 2 was compact and athletic, her dark brown hair cut into a sharp, spiked style. Her features were youthful, but her expression was ruined by a freezing arrogance. The second girl was her opposite. She stood half a head taller than Avaryss, long blonde hair falling over a slender frame, cold blue eyes, and a wide mouth that seemed permanently poised on the edge of amusement. She was smiling now, clearly entertained by Avaryss's confrontation with the medical units. The overseers rarely tolerate the destruction of station infrastructure, the blonde noted, her voice carrying a smooth, aristocratic Dromund-Kaas accent. They waste enough credits replacing droids as it is. Perhaps, Avaryss replied, offering a casual shrug. But adult transit requires a diversion. The blonde let out a low, amused sound. The brunette merely rolled her eyes. You carry the flat vowels of a rimworlder, the shorter girl said, her eyes scanning Avaryss's uniform with a slow, deliberate assessment. A frontier conscript, no doubt. The outposts are rarely selective with their intake. The dark side in Avaryss's chest settled into a dense, unblinking weight. She did not raise her voice. She did not offer the ledger of her family's service on Oridanna to a girl who had never seen a ration line. My origin is documented, Avaryss said, her voice dropping into a flat, level cadence. My placement here is earned. If you find the selection criteria of Fury 9 lacking, you are welcome to take the grievance up with Overseer Daz. Taya extended a gloved hand. I am Taya. My companion is Nas. We have transferred from Korriban to complete our secondary hunting rotations. Avaryss accepted the grip, her touch brief and formal. Avaryss. I graduated from the Fury 9 sector. Avaryss, Taya repeated, her tone turning casual. A pleasure. Draman Cosborn, both of us, though our lineage is irrelevant here. We are all entering the same clearing now. If we intend to secure our transit back to the capital, we will require prestige. Avaryss offered a slight nod. The aristocrat's appraisal was accurate. Capital lines meant networks. She would play the alley until she understood what those networks were worth. Yet she remained suspicious. Nas was an overt threat, her malice radiated through the force like a pulsar, predictable. But Taya was something else. When Avaryss focused her awareness on the blonde, the sensation was wrong. Her presence felt dark, but shot through with something cold and pale, like a machine running on a frequency just slightly out of alignment. It made Avaryss's teeth ache the way the harvesting tower's strut had ached before it fractured. Whatever Taya was carrying, it wasn't stable. If the corruption ran deep enough to surface, an overseer would reward whoever brought it forward. She would watch and wait. Avaryss allowed her expression to soften into a cooperative mask. Agreed. The challenges below will demand focus. The medical droids finalized the clearance, certifying their readiness for the surface. Instead of reclaiming her isolated seat at the rear of the cabin, Avaryss settled onto the bench directly across from Nas and Taya, keeping both within her line of sight. The transport detached from the staging platform, with a heavy hydraulic clang, fire bursting from its thrusters as it plummeted into the atmosphere. Avaryss watched through the transparent steel as the white nothingness of the cloud layer engulfed the craft. After several minutes of violent turbulence, the transport broke through the ceiling, leveling out over a vast, churning ocean of dark water. The shuttle dipped lower as it neared the target coordinates. As she stared down into the troughs of the massive waves, she caught the rhythmic disturbance of immense shapes moving beneath the surface, colossal predators breaching the crests only to plunge back into the abyss. Taya noticed them as well, her eyes tracking the wake. What do you suppose occupies those depths? A reason to stay inside the walls, Avaryss murmured dryly. An accurate assessment, farm girl, Nas noted from the corner of the bench. Avaryss kept her features rigid, refusing to give the brunette the satisfaction of a reaction. She filed the insult alongside the ones Bryden had once given her. They would all be answered in time. The transport banked sharply to the right, clearing a jagged ridge of black rock as the academy finally came into view. Butcher's Clearing was a monument to Imperial engineering. A modern, black-tier tower rose directly out of the dense jungle canopy, soaring hundreds of levels into the storm-rent sky. An immense crimson Imperial banner cascaded down its midsection, snapping violently in the wind. Colossal Duracrete sea walls ringed the entirety of the island, shielding the structure from the violent tidal surges of the open ocean, while twin shield generators hummed at the base of the spire, casting a pale blue protective dome over the facility. Surrounding the central tower was a control sector of training fields, barracks, and fortified administrative structures, a clearing carved directly out of the wild forest. Immediately beyond the energy barriers, the jungle encroached like a wall of green, shrouded in a permanent, heavy mist. The ironwood trees grew so densely that navigating a speeder through the canopy would be impossible. Avaryss extended her awareness through the hull, testing the air of the planet below. A sharp tremor traveled down her spine as her mind brushed the boundary of that jungle. The dark side here was wild, hungry, waiting. She felt something settle in her chest, quiet, and very certain. She would break this world until it bowed to her authority, and once she had harvested its prestige, Korriban would be next. An impressive installation, isn't it? Taya noted, watching her expression. Avaryss turned her gaze to the blonde, her mind already calculating the timeline. How long would it take for the girl's internal corruption to fail? An overseer would grant an immense promotion to an acolyte, who exposed a heretic within the ranks. Yes, Avaryss replied, her voice smooth and untroubled. It is exactly what I required. The transport leveled out over the primary hangar pad, the heavy landing gear locking into the deck plates with a metallic thud. Her education in the capital tracks was about to begin. She unclipped her safety harness, her fingers resting lightly on the leather-wrapped hilt of her war blade as the boarding ramp began to hiss down into the steam. Chapter 17. The Law of the Clearing. Butcher's clearing ground them down. Beyond the obsidian spire of the central tower, the jungle pressed in, choking canopies and toxic marshlands teeming with venomous flora and carnivorous wildlife. The overseer and her staff occupied climate-controlled luxury within the tower. The acolytes were segregated into a squalid, high-humidity tent city outside the walls known as the Butcher's Block. A battalion of Imperial shock troops backed by heavy combat droids and a company of Sith marauders maintained martial law. Everything in the camp was engineered to aggravate: the biting insects, the oppressive heat, the constant threat of predation, all of it designed to force anger into hate. A single ambition kept the students focused: transcendence. When that ambition fractured, the executioner guard provided correction. For the advanced transfers from Korriban, scions of wealthy capital houses, the transition to the block was a shock. Arguments fractured the tents nightly, though physical conflicts were monitored. As with the Fury outposts, the unsanctioned murder of a fellow acolyte inside the perimeter was prohibited. Anyone caught executing a peer in cold blood was stripped of their gear and exiled into the jungle. It was slower than the hangings at Fury 9, but the certainty of death kept order. The overseer seeded the wilderness with monstrosities. If the native wildlife failed, the environment provided the kill. Avaryss adapted. The installation was commanded by a Zabrak overseer named Ellaria. Unlike the instructors at Fury 9, Ellaria maintained insulation from her students, never leaving her upper sanctuary. Her directives were delivered via speaker systems or through the arachnid communication droids that patrolled the grounds. It was an intentional insult. Avaryss frequently fought the temptation to seize one of the skittering machines with the Force and reduce it to scrap, refraining only because she refused to invite the overseer's attention. Crimson-skinned and intricately tattooed, Ellaria maintained a cheerful, encouraging demeanor when addressing her charges. The friendliness was unsettling, a theater of positive reinforcement. Avaryss recognized the game. The Zabrak was using the environment to pit the acolytes against one another. The camera droids tracking every migration across the island confirmed it. The academy was a stage, and Ellaria was the audience. How do I win the attention of a master who refuses to leave her tower? The answer lay in meritocracy. Every advancement was dictated by the collection of prestige. Trophies and field successes were logged and traded for privileges, enhanced rations, a single night of insulated shelter within the tower walls. There were two paths. The first was internal service alongside the Inquisitorial staff, the interrogation of prisoners. The Treaty of Coruscant had established a fragile peace, but the intelligence war remained absolute. Republic espionage cells infiltrated Imperial space, and captured operatives were forwarded to outposts like Butcher's Clearing for extraction. The assignment allowed acolytes to study the enemy while practicing mental domination. Avaryss spent her initial weeks submerged in the interrogation cells. The subterranean facilities were shielded from the humidity, and because the Korriban transfers considered torture beneath their station, openings were abundant. She embraced the proximity to Republic agents, understanding the enemy was the first step to eradication. The prisoners were resilient. A standard acolyte might have relied on telekinetic mind shatters, but Avaryss's talents were anchored in more violent methods. Force lightning lacked elegance, but its results were undeniable, provided she monitored the output before cardiac arrest occurred. Her record wasn't flawless, but her tenacity impressed the senior inquisitors. They rewarded her with steady prestige. Yet torture could only elevate her so far within Allaria's ledger. A true Sith must command fear in the open field. Having scoured the minds of the Republic captives for the grid locations of the local smuggler cells, she chose her vector. She needed a hunting unit that could survive the drop. She approached Taya. The blonde aristocrat had remained cordial since their orbital transit and welcomed the prospect of an alliance, having found little success in the interrogation blocks. Nass anchored the unit, and they conscripted 5 lower-tier acolytes desperate for the favor of Korriban transfers. An 8-person party provided the best defense for the deep jungle. After weeks in the mud, a night of climate-controlled rest was incentive enough. They departed at dawn, passing through the atmospheric gates as the morning mist rolled off the marsh. The gate guards delivered the routine warning: return before the solar cycle concluded. The nocturnal predators hunted in packs too massive for a single unit to survive. The moment they crossed the perimeter, the dark side became palpable. The air felt charged with the predatory malice. They had been tracking for less than 2 hours when the wilderness claimed 5 of them. The strike came without warning. The predators dropped from the high ironwood canopy, their war cries shattering the silence as they swung crude close combat weapons. The ambush was instant. The baseline students had no time to establish a guard. The attackers stood nearly 7 feet tall, their frames covered in matted, shaggy fur. The lead brute seized the nearest acolyte, tearing his arms from his torso before the boy could ignite his training weapon. A second trainee was backhanded across the skull, his face opened by claws that left him thrashing blindly in the mud. Avaryss reacted on instinct. Drawing her war blade, she channeled a telekinetic burst, launching an approaching brute backward. The creature struck a trunk with the force of an artillery shell, its spinal column snapping before it collapsed into the brush. The clearing became a chaos of plasma, steel, and raw force energy. Through the haze, she saw Nas disintegrating, an attacker's flank with a stream of lightning, while Taya cleared her perimeter with the sweeping arcs of a double-bladed training saber. Avaryss reached out to manifest a mental attack, but before the incantation could take root, a recovered hand clamped around her throat. The impact launched her backward against a root system, the shock turning her vision white. The brute pinned her down, its hot breath washing over her face as it roared. Avaryss responded with immediate violence. The proximity prevented lightning, and her blade was pinned beneath the creature's weight, but she seized its throat with her bare hands, flooding her grip with the force, crushing its trachea. The monster thrashed, slamming her against the roots. The impacts bruised her spine and robbed her lungs of oxygen, but she converted the pain into fuel. As long as her rage burned, the dark side remained absolute. She tightened her fingers, burying them deep into the matted fur. The creature's roars degenerated into a wet gurgle as his air failed. She stared into his eyes, her chin dropping, her breath coming in short, hard bursts through her nose, the face of someone who had already decided. Your mass is nothing against the dark side. Sensing death, the beast executed a final counterstrike, its massive claws tearing across her shoulder and collarbone in a jagged, diagonal rip. The impact sheared through her armor plates, slicing the subclavian artery. Avaryss gasped, her grip fracturing as her concentration failed. The brute scrambled backward into the brush, roaring to rejoin his pack, leaving her for dead. Its evaluation was nearly accurate. Avaryss tried to rise. Her legs refused. She collapsed into the black mud, her hand emerging dripping with a dark, rhythmic jet of crimson from her throat line. No, my volume is dropping. Her heart hammered, each pulse driving more life into the dirt. Despite the humid heat, a freezing chill settled into her bones. Her vision began to tunnel. A peace tugged at her. It would be easy to close her eyes and let go. She saw the plains of Oridanna, her mother, her father, her sisters waiting in the grass. Her eyes snapped open, the irises flaring yellow. No, I will not die in the mud for this world to consume. The panic hardened into rage. She was too far from the fortress for medical intervention, and none of the survivors would risk carrying her back. She was alone. She forced her heart rate to slow, stabilizing her breathing. Every second of passivity shortened her lifespan. She couldn't heal through conventional means. The dark side possessed no affinity for restoration. It was an instrument of destruction. But she possessed the restricted lore she had extracted from Darth Avaryss's archives. Remember the sequence? Draw on the ambient death. Convert the expiring life into fuel for the flesh. 4 shadows fell across her. She tracked the outline of 4 pairs of boots, but she ignored them. They were irrelevant. Her survival was dictated by her own will. She's finished, Nas stated, her voice flat. Avaryss emitted a wet growl, unable to articulate her defiance. Should we end her? Taya asked, a tremor in her voice. The suffering must be intense. It would be a mercy, Nas replied. The hum of a training blade activating reached Avaryss's ears. The insult shattered her restraint. Her rage curdled into hatred. How dare these capital parasites discuss her corpse before her flesh was cold? How dare they plot to strip her war blade while her heart still beat? They would burn. Focusing entirely on the incantation, she forced her lips to move, shaping the harsh, ancient dialect of the old empire. Get away from me, she snarled, the words emerging as a blood-flecked whisper. Step back. One of the baseline acolytes let out a low chuckle. You're dead, farm girl. Let go of the blade so we can clear the canopy before dusk. The war blade belongs to my collection, another muttered. It's too valuable to rot in the marsh. Avaryss ignored them, her mind locked into the final syllables of the spell. The hairs on her arms rose as the static charge spiked. The shadows lengthening around her were no illusion. The dark side was condensing around her body, responding to her intent. It was a parasitic, ravenous current, and it demanded a harvest. The dialect, one of the baseline said, his voice losing its arrogance. That isn't delirium. What is she manifesting? A wave of instinctual terror hit the group. Move, Nas commanded. Get clear of her. But the steel. Run. Avaryss felt two of the presences fracture and sprint into the brush. Run. You cannot outpace the void. She articulated the final syllable. The clearing exploded in a silent, blinding shockwave of violet radiance. A localized shriek of agony ripped through the trees, and it took Avaryss several seconds to realize the sound belonged to her own throat. The spell was locked. The siphon field was open. It wasn't healing. It was a violent transposition of life essence. The dark side bound her shattered flesh by tearing the life from her environment. Damaged organs were brutally reconstituted. The deep tears in her shoulder and collarbone were stitched closed by pure, compressing dark side energy. Her spine arched. She gasped, air flooding her lungs in a single, violent convulsion. The pain dissolved, replaced by a freezing rush that forced her spine to straighten. She felt her body lift from the mud, suspended within a web of violet light, her frame humming with stolen life. Yes, more. She threw her head back, her mind brushing the edges of the dark side's infinite current, and what she found there was not vastness but hunger, a pressure behind her eyes like a storm that had never broken, pulling at the roots of her teeth, her bones, the meat of her heart. She wanted to crack open and let it in. The connection fractured. The dark side was infinite, but her vessel was limited. The energy slipped through her grasp, her flesh unable to retain that scale of power. Her awareness collapsed back into her body. She dropped into the mud with a heavy thud, the impact knocking the wind from her lungs. She lay on her back, staring up through the ironwood leaves, too spent to move. Reaching up, her fingers brushed the front of her shoulder. The tunic was shredded, blood-soaked, but the flesh beneath was pristine, hot to the touch, smooth. Her lungs expanded without friction. Her heart beat with a steady, powerful rhythm. The alchemical siphon was a miracle. She had manifested it once before on Oridanna during her family's slaughter, but her consciousness had been fractured by grief. Today, she had directed the current with intent. It was necessary. It kept her alive. In the Sith Order, that was the only law. The squelch of approaching boots drew her focus. She forced herself into a seated guard, her hand locking onto her weapon. Taya and Nas stood at the margin of the clearing, their clothing caked in mud, their hair disheveled from their frantic flight. The shock on their faces was cold and complete. Are you functional? Taya asked, her voice trembling, refusing to approach closer. Avaryss couldn't form a response. The residual life force bubbled in her veins. State your condition, farm girl, Nas commanded, though her condescension was gone, replaced by a guarded terror. Speak. Avaryss grinned at the gray sky. I am functional. Functioning perfectly. Using the force to pull herself to her feet, she stood before the Corbin transfers, her posture dominant. It was then that she evaluated the true consequence of the siphon field. For 15 meters in every direction, the jungle had been incinerated. The grass, the ferns, the topsoil itself had turned to sterile, ash-white dust. The massive brutes that had ambushed them lay scattered across the perimeter alongside the corpses of the 5 low-tier acolytes who had attempted to abandon her. Everybody was desiccated, shriveled into leathery, moistureless husks, their eyes turned to white chalk. The spell had drained every drop of life from their frames to reconstruct her torso. She let out a cold laugh, the sound echoing off the dead trees. She turned her yellow gaze to Taya and Naz, instantly registering the shift. Naz no longer looked down on her origin. Taya no longer evaluated her as a RimWorld charity case. Whatever they had just witnessed, it had rewritten the hierarchy between them. Naz cautiously approached one of the shriveled remains, her boot tapping the brittle edge of an armored vest. The underlying bone crumbled beneath the pressure, turning to dry gray silt. She stood there for a long moment, her boot still resting against the ash. Something moved across her face, not fear exactly, but the recalibration of a person who has just discovered the map they were using was wrong. The brunette did not offer a smirk. Her jaw was locked in a hard, calculating line as she turned her golden eyes back to Avaryss. Hikidas's lineage, Naz said, her voice dropping into a tight, guarded register. The archives at Dramankos claimed the siphon field was lost when Mar purged his sector. You hit this. Avaryss's smile was razor sharp. Survival requires immediate resources. I leave no assets unharvested. Naz bowed her head in a gesture of authentic respect. Then I am grateful for the warning. Had we delayed our retreat, your blast would have harvested ourselves as well. Naz is correct, Taya agreed, nodding quickly. Our survival is due to your focus. Think nothing of it, Avaryss replied, her eyes scanning the shriveled remains of the baselines. How do you intend to log the casualties? The report is standard, Naz said, shrugging. They failed to establish a defensive perimeter and were terminated in the opening exchange. They lacked the discipline to survive. They should have retreated when I signaled. Avaryss nodded. The logic was clean. Identify the species, Avaryss commanded, looking down at the massive, shaggy skulls. She had seen Wookiees in the Academy archives, but these specimens were larger than any documented variant, their cranial ridges denser, their dentition more severe. The Republic employed Wookiee mercenaries on the outer borders, but these did not match the standard profile. She wanted confirmation before she logged the kill. Wookiees, Taya said, her poise returning, though her eyes remained locked on Avaryss's torn uniform. The Republic uses them to hold the outer borders. These were likely deserters, or a feral offshoot. The archives will want the skulls. Avaryss's eyes narrowed. Their execution was aggressive. Naz let out a low laugh. Not as aggressive as your correction. I count 6 bodies. A raiding party. Veterans. She looked at Avaryss with a dark hunger. And you drain them with a single incantation. The results speak for themselves, Avaryss murmured. Taya smiled, her hands resting on her sash. The Overseer will grant immense prestige for this harvest. They are ensnared. Lock the alliance. Avaryss allowed her expression to soften. The prestige belongs to the unit, she said. We present the harvest as a collective triumph. You possess the intelligence to recognize the incantation and the speed to clear the perimeter. She looked at Naz, then at Taya, her yellow eyes holding each gaze for a beat longer than necessary. If the 3 of us pool our strength, no faction in the bloc can obstruct our advancement. We reclaim our stations on Korriban, Naz said, her ambition flaring. With the power base, our secondary trials will move faster, Taya added, her eyes bright. And I secure my transit to the capital alongside you, Avaryss said. She extended her hand, palm down, in the center of their small circle. Naz locked her grip around Avaryss's wrist without hesitation. Taya followed a beat later, her fingers cold against Avaryss's skin. A triumvirate, Naz said. Avaryss looked out over the ash-white clearing, the desiccated corpses of the baseline scattered at the perimeter. We hold the clearing, she said. The rest can burn. Chapter 18. The inheritance of blood. The 4 acolytes in blue tunics scattered. Nas, Taya, and Avaryss tracked them with unblinking glares until the group vanished into the mess hall crowd. The trio remained standing for a beat longer, scanning the room to ensure the perimeter was clear, before taking their seats at the iron bench. To an outsider, the confrontation was trivial. To a Sith, it was a demonstration of hierarchy. Avaryss was not above leveraging her companion's status. Her own blue tunic marked her as no better than the students they had just cleared out, but her choice and company dictated otherwise. Nas and Taya had accepted her into their circle, marking her as an acolyte on the rise. From within that perimeter, she enjoyed the protection and borrowed dread that her companions commanded. It was a calculation of pure self-interest, and so far, it held. Taya sneered at the gray slop provided by the academy staff. It lacked the luxury of the Central Tower's kitchens, but it kept the ribs from meeting the spine. "Do you think they are trying to poison us?" the blonde acolyte asked, her lip curling. "Just choke it down," Nas commanded. "We hunt again tomorrow. We bleed some beasts, score the points, and dine like lords in the tower by the end of the week." Avaryss nodded. Her more calculated nature whispered that those points should be hoarded for something larger, a speeder to cut deeper into the jungle canopy, or a heavy military escort. A greater reward would yield greater slaughter. A kill like that would grant enough prestige to escape this human hell. Only a month had bled away since her arrival, yet Avaryss burned to secure her place on Korriban. "I can do it. I only need to endure long enough to reach the red dust of that world," which meant consuming the sludge sitting before her. "It could be worse," Avaryss said, her voice flat. "They could force us to eat whatever carcasses we butcher in the jungle. This poison is likely safer than anything breathing out there." Taya nodded, though her aristocratic features remained sour. Born to wealth on Dromund Kaas, she was unaccustomed to garrison rations. Avaryss forced down another mouthful. The academy at Fury 9 had beaten the foundations into her, how to think, move, and kill like a Sith. Butcher's Clearing offered a different lesson, how to use alliances. Here, isolation was a death sentence. You required allies to climb. She was fortunate to have snared Nas and Taya. Both had proven to be sharp tools. The path to power had been a solitary trek until now, driven only by her desperate hunger to survive. Sharing the path with others provided a cold momentum she had not expected. There had been few girls her own age back home. None of their neighbors dared risk their daughters by letting them associate with an overseer's child. Now, with Nas and Taya seated across from her, something in her chest eased, not warmth exactly, but the absence of a particular kind of vigilance. She recognized the feeling immediately and liked it less than the cold. The cold, at least, she knew how to use. "Careful. Do not grow soft. These two are tools, not blood. Either one will slit your throat the moment your guard slips." She remembered the lesson bought with blood during her first trial. Beware your master, beware your apprentice. It was only logical to add beware your equals to that mantra. This was a pact of convenience. Trust was a luxury for the dead. Yet, despite that cold reality, the alliance had to be cultivated. It was her shield against this place. They had spent their first weeks testing each other, parsing out fragments of their past, guarded and hostile. With time, the shared bloodshed had forced them to lower their shields just enough to trade histories, or at least enough to ensure they could fight as a unit without turning on one another. Avaryss had offered up the truth of her father's rank as an overseer, a tactical reminder that she came from a lineage that wielded authority. She also shared that her family had been slaughtered before her eyes by a rival. It was a common enough tragedy in the Empire to ensure they would not pry further. She omitted Darth Feer's name entirely, along with the details of the Imperial mission's hand in smuggling her off Oridanna. She could not afford the leverage. For all she knew, Darth Feer might be an ally to Taya's or Nasa's noble houses. He might even share their bloodlines. When she finally ascended to the rank of Sith, the calculus would change. Until then, obscurity was her armor. Nasa's father was an inquisitor on Dromund Kaas. Her mother had died in Nasa's infancy. The Lord Inquisitor, as Nas called him with a sneer, had been a detached, brutal parent, but he had burned a fanatical loyalty to the Empire and to his daughter, alongside a vicious desire to see his enemies broken. The man spent his hours buried in the ministries and his nights elsewhere. "Let the Lord Inquisitor amuse himself for now," Naz said, her voice dripping with malice. "One day, when my connection to the dark side matures, I will take everything he has. On that day, he will realize exactly what kind of monster he raised." Avaryss offered a sharp nod. That was the natural order of the Sith. She doubted she possessed the coldness required to kill her own parents. In that singular matter, their slaughter had spared her a different kind of horror. Taya was cut from different cloth. "My parents are both alive and thriving," she remarked one evening as they cleaned their blades. "My father is a merchant prince. My mother is a Sith." "We can't guess who holds the leash in that household," Naz spat dryly. "You would be blind to think so," the blonde countered, her eyes flashing. "My parents share a volatile connection through the Force. My father cannot touch the current, yet the tether they share is absolute. He is a high-born privateer, charming, silver-tongued. It is how he commands the outer sector trade lines. Mother feared his long absences had degenerated into debauchery. Their union was born of passion, not a ledger. Their duties separate them for months, but the distance only sharpens their appetite for one another, even after 18 years. Taya smiled, a soft expression that looked out of place in the dark room. "We should all be so fortunate to find such a bond." Avaryss frowned. Love was a shackle. Attachment was a weight that dragged you into the dirt. How much greater would Taya's mother have become had she not anchored herself to a mundane merchant? "Do they never clash?" Avaryss asked. "I cannot imagine a Sith warrior yielding in a domestic dispute." "They are like any mated pair," Taya said, dismissing the concern with a wave of her hand. "They scream, they break things, but it never goes beyond words. Mother possesses too much discipline to turn her wrath on him." "Have they never brought each other to the brink of blood?" Naz pushed, her eyes narrowing. Taya leveled a sharp, warning glare at her. "You pry too closely into my house, Naz." "I merely studied the terrain," Naz replied, unfazed. "Sith unions are rarely peaceful." Taya let out a slow sigh. "There was an incident years ago. I was perhaps 8. Mother convinced herself that father had taken a mistress during his long voyages. She planted a tracking beacon on his vessel and stalked him through the sector. She wanted proof before she acted." "And if she had found him in another woman's bed?" Naz asked, a vicious curiosity in her voice. "I don't know. I don't think even Mother knew." "What did she find?" Taya's face broke into a triumphant grin. "Nothing. Father surprised her by being entirely faithful. Mother was so overcome with relief that she intercepted his dreadnought at his final port, demanded they dine together, and humbled herself to apologize for her suspicion." Avaryss laughed. "I imagine your father extracted a heavy price for that apology." "He did. Mother returned from that voyage carrying my little brother." "A clean trade," Avaryss said. "A lucky man," Taya agreed, though I was furious at the time. I preferred being the sole heir. The tale left Avaryss brooding. Perhaps it was possible to find an anchor, even for a disciple of the dark side. Perhaps the bond between two predators could endure the cold vacuum of the Empire. Perhaps, in some distant future, she might find a match like that. "Is your mother a lord?" she asked Taya. "She never claimed the title. She is content to remain a weapon for the Empire. Even now, she is lethal." "Is she the one who taught you the double-bladed style?" The blonde nodded. "I grew up in the rhythm of her practice forms. When I was an infant, she placed my bassinet in the center of the training cells so she could watch me while she bled. I learned to sleep to the sound of the plasma hum and the red glow of her blades." "Why did she not claim you as her apprentice?" Naz asked. "She sounds like an ideal master." "Mother demanded a formal education from me. Her own time on Korriban was cut short. The Republic War was burning hot, and the Empire needed bodies for the front lines. She expects me to achieve the title of Lord, to drag our house to the next tier of the nobility. But she refused to take me as her personal acolyte." "Let us speak plainly," Naz interjected, her smile cold. "She would rather you murder a stranger to expand your family's influence rather than risk her darling daughter slipping into her chambers one evening to drive a lightsaber through her heart while she sleeps. Teya's face drained of color. She did not argue. Avaryss placed a hand on the blonde girl's shoulder, offering a rare gesture of solidarity. Teya managed a weak smile. But Avaryss had no words of comfort left. She had devoured enough texts in the archives on Fury 9 to understand how every Sith relationship concluded. She would have to kill her master, or be killed. When that hour came, there would be no allies, no sisterhood. At the apex of the trials, every acolyte stood alone. If she was to survive, she would have to attract a master, someone powerful enough to hone her into a weapon. She remembered the lesson bought in the pit. Adaz hadn't broken her bones out of mentorship. He had done it to test the tolerances of an Imperial asset. You extracted the technique from the master, and when your vessel could contain no more, you broke the vessel. Naz had integrated the truth into her bones, and Teya would have to learn to do the same if she wanted to survive. Avaryss let out a slow, heavy breath. She had drained 6 bodies in the jungle clearing and still did not know enough to face what was coming. That was the only humility she could afford, not smallness, but the cold arithmetic of what she lacked versus what she would need. She intended to close that distance by any means available. Changes applied. Fix 1. The cold in her chest retreated a fraction. She did not trust the sensation something in her chest eased, not warmth exactly, but the absence of a particular kind of vigilance. She recognized the feeling immediately and liked it less than the cold. The cold, at least, she knew how to use. The emotional beat now carries the danger of the feeling, not just the warmth of it. She's afraid of what the easing means, which is consistent with her character. Fix 2. The doubled the final equation, always balanced in blood, is resolved. The second instance in the closing paragraphs is cut. The first instance remains as the thematic anchor earlier in the chapter. Fix 3. Avaryss laughed. A sharp, genuine sound. Avaryss laughed. The narration no longer signals the laugh's authenticity. The beat lands without editorial help. Fix 4. I am still just mud to be shaped. And she still had so much to learn. She had drained 6 bodies in a jungle clearing and still did not know enough to face what was coming. That was the only humility she could afford, not smallness, but the cold arithmetic of what she lacked versus what she would need. She intended to close that distance by any means available. The humility is reframed as tactical inventory, not self-diminishment. She's not soft. She's counting. Chapter 19. Parasites. How bad is it, farm girl? Avaryss let out a ragged breath as she looked over Naz's injuries. A cluster of angry, purple welts ran across her back and shoulders, the swollen ridges of wasp stings, the skin still tight and weeping where the venom had pooled beneath the surface. When Avaryss peeled away one of the sticky medical patches the treatment droid had applied, the flesh underneath was boiling hot and oozing. The Kolto wasn't stopping the poison. Neither she nor Teya had escaped clean. Every one of them was wearing the price of the swamp. Avaryss had a throbbing puncture on her neck and 2 more dripping fluid into her tunic. Teya's face was the worst, one massive welt splitting her cheek, another twisting her forehead. They had dragged themselves back to the barracks alive, their tunics torn, their skin boiling. "It's rotting," Avaryss said, tossing the spent patch onto the floor. The droids pulled the stingers, but the Kolto isn't bringing the swelling down. Naz ground her teeth, a low growl rattling in her throat. "We need a real Kolto tank," she spat. "But the overseers won't waste the tanks on anything less than a missing limb. They want us to rot." Avaryss didn't offer comfort. Pain was a lesson. You swallowed it, turned it into hate, and aimed it at the masters who put you here. That was how the dark side grew. Knowing the lesson didn't lower the fever. The overseer should have granted us tower quarters for a kill like that, Naz snarled, her fingers digging into the thin mattress. "We've been out of the mud for an hour, and I still smell like the swamp. If these wounds fester..." The Inquisitor's daughter bared her teeth. "Someone will bleed for this." Avaryss turned toward the narrow window. The jungle night was suffocating. The air sat heavy and still, thick with the scent of rot. No breeze came off the water. Black spores drifted through the wire mesh, clinging to wet skin. The atmospheric condenser in the barracks had failed again, its cycling mechanism grinding in the dark without producing anything but noise. Every biting insect on the planet, drawn by blood and sweat, buzzed against the netting. The netting wasn't holding. The shadow wasps were the worst of them, thumbnail-sized, colonial, and aggressive enough to track heat signatures through undergrowth for up to half a kilometer. Their venom didn't kill cleanly, it accumulated. The whole compound was a test, designed to grind their tempers down until nothing remained but raw malice. It was meant to drive them mad enough to open to the dark side just to survive the night. A mean fever burned through all three of them, fed by the venom. Only their training had saved them from the worst of the stings. Their bodies had instinctively drawn on the dark side to burn away the deadliest of the poison before it stopped their hearts. They weren't delirious, but the fever kept their heads spinning. Taya lay flat on Avaryss's bunk, staring at the rusted ceiling. Outside the walls, the distant sounds of the compound drifted through the dark. The blonde had taken the brunt of the swarm during their retreat from the ambush. Her eyes were glassy. "Master of the throne, hear me," Taya whispered, her voice cracking. "Get me out of this mud, and I swear I will never complain about a Dramenkah summer again." Avaryss let out a sharp, dry sound. "The Emperor is occupied with a galactic war," she said, checking the edge of her sword. "He doesn't have time for 3 acolytes. But if he answers, inform me. I'd like to wash the swamp off my face before the Master of the Galaxy arrives." Taya didn't answer. She kept staring at nothing, her lips moving in a quiet, repetitive chant. Nas hissed as Avaryss pressed a fresh patch against her raw shoulder, working the edge of the compress across the worst of the puncture sites, where the flesh had raised into hot, livid welts. The Inquisitor's daughter looked back, her eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. "They're going to pay," she whispered. "Every single one of them." Avaryss gave her a firm nod. When the time came, she would be ready to help her allies kill whoever they named. An insult like this demanded a corpse. They had pooled their credits to buy a speeder capable of taking them deep into the jungle. The selection tier had scoured the immediate borders weeks prior, leaving nothing worth hunting near the walls. All three knew they needed a larger prize. If they were going to impress Overseer Elaria and secure passage of this rock, they had to push further. The hunt was the only play. Tay drove the speeder while Avaryss and Nas reached out with the force, sweeping the canopy for signs of life. They followed the cold, greasy pull of the dark side through the trees. It led them to something massive, a creature pulsing with raw, predatory energy. Good, Avaryss had thought. Exactly what we came for. The beast's mind pressed back against hers through the dark side. It knew they were coming. As Taya steered into a rocky clearing, the speeder was nearly crushed by a flying tree trunk. The monster had caught their scent and was already striking. Taya threw the speeder into a hard, skidding stop. The 3 acolytes leaped clear before it settled, training blades humming in their hands. The monster stood before a limestone cave, roaring a challenge that shook the mud under their boots. Avaryss forced down the spike of fear. "Stay sharp. This thing won't die easy." It towered 4 meters high, its skin pale and rocky, blending into the stone floor of the jungle. A massive, unhinged jaw was packed with rows of jagged teeth. Red eyes stared out from under a heavy brow. When it raised its long arms, its fingers ended in thick yellow claws like blades. Avaryss had never read of such a creature, not even in the archives on Fury 9. It was likely a relic of ancient Sith alchemy, left centuries ago to slaughter anyone foolish enough to trespass. The beast's teeth and claws would make perfect trophies. Killing a relic like this would prove they were ready for the trials on Korriban. Nas and Taya charged with their blades. Avaryss hung back, reaching for the creature's mind. The 2 Dramenkah's acolytes became blurs of red and black, the force boosting their speed as they struck. Their training blades sparked, delivering heavy shocks that would have fried the brain of any normal beast. The monster only grew angrier. Avaryss pressed deeper, searching for a crack in its defenses. The moment her mind touched the creature, she nearly recoiled from the impact. The beast had no thoughts, no plan, only rage, pure and blinding. It lunged, sweeping low to crush her. Avaryss danced clear, drawing her war blade and slicing a deep gash into his heel. The monster roared, spinning with sudden speed, trying to tear her apart for drawing blood. She let the dark side guide her feet, moving in a brutal rhythm as the three of them struck with blades, sparks, and lightning. They swarmed the creature, and despite his mass, it couldn't match their speed. At first, the longer the fight dragged, the faster and meaner his strikes became. Their attacks were barely slowing it down. Nas narrowly dodged a claw that would have opened her gut. Avaryss was nearly flattened twice as the monster drove his fists down like hammers. This isn't working, Avaryss realized. If they had lightsabers, the beast would already be smoking. But they didn't. The cuts from her steel blade and the training weapons weren't penetrating deep enough to stop it. They needed a new angle. Nas flipped backward from a stomp and began pelting the monster with heavy rocks, aiming for his eyes. "Farm girl," she screamed. "There's an old wound under his jaw. You see it?" Avaryss focused, spotting a tear in the pale hide where the skin was thin. She nodded. "On my mark, drive your blade into that cut. Get it deep, then move." She didn't like the thought of releasing her weapon, while she trusted Nas's cruelty. Trading blows wasn't working. They needed to cheat. "Taya, draw his eyes." The blonde didn't hesitate. She dove between the beast's legs, slashing with her double blade as she slid through the mud. The monster spun toward her, roaring. Nas hurled a wave of dirt and gravel into his eyes. The beast staggered, lifting his head to clear his face. The throat was open. Now, Avaryss launched herself off a wet log, flying through the air and burying her steel blade deep into the wound beneath the jaw. The metal sank to the hilt. For a moment, she hoped that would end it, that the beast would choke on his own blood and drop. It didn't. A massive hand swiped at her. She released the hilt and flipped backward, landing hard in the mud beside Nas as Taya joined them. The claws tore through her tunic, leaving bleeding scratches across her shoulder and back. The monster stumbled, clawing at the blade lodged in his throat, dark blood spraying across his chest. "Lightning!" Nas screamed. Now, all three threw their hands out. Purple lightning erupted from their fingertips, arcing through the air. Earlier, the beast's hide had dispersed the shocks. But now, the steel blade was driven deep into his throat. The three of them channeled their current directly into the hilt, sending the energy straight into the wound. The steel turned white-hot inside the flesh. The monster's body locked. His muscles seized violently as the current cooked his brain. The next sound it made was not a roar. It was a high, horrible shriek of pure agony. It thrashed in the mud, broken. The dark side rolled over the clearing, fed by the dying predator's despair. Avaryss drew it in, using the beast's pain to fuel her arms. The lightning thickened, turning a dark, sick violet. The monster tried to take one more step toward them, his cries collapsing into a whimper. It raised a trembling hand toward the girls who were killing it. They didn't give an inch. They put everything they had into one final, massive blast. The monster was hurled backward, its eyes bursting from the charge before it slammed into the stone floor. The crash shook the ground. The girls cut the lightning, panting, their faces twisted into sharp, ugly grins. They didn't get a single second to enjoy it. The real trap sprung the moment the beast hit the dirt. A heavy, black mass flew through the air, dropping directly between them. They were too drained to dodge. The shell split open. The shadow wasp nest ruptured, and a thick black cloud took to the air. The ambush was flawless. The girls broke formation, screaming as the swarm hit them. Despite the blinding pain, Avaryss used the force to shove the insects back. She converted the agony into pressure, sending a shockwave that crushed hundreds of wasps against the rock. Nas did the same, her face red with fury. Taya was on her knees, having taken the worst of the nest. Avaryss stepped over her alley, blasting the swarm back to give the blonde room to breathe. A wave of dizziness struck her skull. Her stomach flipped, and she retched into the dirt. The poison. Nas screamed, Burn it out. Now. The voice sounded distant through the ringing in her ears, but Avaryss's training took over. She seized her rage, turning the dark side inward like a furnace to burn the venom from her blood. The dizziness cleared. Her eyes focused just in time to see the cowards emerging from the trees. 6 acolytes stepped into the clearing, all wearing the blue tunics of the bottom tier. She recognized them immediately, the 4 they had driven from the mess hall table, plus 2 more. The insects had come to collect their grudge. 2 stayed by their speeder to watch the escape route. The other 4 ran toward the dead beast, already reaching for his teeth. Parasites. They had followed her tracks, thrown the nest deliberately, meant to use the wasps to finish the work, and walk away with the kill. Her mouth twisted into a snarl. Sloppy execution. They left their targets breathing. It was going to be the last mistake they ever made. Her sword was still buried in the monster's throat, but she wasn't helpless. She locked her eyes on the parked speeder. She reached inside the machine with the force and crushed the containment field on the power cells. The plasma matrix destabilized in an instant, a cascading thermal runaway that split the chassis from the inside out. The speeder came apart in a white-hot arc of energy, the shockwave flattening the brush for 10 meters in every direction. The ambushers had been so focused on carving the teeth from the dead beast that they assumed the wasps had done the work for them. Avaryss marked the one closest to her. He was supposed to be watching the perimeter, but his training sword hung loosely at his belt. With the snap of her wrist, she ripped the hilt from his hand and pulled it through the air into her own grip. She ignited the blade and launched. The humming edge came down through his skull, the current frying his brain before he could scream. He dropped. The other 3 spun, their weapons buzzing to life as they realized the hunt had turned. Avaryss dropped into Sarisu, the defensive shell, ready to catch their strikes. She wasn't alone. Nas leaped to her side with a savage yell, Taya rising right behind her. As Avaryss blocked a wild swing from the second boy, she read his form instantly. Overextended. Basic academy sequences with no dueling instinct. Sloppy, predictable. Master Adaz would have executed a student for this. So will I, she thought. But not yet. She let him press forward, let him believe he had a chance, just to watch the hope drain from his face. Her companions weren't playful. Nas's counters were heavy, bone-shattering parries designed to break her opponent's wrists through sheer force. Taya's double blade spun in tight, deadly circles as she flipped over a low sweep. The stings had slowed her, but her fury compensated. In a straight fight, the attackers were outmatched. Nas finished hers first, a brutal slash across the neck that left a smoking black line as he hit the dirt. Taya drove her twin blade into her opponent's chest, the shock breaking his ribs and stopping his heart. The boy fell without a sound. That left Avaryss and her partner. The survivor was the youngest of them. She had seen him in the mess hall before, always eating alone, always watching the door. He was panicked now, flailing his weapon wildly as he realized he was the last one standing. Enough. She shifted to an offensive stance. The fight ended 3 moves later. The boy tried to drop his weapon and surrender, but this wasn't a supervised sparring ring. These insects had tried to kill him in the mud. Mercy wasn't an option. She opened his chest with a hard diagonal cut. That was sufficient. She stepped over him without breaking stride. Avaryss stood over the bodies, her lungs burning. She drank in the terror of the dying boy, using his final moments to steady her own breathing. She looked at Taya and Nas. Both were covered in mud and blood, their faces pale as the adrenaline began to fade. Avaryss blinked, staring at them. "We really pushed it today," she said, her voice quiet. The eyes of all 3 had changed. The colors they were born with were gone, replaced by the burning gold of the dark side. That kind of physical corruption usually took a year of academy training, but the brutality of the fight had accelerated the decay. The dark side always took its toll on the flesh. On the walk back to the speeder, Avaryss caught her reflection in a puddle of dirty rainwater. The yellow eyes stared back at her. A cold finality settled in her chest. The eyes are gone, she thought. Another piece of the farm girl burned away. She looked away from the water. It was the rule of the path. Nothing stayed clean. They made it back to the academy gates at sunset, the massive ivory teeth of the monster strapped to their backs. The overseers noted the trophy, but the agony of the wasp stings ruined the victory. They spent the rest of the evening in the infirmary while medical droids cleaned the punctures. If the staff knew who had paid those 6 dead acolytes to attack them, they kept their silence. The architect of the ambush stayed buried in the logs, which brought them back to where they were now, sitting in the dark, sweating, tending to their wounds while the heat pressed down. A miserable end to a good slaughter. Avaryss stood, stretching her stiff shoulders. The welts burned, but the swelling was finally starting to subside. Taya had passed out on the opposite bunk. Avaryss decided to let her sleep. She'd earned it. She looked at Nas, who was staring at her own reflection in the small metal mirror, probing the fresh welts across her neck. The Inquisitor's daughter was shaking with quiet rage. How did those bottom-tier insects get the credits for an armored speeder, farm girl? Nas asked, her yellow eyes reflecting in the glass. I don't know, Avaryss said. They weren't on the high-earner boards. Nas nodded, her jaw tight. I asked around while you were in the secondary clinic. According to the gate master, only 2 long-range speeders left the compound today. Ours, and 1 cleared by an outside authorization. Avaryss's brow furrowed. An outside authorization. It happens. Some wealthy house on Korriban decides to clear out a rival before they ever finish their trials. They pay off a pack of desperate insects to do the job. If it works, the threat is gone. If it fails, it sends a warning to the family. Avaryss studied her friend's profile. You think they were targeting your house? Or Taya's? Probably one of us. Though I can't think of who would waste the credits. We're competent, but we haven't done anything large enough to threaten a major line yet. Nas turned around, her eyes sharp. What about your house, farm girl? Mine. You leave any old blood feuds behind in your sector. Avaryss shook her head. No ghost from her past knew she was alive. Certainly no one with the power to command Imperial speeders. The Imperial mission didn't care about her. Philin had hated her, but he wouldn't waste credits on assassins once she was out of his reach. Adaz might have staged a test, but this was too sloppy for him. He wanted her alive for his own design. Sending a pack of fools with a bug nest was too random for his precision. No, she told Nas. My ledger was wiped clean on Oridanna. The Inquisitor's daughter let out a sharp breath, turning back to the mirror. Maybe I'm hunting phantoms, she muttered. Maybe they were just desperate insects trying to steal or kill. Avaryss didn't answer. Her fingers traced the raw welt on her throat. She didn't believe it. Chapter 20. A Beautiful Slaughter. Your master orders you to seek out the Pyramid of Knowledge. To which lord do you go? Avaryss's brow furrowed. She had only learned the internal structure of the pyramid the previous night, and the names were slipping. Nas had laid it out, but the details blurred under the humidity and the fever. She forced her mind into the focusing exercises Adaz had drilled into her on Fury 9, dragging the information back to the surface. She forced her mind into the focusing exercises Adaz had drilled into her on Fury 9, dragging the information back to the surface. Scotia, she said. Our Lord Zash. Zash is correct, Nas said, her voice flat. Scotia or Zash. They are 2 of the most visible faces in the pyramid. You would do well to remember which one is currently trying to destroy the other. Avaryss filed the correction. The 2 acolytes sat on the stone floor of her quarters. Nas had finally agreed to map the internal politics of the Empire for her, the blood feuds, the shifting alliances, the poisonings that kept the ministries rotting from within. Information is the primary currency in the Citadel, Nas stated, her voice dropping. My father doesn't survive by tracking treason. He survives by holding the ledgers before the treason occurs. The ministries are a pyramid. If you don't control the flow from the base, you are buried by the apex. And the noble houses provide the friction, Taya added from her bunk. My father doesn't secure trade charters through imperial charity. He buys the favor of the logistics ministers with resources harvested from the rim. You build a network, or you become expendable. Avaryss consumed every scrap. She needed different armor for the high trials. Beasts and blades would only carry her so far. Say you had to approach them both, Nas pressed. How would that play out? Poorly. They are attempting to destroy one another. Feeding information to both would be a swift way to get my throat opened. But if I needed leverage from either, I would tell them exactly how I intend to ruin their rival. It would loosen their vaults. Advertisements. It would, Nas said, a cold smirk touching her lips. Never discard a useful rivalry. Use the friction to spark your own ascent. Now, if you wish to go over their heads entirely, who commands that sphere? Darth Thanaton, Avaryss answered. The name came without hesitation. A traditionalist. Strict protocol. The wrong bow, and he turns you to ash. Good, Nas said. Very good. We will make a political monster of you yet, farm girl. Avaryss offered a thin, cold smile. Knowledge was a weapon. She was sharpening hers nightly. If she could not catch the Overseer's attention with carcasses, she would find power in the shadows. In return, she traded the methodology she had extracted from Fury 9, Phylon's private lessons, the forbidden text from the archives. Nas and Taya knew less about the deeper currents of the dark side than she had assumed. The information was already locked in her skull. Bartering it cost her nothing. Taya had taken it upon herself to civilize the farm girl, dragging her through the social codes of the Dromund nobility. They spent hours mapping the hierarchy, the shifting tastes in food and music, the dress codes, the art. Who sat at the Emperor's right hand? Who was a week from an execution squad? Dress like a lord, speak like a lord, and the inner circles open before you draw your weapon. Power gets you through the doors. Your tongue keeps you from being poisoned at dinner. Even if the names changed before she escaped this island, understanding the architecture was vital. I have to blend in, she thought. Once I snare a master, I need to disappear into the crowd. Anonymity would be her armor. It would let her move through the ministries while she gathered the resources to destroy her real enemy. She would play the perfect apprentice, but her eyes would always be scanning the dark for Darth Feer. She turned a small bone over in her fingers. Nas. Darth Feer. His name surfaced in the historical files regarding the Outer Rim pacification loops. What is his current standing within the Ministry of War? Nas's brow furrowed. Feer commands 3 Harrower dreadnoughts and holds 2 sector tithes in the expansion region. He is a blunt instrument, ruthless, but his metrics keep him secure with the sphere of production. A brute, but a well-connected one. Why? Curiosity, Avaryss said, her voice even. If there is blood on a transfer of that scale, I like to know the architecture. I'll inquire with my contacts. See what surfaces. I would appreciate that. Avaryss inclined her head just enough. She kept her voice as flat as if she were asking about the weather. One day, she would tear Feer's holdings down. When that day came, she would need armies and fortresses. Overthrowing a Darth was an insane gamble, and she could not afford a single mistake. The setup had to be flawless. She would not move until her fingers were around his throat. When the moment arrived, she would not hesitate. 2 would enter that room. 1 would walk out, and when she walked out, every ship, every credit, every holding the murderer possessed would belong to her, to rule or burn as she saw fit. That was the only law the dark side respected. A rival could not be left breathing. Through victory, my chains are broken. The ancient code settled into her mind, cold and absolute. Once Darth Feer and everything he touched was reduced to slag, she would be free. She and Nas were piecing through the rumors surrounding Darth Avaryss's network of ghosts when the door hissed open. Taya entered, her face pale. The blonde had been summoned to the central tower that morning by Overseer Ilaria. Neither Avaryss nor Nas looked up immediately. They kept their eyes on their boots, waiting until Taya had shed her gear and her guard before they pushed. How bad was the tower? Nas asked. Not bad at all, Taya said, her mouth twisting into a sharp grin. Did you speak with the Zabrak? Avaryss asked. Taya nodded. I assume it was not an execution order. Are you concerned the venom will leave a permanent marker, Avaryss? Mother would be thoroughly displeased if I returned to the capital looking like a frontier grunt. Avaryss's face went cold. I want to know what the overseer required. Taya let out a small breath. I imagine you both do. Naz rolled her eyes, a low growl escaping her throat. Taya was a reliable blade in the swamp, but her highborn games were wearing thin. Right now, she was testing their patience. Neither of them was in the mood to be tested. Speak, Naz said, or we will pull the words out. Taya's expression shifted, the playfulness draining away. We made an impression. The overseer felt the shockwave when you pulled that death current out of the ground. As she watched our counter-ambush in the deep brush, one of her surveillance droids caught the slaughter on the holofeed. The blonde's voice was flat now, businesslike. We are the only acolytes in this ditch worth watching. Naz and Avaryss exchanged a quick, grim look. At least their work had registered. It was better to know Ellaria had no intention of punishing them for the 6 corpses in the jungle. The Academy's rules were technically void in the wild, but a dead favorite usually meant a sudden accident for the survivors. She called you to the high offices to offer compliments. Avaryss asked. No. The satisfaction drained from Avaryss's chest. Someone outside this academy financed the ambush we broke through, Taya said. Ellaria is curious about who wants us dead. She wants a direct line into our operations. She offered me a deal. I am to act as her eyes inside our circle. Watch what we plan. Track what we harvest. Feed the reports directly to her terminal. Avaryss's eyes narrowed. Ellaria was not interested in their advancement. The overseer was hunting for leverage of her own. If a powerful lord on Corbin wanted one of these 3 dead, Ellaria would gladly arrange the execution for the right price. That was the only logic that fit. She looked at Naz. The Inquisitor's daughter was staring at the floor, her expression hard. She had reached the same conclusion. Beware your master. The first trial had burned that law into her bones. And what did you tell her? Avaryss asked. That I accept, Taya said, meeting her eyes. Now we write the reports together. We tell the Zabrak exactly what we want her to hear. We make ourselves look like conquerors while we bury our real moves. It is not every day you get to feed lies directly to an overseer's terminal. Avaryss let out a low, rough sound. The girl had a point. But that did not make it safe. Taya thought she was protecting the group, but she was exposing a vulnerability. A true Sith would have taken the deal, sold out her companions, and used the favor to escape this rock by sunset. By choosing the trio over her own advancement, Taya was showing soft edges. Avaryss looked at Naz. Would you have taken Allaria's credits? In a second, Naz said, as would I, though Avaryss would not have been foolish enough to inform her partners afterward. Then we are exactly where we need to be, Taya said. We use her terminal to clear our path, and we climb out of this ditch together. Avaryss kept her hand wrapped around the leather hilt of her war blade, her thumb tracing the pommel as she mapped the trajectory of the transmission. The bond was functional, but the threshold of a betrayal was merely a matter of shifting metrics. Taya had laid her throat across the block and handed her friends the axe. If the blonde's soft, light-side habits were a trap set by Ellaria, handing Taya's head to the overseer would buy immense prestige. It was a gamble. The payoff could be Corbin. The cost would be a blood feud with Taya's family, a house with wealth and high-ranking Sith blood. A young acolyte could be crushed by such a feud before her training was complete. Avaryss kept her face blank, nodding slowly. She would weigh the numbers. They spent the rest of the day scripting the exact wording Taya would use in her first transmission to the high tower. Naz said nothing of her own calculations. If she was considering selling Taya to the guards, her face showed nothing. Avaryss watched the blonde laugh as they wrote the false log. Did Taya understand the trap she had walked into? If she was that blind, removing her from the ledger would be a mercy. A creature that trusting did not last long in the Order. Night fell across Butcher's clearing. The swamp heat was brutal enough to keep the apprentices locked in the barracks. The only ones moving were those willing to burn prestige points to sit in the air-conditioned lounges of the central tower. Avaryss spent the afternoon in the lower holding cells, assisting the Inquisitors with their gear. There were no prisoners scheduled for the needles, so the work was simple, and it kept her out of the midday sun. A low, greasy itch settled between her shoulder blades. Not a clear warning through the force, not a tremor or spike, but a persistent pressure she couldn't shake. She kept her back to the wall as she worked, her eyes tracking the shadows. The feeling stayed with her until the sun dipped below the canopy. When the air cooled enough to breathe, the apprentices crawled out for the late meal, shouting about night hunts. No one actually wanted to go into the dark. Avaryss returned to her quarters early. The nightmare still came, but the images were thinning. In her dreams, her family no longer screamed. They simply stood in the grass, staring at her with cold, silent eyes, judges, not victims. She woke each time with the grief hardening into anger. Why can't they see I'm doing this to avenge them? Why do they have to ruin my rest with those looks? She had enough weight to carry through the mud. She did not need their ghosts adding guilt to the burden. She walked into the small room to find Nas and Taya already out cold on their bunks. Packing into one room for mutual protection had been a solid plan at the start of the month. Now, with Alaria's shadow hanging over Taya, Avaryss was uncertain she wanted to sleep beside either of them. Taya hasn't turned yet. As long as she's feeding lies to the tower, she's a shield. Use her. Avaryss stripped off her tunic and leggings, crawling onto the hard mattress. The humidity had finally broken, the temperature dropping just enough to make the thin sheets bearable. Taya was snoring softly across the room, a steady rhythm in the dark. Give me one night of real rest. Keep the ghosts out. Let the dead stay buried. No dreams, just blackness. She had barely dropped into sleep when the air split open. The emergency siren shrieked, tearing her out of the dark. Red alarm lights drove through the window, painting the concrete walls in blood. Avaryss lunged out of the bunk, her foot catching the frame, and slammed her knee hard against the floor. The pain was swallowed instantly by the deafening wail of the sirens and the distant, heavy thud of artillery fire. She hauled herself up, limping. Something was happening outside. Avaryss. Taya called through the dark, her voice shaking. What is that? Get on your feet. Nash shouted from the doorway. Grab your blades and move. If the plasma core goes, this block turns to ash. The thought of being cooked alive in a concrete box got Avaryss moving. She pulled on her boots, threw her tunic over her shoulders, and reached out with the force, pulling her war blade into her palm. She burst through the door into the courtyard, her eyes snapping skyward. The night was gone, replaced by a blinding white glare. The academies and anti-ship turrets were tracking, unleashing massive bolts of plasma into the upper atmosphere. But there was no energy bubble overhead. The defensive shield had not been raised. Why hadn't Alaria activated it? If a Republic cruiser sat in orbit, they were dust without that barrier. Overhead, a wing of Sith interceptors tore through the clouds, their engines screaming as they banked west. They had launched from the capital ships in high orbit. But if an enemy fleet was attacking the planet, why were the fighters diving toward the surface? Should they not be in the upper atmosphere, intercepting Republic dropships? The courtyard was chaos. Acolytes stumbled out of their rooms in various states of undress, shouting at the guards, trying to locate the point of impact. The alarms kept shrieking. Nas and Taya flanked her, weapons drawn, their faces tight, with the same cold confusion running through Avaryss's veins. They stared at the stars, expecting the brilliant flashes of a naval engagement. The night was clear. In the distance, the silhouette of the heroic-class dreadnought hung against the stars like a steel knife. No explosions. No kinetic impacts. No shields flaring. The fleet was not under attack. Then what was the artillery firing at? Another squadron of starfighters roared overhead, following the same path into the western jungle. In answer, every holoprojector in the compound activated simultaneously. Life-size blue images of Overseer Alaria flickered into existence along the walkways. The Zabrik's teeth were bared in a wide grin, but her posture was rigid with fury. Listen to me, acolytes. Listen. The Overseer's voice boomed from a dozen speakers. We have an emergency. Every blade is required. Alaria's eyes flashed in the blue light. We have had a breach in the high-security cells. A high-value fugitive escaped the tower and hijacked an inquisitorial transport. The image flickered, replacing her with the tactical feed of the stolen vessel trailing fire from its thrusters, losing altitude as it skipped off the jungle canopy. Our naval forces crippled the vessel before it cleared the sector. The transport went down hard in the Western Preserve, but the target is still breathing. This prisoner requires immediate termination or recapture. The overseer leveled a vicious look at the crowd. A single prize, acolytes. A fugitive Jedi Knight has survived a blockade crash in the Western Preserve. Bring me the head, and your transit to the capital is authorized before the next solar rotation. Fail, and you remain in the silt. Avaryss felt the cold surge through her, burning away the last of her fatigue. This was the moment. The projection changed, displaying the face of an alien she had never seen. Dark, mottled green skin. Massive, unblinking black eyes. A heavy jaw. Instead of hair, a thick mass of fleshy tendrils fell from its skull across its shoulders. Nod Olin, Naz muttered beside her, tightening the straps on her vambrace. Republic Special Forces. This is no common prisoner. The target is fully armed, highly trained, and exceptionally dangerous, Alaria said. Use extreme caution. The military is sending search vessels to wall off the perimeter. The crash site is your starting point. The animal could not have gone far on foot. But remember, the jungle is hungry. The Zabrak offered a shallow, mocking bow. Good hunting, acolytes. May the force serve the strongest. The holograms vanished. The courtyard erupted. Apprentices screamed at one another, running for ammunition, armor, survival packs. The race had started, and with Corbin on the line, anyone left at the gate was already dead. Avaryss looked at her partners. Both wore faces of grim, dangerous focus. With the whole academy tearing through the brush, someone will stumble onto the target by accident, Taya said, buckling her weapon belt. Then we must be faster than the rest of the insects, Avaryss said. Naz's smile was slow and ugly. This hunt will be bloodier than these fools realize. Why? Taya asked. It is one alien. One alien who broke out of a high-security Sith tower, killed the guards, and stole an inquisitorial transport from under Alaria's nose. Naz shook her head, her eyes flashing yellow in the red alarm lights. That is no common pirate. No Republic spy. She turned back toward the room to retrieve her gear. If the beast recovered his lightsaber from the transport's holding locker, this will be a beautiful slaughter. The pieces locked together in Avaryss's mind. A Jedi. Only a Jedi could break out of an inquisitorial vessel, a ship designed with dark-side-insulated security locked specifically to contain Force-sensitive prisoners. If he had bypassed those systems, he was no common knight. He was either exceptionally trained or operating with inside knowledge. She looked at Taya. The blonde was still blinking against the strobe lights, her face soft with sleep. She had not yet completed the equation. Another mark against her, Avaryss thought, a cold satisfaction settling in her chest. She stepped into the night. The air was thick with jungle rot and ozone from the direct fire, and somewhere beyond the perimeter wall, a Jedi Knight was bleeding into the dark, calculating his next move. She intended to be faster. We have a Jedi to slaughter. Chapter 21. Time to find a vein. Watch out. Taya threw the steering column into a violent left bank. The speeder jerked so hard the deck slipped out from under Avaryss's boots. For a second her weight was over the lip of the chassis, dangling above the black canopy. She caught herself by pure instinct, throwing her weight backward and using the force to anchor her fingers to the outer hull until the repulsors righted the craft. To their right, another Acolyte team speeder roared past, its high-power search beam sweeping wildly across the leaves. Over the whine of the overtaxed engines, Avaryss could hear the passengers screaming curses. She dragged herself back onto the deck as Taya steadied the controls. Avaryss stood, her hand rising, fingers curling. What are you doing? Naz snapped from the bench. Avaryss bared her teeth. I'm going to drop a lightning arc through their repulsor manifold. The Inquisitor's daughter was on her feet instantly, slamming her palm down over Avaryss's wrist to force her hand toward the deck. "No," Nash shouted over the wind. "That rebel isn't the target. Remember the prisoner?" Avaryss snarled, her jaw locking. Killing a pack of Lord Tyre students wouldn't bring them closer to Corbin. It would only waste their charge and give the fugitive more time to clear the perimeter. She closed her eyes, took a long breath through her nose, and forced the heat back down into her gut. The desire to destroy didn't vanish, it simply shifted alignment. "You're right," she said, her voice flat. "The hunt is the only measure." She dropped back into her seat, pulling the scanner screen closer. The sky over the jungle was a mess of crossbeams and the howling of military repulsors. The armored speeders the guards had unlocked for the hunt were excellent pieces of machinery, equipped with life-form trackers and military thrusters, but the acolytes were turning them into coffins through greed and carelessness. By her count, at least 4 search teams had already vanished from the tracking display. She had seen the oily orange fireballs blooming in the distance. None of those deaths had anything to do with the prisoner. It was just acolytes ramming each other over a false lead, or slitting a rival's throat under the cover of darkness. Worse, the light and noise had driven the native fauna into a frenzy. The comm frequencies were choked with screaming students begging for extraction because a pack of pale jungle predators had swarmed their landing zone. The academy was losing more blood to the local wildlife than to the fugitive. Avaryss shook her head. Overseer Elaria had botched the operation. She should have handed the extraction to a tight squad of senior acolytes and Imperial troopers, killers who knew how to stay in formation and follow in order. By turning it into a free-for-all, she had let every low-grade student in the barracks clog the airspace and block the real hunters. The frequency was a wall of shouting, threats, and blood feuds. Speeders were clipping each other's nose cones, missing head-on collisions by inches. Fools, Avaryss thought. If the Overseer doesn't pull the leash soon, half the roster will be meat before the sun clears the horizon. And through all the chaos, the alien stayed invisible. She stared down at the sensor screen, her eyes burning from the static. The display was a jumble of green heat signatures from the jungle life, the glare drilling a headache behind her temples. "You see a track," Taya called out from the pilot's bench. Avaryss let out a dry, humorless sound. "We're sitting over a primeval swamp, Taya. The scanner is reading every nesting bug and swamp cat for 5 kilometers. Finding one body in this terrain through sensors is impossible." Naz leaned over the center console, her brow furrowed. Avaryss had grown used to letting the Inquisitor's daughter handle the tactical maps. Her paranoid nature made her skilled at guessing where an enemy would run. Right now, Naz was staring at a blue holo grid of the island, her fingers tracing the boundaries of the base. "Where did you drop?" Naz muttered. "Where is the hole?" Taya glanced at the map, shaking her head. "It's a wall of metal out there. Every speeder in the hangar is in the air." "Thank you for the update," Naz said flatly. They hadn't even been able to approach the shuttle wreckage. There were too many low-tire teams hovering over the fire like scavengers, leaving no room to drop down and find a trail. They were stuck on the outer ring, scanning the dark canopy and hoping the target had somehow broken through the main line. Avaryss spat a low curse. Where was the alien hiding? It was an island. The borders were fixed by deep water. The map was finite. The search lines were spreading out, getting wider and sloppier. On the ground, squads of Imperial infantry were marching into the brush to establish fixed watch points, but the updates coming back to the base were empty. The alien was a ghost. "He can't clear the coast," Naz growled, her teeth clicking together as she studied the grid. "Even if he breaks the jungle line and hits the sand, there are no boats. He wouldn't survive 10 meters in the deep water. The predators would strip his bones before his lungs filled." She shook her head. If he was hiding in a hole, someone would have caught his scent by now. With as many force sensitives in the air, a stationary target would glow like a flare. He has to be moving. But where is the line? Where is he aiming? Taya checked her altitude matrix. If he's down there, someone's going to stumble onto him. Unless the jungle already tore him apart. Naz snapped her head around. Let's hope not. A dead alien inside the gut of a swamp beast doesn't buy a seat on the shuttle to Korriban. Avaryss didn't join the argument. She closed her eyes, letting her mind sink into the dark side, trying to feel for a tear in the environment. She didn't believe the target was dead. The air didn't taste like a fresh corpse. He was breathing somewhere close. But the calculation was wrong. Taya was right about one thing. The entire academy had emptied out into the Western Preserve, with as many active blades on the field. Avaryss's eyes snapped open, a cold realization settling into place. She looked down at the holo map, her eyes tracing the blue lines back toward the concrete walls of the compound. Yes, it was the only strategy that made sense for an intelligent Corey. Turn the craft around, Taya, Avaryss ordered, and kill the search beams. Now. Both Nas and Taya looked back at her as if she had lost her mind. We're heading back to the base, Taya asked, her hands freezing on the column. We can't abandon the hunt, Nas hissed. Avaryss just looked at them. They had all been acting like beasts. They had assumed the target was running for his life because that was what common prey did when the Sith came to hunt. But this wasn't common prey. This was someone clever enough to break out of a high-security tower. He had no intention of running into a blind swamp. We aren't abandoning anything. We're the only ones on the right track, Avaryss said, her voice cold. She leaned into Nas's shoulder. Check the infantry lines. Are there any blind spots? Any gaps where someone could slip back toward the barracks without being seen? Nas's eyes narrowed as she began to work the map, pulling up the Imperial troop placement. The shuttle hit the deep brush 5 kilometers out, Taya reminded them, her voice tight. Why are we flying toward the gates? Because the target wasn't in that shuttle when it hit the trees, Avaryss said. He bailed out the second the transport cleared the tower's hangar. You said it yourself, there's no way off this rock without a long-range vessel. That shuttle was a dead end from the moment the engines fired, and there were too many lords in the spire to steal anything better. Nas's jaw went slack. The realization struck. She let out a low, wicked laugh. The alien had used their own bloodlust against them. He knew the second the alarm screamed, every acolyte would bolt toward the fire like wild beasts. The whole academy had emptied into the deep jungle, leaving the rear wide open. He wanted us to hunt that empty ship, Nas whispered, her eyes turning hungry. He wanted the base cleared out. He wanted us killing each other in the brush while he walked the other way. Exactly, Avaryss said. He's well behind our search lines right now. He might already be inside the wire. And with every guard and acolyte out here beat in the brush, Nas added, her fingers tightening on the console, the hangar back home is unguarded. Nas let out a short, vicious sound. Clever bastard. She turned back to Avaryss, her face twisted into a cruel, admiring grin. Sharp, farm girl. Very sharp. Let's hope the calculation holds, Avaryss said. The dark side tells me it does. That's a better wager than waiting for some low-tier fool to clip our wing, Nas said, her voice turning sharp. She kicked Taya's seat. Turn the nose back to the base. Keep the lights dark, drop us down to the canopy line, and set the repulsors to silent running. Let's go catch ourselves a Jedi. Taya didn't argue. She threw the switches and brought the speeder around. It still wasn't certain that the target was a Knight of the Republic, but the strategy fit. The old text said the Jedi avoided direct confrontation, using tricks and illusions to slip past a superior force rather than relying on raw power. Using the flaming shuttle as a decoy was their kind of maneuver. But the trick wasn't going to save him. The trio had unraveled the strategy, and if they stayed on the track, they would run him into the dirt. The holomap pinged, updating their tracking feed from the Imperial network. The positions of the other search parties showed up as red blips across the western sector. As they watched, 2 more markers flickered and died. Another Midair collision or a swamp beast pulling a deck into the slime. It didn't matter. More debris clearing itself out of their way. Nas studied the terrain grid, looking for the natural highways leading back to the base. Her finger stopped on a blue ribbon crossing the center of the map. The river, she said, her smile turning jagged. He's tracking the water line. Avaryss looked over her shoulder and nodded. The logic was clean. The river. The current flowed straight down from the high ridges of the island, cutting right through the center of Butcher's clearing before dumping into the ocean. The Academy used automated pulse fields to keep the massive predators away from the docks, but beyond the perimeter wire, the banks were thick with mud and unmonitored. A perfect route for a ghost trying to slip back into the hangar, if he could survive the things breathing under the surface. "That's suicide," Taya said, her voice shaking slightly as she steered the craft toward the water. "If that alien is foolish enough to wade into the current, he's already dead. The Sith will have picked his ribs clean by now." The name of the beast made all three girls go quiet. They all carried the scars of those lizards. A week after they had formed their alliance, they had tried to hunt along the riverbanks, thinking the water would provide high-value targets. They had run straight into a nesting pair of Sith, the dark side dragons. The reptiles were 2-meter blocks of muscle and teeth, territorial beyond reason, attacking anything that entered their stretch of the current. The trio had barely managed to scramble back to their speeder with their skin intact. "It's a gamble," Nas admitted, "but it's exactly why the guards aren't watching the banks. It's the one spot everyone thinks is impassable." She offered Taya a sharp grin. "Where's that highborn nerve, Taya? The danger is what makes the kill taste sweet." "Fine," the blonde muttered, dropping the speeder's nose toward the silver ribbon of the river. Avaryss kept her hand on her weapon. Despite the risk, the dark side told her they were on the right trail. "Should we call in a guard detail?" Taya asked. "It's a long river. We could use a sweep squad." "No," Avaryss said instantly. "The second we transmit over the frequency, 20 low-tier speeders will try to cut our line and steal the prize. We'd be fighting our own before we ever found the track." Nas nodded. The risk belonged to them alone. If they were wrong, they wasted a night in the damp. But if they were right, Corbin was waiting at the end of the line. The trade was fair. The speeder dropped below the tree line, skimming silently over the dark water. Nobody on the main tracking display seemed to notice their departure. If any of the overseers saw their marker shifting back toward the base, they probably assumed the farm girl and her companions had lost their nerve and were retreating to their bunks. Let the rabble waste its energy in the brush. They had a real throat to cut. Avaryss's fingers curled around the hilt of her war blade. The forged steel was cold against her palm. "It's thirsty," she thought, her eyes tracking the dark ripples below. "Time to find a vein." After the screaming comms and flashing lights of the jungle, the river felt deathly quiet. The speeder moved like a ghost above the black surface, staying just high enough to keep out of reach of anything lunging from the depths. Tay kept her eyes locked on the banks, her knuckles wide on the controls, while Avaryss and Nas sat back-to-back in the cargo bed, their eyelids shut. They weren't using the instruments anymore. They were reaching out with the raw current of the dark side, casting a net of hatred across the water. Hunting the old way, the Sith way. "We might be chasing shadows down here," Taya muttered. "We aren't," Nas and Avaryss said together, their voices matching. The synchronization made Avaryss's lips twitch. The connection locked without words. Her consciousness brushed the edges of Nas's clinical malice and Taya's erratic current, fusing their awareness into a single tactical grid through the Force. It left a metallic taste under her tongue. Nas's mind pressed against hers, not just sharing sight, but trying to flood Avaryss's consciousness with her own will to make her an extension of the hunt. Avaryss slammed a wall of ice between them. The mental connection fractured with a soundless shriek. The tracking thread snapped. Nas recoiled, her physical body flinching on the bench. The shared awareness collapsed into static. Avaryss opened her eyes, her breathing steady, her jaw tight. She would not be bridled. Not for a seat on the shuttle. Not for anyone. The speeder suddenly lurched violently to the left. Across the deck, Taya let out a sharp, terrified scream. Avaryss snapped fully out of the trance, her eyes flying open. 3 ripples fractured the scummy surface of the channel. The Sith broke cover, their semi-aquatic cloaking skin shedding the river mud as they lunged. Avaryss pivoted, her weight sinking into a low Sarisu opening guard as the lead predator bared its venomous fangs. One massive jaw clamped onto the port repulsor plate, its weight dragging the speeder into a wild, spinning skid. Taya wrestled with the steering, the controls groaning under her hands. Nas unleashed a jagged line of lightning, frying the eyes of the beast clawing at the stern. Avaryss lunged over the smoking port engine, her hands reaching out to grab the snout of the dragon trying to pull them under. "Choke on IT," she snarled. Her palms flared with a sickening orange glow. The dragon's yellow eyes went wide with terror. She locked her fingers into his flesh and began to tear the life out of his blood. The incantation was shorter now. The sequence that had taken the full measure of her concentration in the jungle had compressed with repetition into something closer to reflex. The cost was the same. The time was not. The spell did its work in seconds. The dragon's skin puckered and turned gray, its muscles dissolving to water as his energy poured into Avaryss's veins. The hollow carcass let go of the hull and dropped into the black water like a stone. Behind them, the beast Nas had blinded thrashed wildly, bleeding heavily from his eye sockets. The scent of fresh blood drove the remaining Sith into a frenzy. They turned on their wounded brother, teeth tearing into his belly in a cloud of red foam. The speeder lurched away from the kill zone, the port engine coughing and throwing black smoke. The lift plates were failing fast. Taya used every ounce of her training to force the dying craft toward the muddy bank, executing a hard, metal screaming landing in the reeds. The impact threw them against the benches, but the chassis held. They were alive, soaked in swamp water, but unbroken. Out in the dark current, the Siths were still tearing each other to pieces, the water thrashing with tails and claws. The three girls vaulted over the side, their boots sinking into the thick mud of the shore. They needed to clear the landing zone before the survivors finished their meal and came looking for more. They broke through the heavy brush, running until the sound of the thrashing faded into the ambient hum of the swamp. When the perimeter felt safe, they stopped to catch their breath. Avaryss spat a mouthful of grit into the dirt. The engine was dead. They were on foot in the dark. She looked over at Nas. The Inquisitor's daughter looked like a drowned corpse, her tunic torn, her face twisted with fury. The meld had failed, the speeder was scrapped, and they were stuck in the mud. Then the blow came from the left. Nas never had the chance to draw breath. 1 second she was standing a meter away from Avaryss, her eyes scanning the dark. The next, she was flying backward through the air. An invisible hand of force energy had snared her throat and hurled her straight back into the Black River. The Inquisitor's child didn't even shriek. She hit the deep water with a heavy splash and vanished beneath the surface. Before the sound of the splash had faded, a second telekinetic strike hit Taya from the right. The blonde was lifted off her feet and launched backward into the ferns. She hit the ground hard and did not rise. Avaryss dropped into a low crouch, her heart hammering. 2 blows in immediate succession, clean and silent, each one delivered from a different vector. The attacker was moving with lethal precision. She brought her blade up into the Sarisu guard, her senses expanding until she could feel the vibration of every leaf. The dark side flooded her muscles. She swept the tree line. Nothing. The attacker was invisible, but she could feel him now, a cold, calm presence in the dark, moving just beyond the edge of her perception. She dropped to one knee beside Taya, her fingers pressing against the girl's neck while her eyes stayed locked on the water. A pulse. Strong, but slow. The blonde was unconscious, but her skull wasn't fractured. Avaryss let out a short breath. She still breathes. She rose to her feet, her grip tightening on the hilt. The river erupted again. A heavy body flew out of the black water, crashing hard into the reeds with a wet thud. Nas. Avaryss checked her with the quick sweep of her senses. Like Taya, the Inquisitor's daughter was alive but unconscious, her lungs full of river water but her heart still beating. The last girl standing shook her head, her teeth bared. Why were they still breathing? The attacker hadn't held Nas under. He had thrown her out of the water. He had neutralized 2 threats and left them breathing. Not weakness, calculation. He was conserving strength, avoiding kills that would cost him seconds he didn't have. Which meant he was still running the clock. He had somewhere to be, and he needed her distracted by her companions rather than on his heels. The mercy was tactical, not sentimental. She filed that away. A Jedi who thought like a Sith was more dangerous than one who didn't. She stared out at the river. The current moved like oil, the surface flat and black as glass. In the faint glow of the distant searchlights reflecting off the mist, she caught her own silhouette on the water, her eyes burning yellow in the dark. She was alone, and for a fraction of a second, a cold needle of fear touched her heart. She was left alone with the monster from the tower. She let the fear slide into the furnace. It turned to anger in a heartbeat, and the anger sharpened into a cold, functional hate. "You can't stop hiding in the slime," she called out to the water, her voice steady. "I don't flinch at illusions." A line of bubbles broke the surface near the bank, drawing slowly toward the mud. She shifted her weight, locking her boots into the earth, her war blade held across her chest. The target emerged from the black water. His chest was bare, his dark green skin a map of raw burns, deep bruises, and bleeding cuts from his escape through the security fields. His large, unblinking black eyes locked onto her yellow glare. Attached to his utility belt was a heavy, silver cylinder, a stolen Imperial hilt, the weapon of his enemies. "Your companions are damaged," the Nautolan said. His voice was a deep, gravelly baritone, speaking basic with a clean, precise accent. "They need immediate attention if they are to survive the night." Avaryss let out a short, mocking laugh. "What makes you think I care about the grease in the mud, Jedi?" The alien didn't move, his dark eyes steady. "I can't taste your conflict. You care whether they breathe." "Maybe," she shrugged, her voice dropping into a hard, dangerous register. "Maybe not. Right now, the only measure on the field belongs to you and me." The thick, fleshy head tendrils across the alien's shoulders twitched. "I will not return to the cage," he said, his voice flat. "Not while I have breath." He reached down, his fingers locking around the silver cylinder. The Jedi ignited the stolen hilt, the crimson plasma venting with an irregular, spinning hiss that betrayed a damaged emitter matrix. He raised the weapon in a defensive form, three-opening guard, his hands trembling from blood loss but his posture anchoring the center of the bank. "Never again," he repeated. Avaryss's heart hit her ribs like a hammer. Her breathing slowed, her heart rate dropping into a steady, predatory rhythm as her awareness expanded into the reeds. She was standing across from one of the ghosts her father used to warn her about, a Jedi Knight stripped of his own weapon, forced to ignite the crimson plasma of his captors because his own blade was still locked in the tower archives. The irony was cold and absolute. A Jedi wielding a dead Sith's weapon, the crimson plasma cast in his exhausted face in blood shadow. She could feel the light side radiating off his green skin, but it wasn't the blinding sun she had expected from the stories. It was weak, flickering like a dying lantern on a starless night. The tower fields had broken his strength. It didn't matter. She didn't fear his light. It was a lie, a story told to keep acolytes from looking too closely into the dark. She wasn't a child anymore. The blade was starving. The feast was right in front of her. "Time to bleed," she whispered. She lunged. The alien snapped his stolen weapon up to meet her stride. Forged steel and the crimson plasma line collided with the savage, deafening hiss that lit the mud in blood-red light. The duel was open. Chapter 22. A Hollow Harvest. Fast. That was the only word for it. As Avaryss parried and cut back at the alien, the speed and precision of the Jedi's strikes shocked her. She knew her own worth with the blade. She could feel the rhythm of her forms in her bones, but right now she was pushing past her limits just to keep her head. The Nautilan's technique was a volatile fusion, the tight geometry of Makati, the aggressive leaps of Adaru, and the sweeping foundation of Shicho bleeding into one another. His guard shifted with every breath. She knew she should not enjoy the friction, but the dark side fed on the pace. If every Knight of the Republic fought with this kind of venom, the war would be a cold slaughter. Even Master Daz would have watched in silence. Or perhaps that was her own ego overcompensating for clumsy footwork. Perhaps her first mentor would have dismantled this alien in 3 passes without breaking stride. It did not change the calculation. She welcomed the clash. This was the finest trial she had been granted since Oridanna. She met his blade with open arms. As their boots tore up the ferns, the alien tried to anchor his heels near the riverbank, keeping the deep water open as a line of retreat. She broke that calculation immediately. She kept vaulting into his path, using telekinetic bursts to clog his route back to the mud. At one point, she launched herself entirely over his shoulder, landing between him and the dark ripples to cut off his escape. "Not tonight," she said, her voice a low rasp. "No more swimming for you, Jedi." Through the current of the Force, she caught the sudden surge of his frustration. Based on the text in the library, she had assumed the Jedi were hollow shells who suppressed their blood until they moved like droids. Yet right now, she was tasting a thick, greasy wave of fear, anxiety, and panic coming off his skin. The light side was not keeping his pulse steady. He is not finished yet. The realization narrowed her eyes. Despite the raw burns and deep cuts scrawled across his green skin from the tower's security fields, his frame carried the compact, unformed muscle of a subadult. This creature was still young. He was no older than she was. What was the title the old lords used in the archives? Padawan. A half-honed weapon. It did not matter what name he claimed. His hilt belonged to her collection. That was the only metric that counted. He possessed sharp instincts, but his refusal to feed his own panic into his muscles was a terminal error. The terror was sitting right there in his chest. Why was he letting it choke him? Avaryss was actively grabbing her own fears, the cold memory of fear, the blood of her family, and throwing them into the furnace to keep her blade moving. Going into a lethal duel while locking away half your ammunition was begging for the dirt. All the better for me. If the creature refused to fight with his whole heart, he was already dead. The dark was not a pit to fear. It was a fire to be stoked without hesitation. Only when you let it burn could you drop the weights. Only then could you breathe. The alien executed a heavy, two-handed strike that sent her rolling back into the roots. Their weapons uncoupled, both of them gasping for air, the heat of the opening exchange leaving their lungs raw. Avaryss found her footing in the mud. She was ready to break him on the next pass. "You are sharper than the rabble in the barracks," she said, her chest heaving. The Jedi backed off a step, his large black eyes tracking the tree line. She could feel him searching for a gap, a blind spot to slip through. She was not going to give him the space. The alien lifted his left hand, and Avaryss felt the pressure of energy gathering around his fingers. She pulled her hate tight, building a kinetic wall around her chest to absorb whatever he was assembling. "You need to drop the weapon," he said, his hand tracing a slow arc through the air between them. "Your transport is destroyed. Your companions are bleeding in the brush. You must return to the gate and secure medical droids." Avaryss blinked. The tip of her war blade dipped a fraction of an inch. "I am not the prize you are hunting," the alien continued, his baritone voice smoothing into a soft, hypnotic rhythm. She let her arms go slack, the tip of her blade pointing into the dirt. "You are not the prize I am hunting," she repeated, her voice flat and hollow. "I have to find help for the barracks." The Jedi's mouth broke into a relieved grin, and he began to pivot toward the tree line. She lunged. The Force carried her forward like a bolt from a bow, her steel aimed directly at his throat. The Jedi barely managed to snap his crimson blade up in time to catch the strike. The impact sent a shower of red sparks into his face. She glared into his massive, black eyes, her face inches from his jaw. "Fooled you," as she said. He let out a furious snarl, his form fracturing into a desperate, chaotic assault. Pathetic, she thought as she absorbed the blows. He had actually tried to scramble her mind with a basic suggestion. Learning to lock the gates against mental intrusion was the foundation for every slave hopeful on Fury 9. The memory of the humiliation she had endured during her first trials remained a raw sore in her mind. This Jedi was no smarter than Brighton, that dead squad leader whose name she could barely remember. And if he kept swinging with this kind of desperation, he was going to end up in the exact same ditch. She retreated 3 steps, letting her Sarisu guard eat his momentum. "Give in to the rage, Jedi. Let it snap. The more you scream, the more your little light sours." A hot tingle ran down her spine. Every clumsy swing brought him closer to a broken bone and brought her closer to Corbin. She only had to hold the line. His muscles were going to fail him, and when the exhaustion hit, he belonged to her. She could taste the conclusion. His dark eyes were wide with pain. He had to know the fight was over. Yet he kept swinging. It was stubborn. Foolish, but stubborn. Why could you not let the dragons have you? He growled, his breath catching in his throat. Why did you follow me down here? To strip your teeth, Jedi, she said, her blade ringing against his hilt. Your capture is worth a seat on the shuttle to the high trials. I bring you to Elaria alive, and I leave this rock behind. Your execution is the foundation of my ascension. He shook his head, a heavy wave of disgust hitting her through the force. Do you even comprehend the words you are repeating? He asked, his voice raw. Do you have any idea what it means to be a Sith? I know what the code demands. I know what the order produces. I have been on the receiving end of both. The alien let out a dry, bitter laugh. You know nothing, he said. She glared at him. How dare a prisoner in rags talk down to her about the dark side? You are a rat in a cage. You understand nothing of the current. He gave her a long, exhausted look, his crimson blade trembling slightly. I know it eats its own tail. I know you will spend every remaining hour of your life looking over your shoulder for a knife. I know you will freeze to death watching for a betrayal while you plot your own. Your overseer offered me a seat at the table, too. She served me the exact same garbage you believe is truth. When I refused the collar, they broke my ribs. They burned my skin. But the wire did not hold. I will never crawl into your dark side. I will never look like you. Avaryss growled, the fury boiling into her palms. Then you can rot in the mud. Your peace is a lie, and when the war begins again, the Empire will crush your temples until the Jedi are nothing but a footnote in the archives. She drove forward again, but this time the alien met her with a sudden, vicious surge of power. His defense did not break, it hardened, his movements revitalized by his own speech. The impact of his hilt nearly took her fingers off. The light side around his shoulders felt heavy, pressing against her skin. Impossible. Their blades locked at the crossguards, their faces lit by the angry ruby light as they shoved against one another's weight. He forced her still back, driving the plasma line closer and closer to her collarbone. She ground her boots into the muck, trying to throw her hips into the resistance. The alien's eyes were bright with a strange, heavy emotion. It was not flat anymore. She felt a distinct spike of pain and anger pulsing from his blood. It is over, he said, his jaw tight. Let me clear the line. I have no desire to destroy you. She let out a sharp grunt, her muscles screaming as she tried to break the lock. He had the physical leverage. He was built stronger than she was. She refused to lose. She gathered her telekinetic energy and detonated a raw kinetic pulse between their chests. The blast broke their grip, but he did not fly backward into the mud as she had hoped. He converted the momentum into a clean, backward roll, springing back to his feet before the dirt settled. He raised his hilt, his guard perfect. For the first moment since the clearing, a cold needle of doubt touched her ribs. What if his training was deeper than her own? What if she could not close the distance? We do not need to finish this with blood, he told her, his voice steady despite his cracked ribs. You do not have to die for Alaria's amusement. If we combine our strength, we can clear this perimeter. I can't taste the friction inside you. The masters have not completely burned out the human edges yet. Not yet. He offered a small, hesitant smile. With an acolyte helping with the codes, the hangar will be open. We can leave this planet behind. Her jaw set. Did this fool honestly believe she would swallow that? And then what? I spend the next 20 years in a Republic cell while your corrupt Senate needles my brain for Imperial fleet codes. The Jedi Order would protect you, he said quickly, taking half a step forward. The Council understands mercy. You have a powerful connection to the current. They will give you sanctuary, guide you, show you how to find the light. You would not have to live your life waiting for your companions to poison your drink. She shook her head, her teeth bared. Lies. The beast is trying to trick me. But a small, stubborn piece of her mind, the ghost of the farm girl from Oridanna, flinched. The offer tasted clean. She shook her head violently, horrified that she was even listening to the echo. Her irises flashed an ugly, burning gold. Never. She glared at the green skin. Deceiver. She lunged with a scream, her fury at her own weakness pouring directly into her arms, giving her a sudden, monstrous surge of physical power. She would not let this creature scramble her focus again. She was going to take his head. Their blaze uncoupled after a frantic, blinding exchange. The time for deals was dead. She was going to end it. They began to circle each other again, their boots clicking against the wet stones. She drove him back step by step, forcing him away from the bank and into the ironwood roots where the water was no longer an option. Go ahead. Try to run. I will fry your spine before you touch the water. The dark side was an absolute flood in her veins now, locking her focus, erasing the doubt. I can't see why Ellaria kept you alive in the tower, she said, her voice a low venom. Your Jedi Master must have been proud of his little pet. The alien spat into the dirt, a fresh wave of disgust pulsing off his frame. Interesting. He hates his mentor. I warned him, the Nautolan growled, his hilt shaking. I told him we should never have crossed into this cursed sector. But the old fool would not listen. He could only see the objective. Our precious objective. And what objective is worth dying in the mud for? She pushed. You think your noble houses are invincible, the Nautolan growled, his hilt shaking as he caught her downward cut. But your empire is already fracturing. The administrative feuds your High Lords play are an invitation. It takes very little to turn the Sith upon themselves. Avaryss drove her weight against the guard, her face inches from his jaw. The competition keeps the blade sharp, Jedi. Your Senate fell because it was soft. The Empire survives because it eliminates its garbage. We remember the sacking of Coruscant, Sith, the alien hissed, his eyes turning dangerous. We all buried friends after your cowardly strike on the temple. We will not let you pull that trigger twice. Enough of us survived the fire. We are going to ensure you never get the chance to repeat the trick. You cannot stop the wheel, Avaryss said. The Jedi Order had changed its rules. This was vital intelligence. The first pins have already been pulled. Sith, your master's internal fuse will be their undoing. Under our master's guidance, we are going to pull this whole decayed Imperium down around your ears. Keep your mouth open. Did Ellaria know about this network? Had the Nautolan confessed during his interrogation in the tower? The entire ministry structure could be compromised. The High Lords needed the reports. Careful, Jedi. That sounds a great deal like you are hunting for revenge. Revenge is a shortcut to the dark side, or so the overseers claim. This is not revenge, he spat, his voice cracking with emotion. This is a reckoning. You will pay for every stone you broke in the temple, for every night your filth butchered, for the younglings who died in the halls, for my friends. The Nautolan bared his teeth. You will pay in blood. Yes, Avaryss crowed, her yellow eyes wide. Let the leash go. Strike me down if you have the muscle. You are finally looking at the truth. Embrace the hate, and you can claim a red tunic by sunrise. Never. It is already in your blood. Our master will break you. He will turn this entire empire to ash. Who is he? The Jedi realized he had let too much slip. He charged. The dark side howled in Avaryss's ears. The Nautolan had finally abandoned his discipline. The fight had shifted. They were playing her game now, and she had never lost a match in the mud. He understood the light, but in the dark, he was a novice. She turned his own anger against his balance. She reached out through the current, tearing his mental shield away like wet paper. The light side stopped feeding his limbs. That was when the execution began. She locked his blade in mid-air with a telekinetic vice. She hurled him backward across the clearing. This time, he did not roll, his limbs were flailing, his balance gone. She began to drain his panic, his anger, and his despair straight out of the air, using his failing spirit to stoke her own muscles. She lifted his frame into the air and slammed him hard against a massive trunk behind him. He bounced off the wood, his ribs cracking with a wet sound on the impact. As his body hit the dirt, she unleashed a jagged streak of violet lightning. He tried to swing his hilt to block the arc, but his arms were too slow. The current cooked the green flesh across his shoulder. Now, drive the steel home. Finish it. She vaulted forward. Their weapons clashed in a frantic blur as she drove him deeper into the brush. He tried to throw up a defensive barrier, tried to push her back with the kinetic wave, but he was drawing entirely on dark side energy now, energy that Avaryss's body instinctively drank in, multiplying her own speed. The boy's counters grew desperate. He was not trying to secure a kill anymore. He was just flailing to open an exit line, but the perimeter was closed. Nobody cleared the net once the dark side took hold. She slammed her palm into his chest, throwing him back against a stone outcrop. Something inside his spine snapped loudly, and a spray of dark fluid left his mouth. She stood over him. "I am going to hunt them down," she promised him, her voice dripping with malice. "I will find these friends of yours, these fools who think they can play with our ministries. Your master and his ghosts are going to die in their holes, and your fellow apprentices will wear our collars. Your plan is a failure. I swear it on the throne, you lose everything tonight." She lunged forward, her steel moving in a terminal arc. He barely managed to drag his body across the dirt to avoid the decapitation, his hilt rising in a trembling, useless guard. She stood over his frame. She had expected the satisfaction of a closed ledger. Instead, the clearing felt wrong, too quiet, the dark side retreating where it should have surged. She lifted her sword to finish it, her muscles locking for the strike. He has higher value breathing. Remember the ticket to Corbin? She checked her arm, her breathing ragged. The voice was right. She would not throw away her passage over a grudge. "You are going back to the cages now," she said flatly, her yellow eyes fixed on his face. "Alaria is waiting for your extraction protocol." The Jedi did not drop his chin. He used his good arm to drag his spine up the stone, dark fluid running from his teeth. I will not wear the wire." He ignited his crimson blade again. He could not even balance his hips, but the defiance coming off his skin was a solid wall. She rolled her eyes. The creature loved the cage. She dropped into her combat stance one last time. He lunged with a desperate cry. She parried the clumsy line, her arm moving into a swift, heavy counter-strike. He brought his hilt up to catch the steel and the crimson line vanished. The alien deactivated his hilt, dropping his guard entirely. She could not halt the momentum. Her entire weight was committed to the downstroke. The forged alchemical iron tore deep into his collarbone, carving a massive, diagonal gash through his chest cavity. A small, wet gasp left his lips. Avaryss froze, the kinetic shock traveling up her forearms into her shoulders. "What did you do?" she demanded, her voice cracking. He looked up through bloody teeth, his lips tightening into a faint, quiet line as his life fluid hit the mud. "I cleared the net," he whispered, his lungs rattling. "Thank you, as if." His head dropped to the side, his fingers letting go of the silver hilt. She stood there, paralyzed. This was not the calculation. She was supposed to bring him back breathing. The Nautilin's mouth stayed open in a dead laugh, his spirit slipping out of the Empire's reach. There is no death," he murmured, his voice a fading thread. "There is the Force." The remaining light vanished from his black eyes, his shoulders settling into the dirt. She felt his signature snap, felt the final breath leave his chest. He died at peace, empty of fear or anger. Avaryss looked around the clearing. The jungle seemed to stop his noise, the air sitting heavy, waiting. The dark side hit her then, not as a current, but as a violent, concussive wave of raw energy. She screamed until the sound stopped being a word and became something else, something that belonged to the jungle rather than to her. The wind whipped through the branches, a sudden storm of telekinetic rage setting fire to the dead leaves in the underbrush, the sparks sputtering against the damp earth. She dropped to her knees beside the dead prize, her hands clawing into the mud. The cold of it surprised her, how deep the cold went, how it pressed up through her palms and into her wrists. She should have felt the triumph of a kill, but she felt cheated, robbed, and betrayed. By the green skin, and by the ghost inside her own ribs. The temptation had come back. She had beaten it down, but the fact that the farm girl was still alive enough to listen to his offer made her furious. "You are dead," she howled at the carcass, her fist slamming into his chest. "Dead!" She stopped. The words had come out wrong. She was not shouting at him anymore. She could hear that plainly, even through the rage. The green skin was irrelevant. She was howling at the grass plains of Oridanna, at the silent judges standing in the field, at every ghost that had followed her into the mud and refused to be buried. "Why do you keep ruining my rest?" She let her forehead drop onto the bloody stone, her chest heaving. "Damn you, Dad," she whispered into the dirt. "Damn you." She could not tell how many minutes bled away while she sat in the slime. It felt like an hour or an eternity. The sharp snap of branches breaking in the ferns brought her back. She forced her knees to lock, pivoting toward the sound with an angry snarl, her steel blade ready to cut down whatever came out of the dark. Avaryss. Avaryss blinked, her focus clearing. Taya was standing at the edge of the clearing, her balance shaky, her eyes glassy and unfocused under the strobe of the distant alarms. Avaryss crossed the mud to catch her, her fingers checking the back of the blonde skull. There was a massive, soft knot forming under the hair. The girl had a heavy concussion. She needed a medical droid. She needed NAS. What happened to the line?" Taya asked, her voice slurred. Avaryss let out a cold, flat laugh. "We need to drag NAS out of the reeds," she told her companion, guiding her shoulders. "She needs the droids to clear her lungs. You both need the tables." "Understood," the blonde muttered, her knees giving out. Avaryss caught her weight before she could fall, bracing her ribs. Taya let out a pained breath. "Everything hurts," she whispered. Avaryss let out a dark, quiet sound. "The medicine is right down there," she said, pointing her chin toward the base of the rock. Taya squinted through the dark, her hand resting on Avaryss's shoulder for balance. Her eyes fixed on the green carcass. "What is that?" "Our extraction to the capital," Avaryss said, her voice dropping into a flat, level cadence. Taya managed a weak, blood-flecked smile, her fingers tightening on the dark fabric of Avaryss's sleeve. "You secured the kill." "No," Avaryss corrected, her eyes fixed on the tree line. "The triumvirate secured it. We present the harvest as a collective triumph. We share the credit, we share the promotion, and we leave this march together." Chapter 23. The Second Tier. Her suite sat high inside the climate control core of the central spire. After months of breathing sweltering rot and swatting blood ticks in the barracks, the sterile, chilled air felt unnatural against her skin. She had trained herself to live in the dirt. She had learned how to turn deprivation into fuel. Now, the hardship was gone. She was buried up to her chin in a tub of steaming water. The basin was a massive slab of polished obsidian, large enough to submerge 3 Gamorrean guards. She let her nose sink below the surface, letting the heat soak through her muscles and settle deep into her bruised bones. She could not remember the last time her skin had felt this loose. For terminating the Nautilin night, Overseer Eularia had given the trio a blank voucher for every luxury the tower possessed. Lucky for Eularia, they had swept her floor for her. The Overseer would not have survived the fallout if she had to explain to the Dark Council that a high-value Republic prisoner had hijacked a military transport and cleared the sector under her watch. A failure that massive usually ended with an execution squad or a terminal transfer to the front lines of Bamora. Handing out a few hours of luxury to the acolytes who caught the asset was the cheapest leash the woman could offer to keep the hounds off her scent. Avaryss broke the surface, letting out a long, heavy breath as the water sheeted off her face. She had forgotten the physical sensation of being clean. She had starfrit. On Fury 9, hot water had never been a luxury. The ship drew geothermal energy directly from the volcanic vents, but the water had always smelled like sulfur and left a white, crusty layer of mineral grit on the skin. Down in the concrete blocks of Butcher's Clearing, the only option was a row of broken sonic showers. Standing water in the tropical basin was a breeding ground for bacterial rot and jungle parasites, The medical staff banned liquid baths to keep the apprentices from melting from the inside out. Only inside the spire was the filtration absolute enough to permit a real soak, where the scented oils did as much to steady the mind as they did to clean the flesh. I needed this. I earned every drop. It would have been better if she had dragged the alien back breathing, but... Her brow wrinkled. The final seconds of the duel rushed back into her head. The Nautilin's choice to deactivate his blade rather than wear the wire again. Thank you, Sith. The memory made her blood turn hot. She slammed her palm down against the surface, throwing a violent geyser of water toward the ceiling. But she did not let the droplets fall. She reached out through the current of the dark side, locking the water in midair. She watched the droplets hover before her face, vibrating like a cluster of uncut diamonds in the artificial light. It was the first time she had attempted a micromanipulation of this scale. The Force was an ocean. It bound every star system together, but pinching something this small took a delicate, hyper-focused concentration. She let her fingers go slack. The drops hit the basin with a soft patter, vanishing back into the steam. The muscle was growing. Every lesson bought with blood, every ambush she broke through, was dragging her closer to the red dust of Corbin. The hunger to become Sith had overtaken her mind, eclipsing the simple plans she had carried off Oridanna. The destruction of Darth Feer and justice for her family's graves were still the primary targets on her board, but she was starting to understand that power was his own currency. Once she had turned Fear's castle into slag and avenged her father's name, she would require a new horizon. A new war to fight. Why should she not spend the rest of her life accumulating more weight? Through victory, my chains are broken. The ancient words felt solid in her head now. She accepted the weight of them. Of course, she had not secured a clean victory with the knight, had she? The boy had cheated her out of it by turning off his guard, choosing the steel over the cage. The Overseer was treating it like a win, but... The asset is terminated. He will not threaten the border again. A living prisoner carries higher value, but a dead trophy still counts on the scoreboard. Nobody at the table is going to fault you for drawing blood. It is better to leave his carcass in the reeds than to let him slip past the naval blockade with Imperial security codes. His talents are permanently deleted from the map. Neither Jedi nor Sith will ever use his strength again. It is a functional result for the Empire, and you were the one who delivered the receipt. She laid her skull back against the obsidian lip, mapping out the geometry of the duel for the 10th time. She kept searching for the mistake, wondering how she could have flipped the outcome. She could have targeted his knees with a kinetic burst, or used a horror spell to leave him sobbing in the dirt before he could hit the switch. But she had been too busy drinking in the dark side to calculate the finish. She had let her focus slide, and she had paid the price. It was a minor deduction, but she still cursed herself for letting him choose his own exit. If she had been faster, she could have locked her fingers around his throat in a forced choke, shutting his lungs down before his brain could process the suicide play. If she had dragged him onto the hangar deck alive, she would be sitting on a long-range shuttle right now, watching the clearing turn to dust behind her as she headed for the High Academy on Corbin. Instead, she was still stuck on this wet rock, at least until the dinner ended. Hopefully, Alaria's eyes were wide enough to recognize the capacity she had displayed. She was right at the edge of the red world now. She could smell the dust of it. All she required was the Overseer's signature on the transport logs. The slaughter in the Rees had to be enough to buy that pass. Given the short tempers of the other acolytes in the blocks, staying on this island much longer was an invitation to a knife in the liver. Alaria's open hunt had driven the whole base into a feral frenzy. The metrics coming back from the medical spire were staggering. 38 acolytes had been returned as corpses during the night hunt. Some had been chewed up by the local wildlife, but most had died from sudden, convenient accidents while looking for the track. The survivors were going to look at the 3 girls sitting in the spire luxury and choke on their own bile. Avaryss and her allies had snared the prize every animal in the mud had been starving for. Now, they were sitting above the wire. The hero status would protect them for a few days, but the smart move was to clear the planet before the gratitude soured. As the days went by, the Overseer's relief would fade, and then they still had the small matter of the ambush with the Shadow Wasp nest to resolve. They still had not found the face behind that assassination plot. If a powerful family on Dromengkas wanted one of them dead, the easiest strategy would be to corrupt the transport masters and block their departure to Korriban. This, when made them a target, it separated them from the rest of the herd. Even now, the losers in the concrete blocks were likely sharpening their iron and plotting revenge. We have to double the guard. Assume every hand in the room is holding a razor. The heat of the water lost its flavor. Avaryss stood up, stepping out of the basin onto the cold tile, reaching for a drying sheet in a heavy robe. As she ran her fingers through her wet hair, she knew she needed to talk things over with Nas and Taya. They had their own plans to align. Given the rules of the Academy, Nas had been shocked when Avaryss agreed to share the credit for the kill. Both Nas and Taya had been unconscious in the reeds. The blade that took the asset belonged to Avaryss alone. The Inquisitor's child had not been able to untangle the logic. Why give away a share of the win when you hold all the leverage? Nas had demanded while the droids were patching her skin in the clinic. Why not just take the shuttle solo? The thought crossed my mind. But the longer I looked at the board, the more I realized that sharing the win was the only smart play. You are both second-tier acolytes. You already have passage to Korriban. If I took the entire score for myself, I would land on the Red World completely isolated. You two would clear your trials and join me within a month, and when you landed, you would be hunting my head for breaking the pact. I would have traded two reliable blades for two permanent rivals who know exactly how I move. She had let the silence sit for a moment. This way, the alliance stays solid. I land on Korriban with two senior students who have a reason to keep me breathing. By lifting you up, I secure my own rear. Nas had looked over at Taya, who had simply shrugged. The Inquisitor's daughter had turned back to Avaryss, her jaw tight before her face relaxed into a hard nod. A clean calculation, farm girl. Sharp work. Congratulations, Avaryss, Taya had added. That was pure Sith strategy. The Alliance had a ceiling. Every resource Nas and Taya possessed that Avaryss needed, she had already begun to extract. When the last useful thing passed between them, the math would change. But the ceiling was not here yet, and until it arrived, the perimeter held. She walked out of the washroom into the main living quarters of the suite. The room was larger than the entire farmhouse her father used to manage on Oridanna, larger, colder, and lined with polished stone. One entire wall was a solid sheet of transparent steel, offering a panoramic view of the mist-heavy, sweltering jungle below. Out in the brush, another miserable, brutal day was beginning for the rest of the Academy. She was glad to be looking down at it from the spire, at least for now. She checked the benches for her uniform, but the rags were gone. One of the household slaves must have cleared them out while she was in the washroom. The cloth had been so heavy with swamp mud and dried blood that it had stopped being a uniform and become something closer to evidence. Her steel war blade sat on the durasteel table near the bed. She picked it up, pulling the heavy metal from its sheath. Adaz had broken her bones to test the tolerances of an Imperial asset, and still his parting gift had been a solid tool, a heavy, dominating weapon that had commanded respect in the blocks and kept her alive in the reeds. She did not know what to do with that contradiction yet. She filed it and kept polishing. She held the steel up to the glare. A thin line of dark, dry fluid was still caught in the metal near the guard. That would not do. She went back to the washroom, snagging a clean cloth to scrape the steel clear. The Jedi Knight had chosen a coward's exit. She would not let a suicide's blood stain her blade. As she sat on the edge of the bed, polishing the blade until it gleamed, the door chime hissed. Avaryss's brow furrowed. The staff had been given strict orders to lock the sector. The day had been cleared for rest. She reached out through the force, clicking the internal comm switch. Identify. Avaryss. It is Taya. Open the seal. The acolyte let out a short sigh. She popped the lock with a flick of her mind. Enter. The heavy panel slid back, admitting the blonde girl. She was wearing an identical white spire robe and a pair of soft slippers. This is a bit more civilized, Taya said, dropping onto the lounge bench. This is how a true servant of the Empire is supposed to live. We haven't cleared the trials yet, Avaryss reminded her, her finger still moving the cloth along the edge of her blade. But I'm not going to argue with the atmospheric condenser. Taya let out a light laugh. You'd better get used to the temperature. If a Darth doesn't take notice of you after the report hits the capital, the old man is blind. As a proper apprentice to a lord, this is your baseline. Avaryss nodded slowly. Securing a lineage with a Darth would cut years of her ascent. The blonde shifted over, sitting on the edge of the mattress next to her. Normally, Avaryss would have bolted to her feet if another acolyte breached her perimeter like that. But the room was secure. She had half a meter of forged steel in her hand, and Taya was unarmed. Unlike Nas, Taya did not exude the cold, greasy pressure of malice that Avaryss had come to expect from everyone touched by the dark side. She was too friendly for the uniform she wore. If the warmth was a tactical mask, it was an exceptional piece of work, but Avaryss was not going to drop her shield. The lessons of Fury 9 had been paid for in skin. Expect the knife. Beware your master, your apprentice, and your equals. Those were the only rules that kept a body breathing inside the order. Avaryss intended to keep breathing for a very long time. She looked over at her partner, her eyes steady. Is Nas coming up? We need to map out the strategy for Alaria's table. Taya let out another chuckle, her cheeks turning a slight shade of pink. I don't think our friend is available for a strategic briefing right now. Avaryss's brow came together. Explain. Taya leaned in close. I just came from her sector. She had 2 guests arriving at her door, and she didn't look interested in talking. 2 of the overseer's personal house slaves. The heavy, muscular ones from the lower lounges. The blonde's blush deepened. I think Nas is going to be occupied until twilight. Avaryss's eyes widened as the realization hit her. Oh. Taya smirked. At the very least, her temper should be a lot softer when we hit the dining room tonight. Avaryss could not stop the reaction. A sharp laugh slipped past her lips. So much for a talk before dinner. Nas had found a different way to expend her energy. It was a functional distraction. I'm surprised you aren't exploiting the overseer's generosity yourself, Taya. The blonde's face went red. I had one of the slaves work the knots out of my shoulders, which was excellent. I used to have a personal servant for that back on Dramenkos. Nobility has its benefits. But the rest. Taya's eyes went soft, her gaze tracking the floor. It would be pleasant to have a handsome face come through the door, tell you that you're the most beautiful thing in the sector, and spend the hours showing you how much he values your company. But it's an act. It's fun, but it isn't real. He's just avoiding the whip. Avaryss studied her face. Do you have someone waiting for you back in the capital? A few scions from the ministries have tried to cross my path. I can afford to let them wait. She offered Avaryss a sly look. What about you, Avaryss? Are you going to let Alaria's boys through your door? Avaryss felt her own skin turn hot. How do you know I haven't already? The sheets are perfectly flat. Unless you've got a slave stuffed inside the washroom locker. A soft laugh. No. I have no interest in household property, no matter how skilled the overseer says they are. She did not tell Taya that she had never let anyone inside her uniform before. She was not ready to hand over that particular ledger entry to anyone, and an imperial slave avoiding the whip was not the occasion she intended to mark it with. She could afford the wait. The 2 girls spent the afternoon planning, mapping out exactly what they would say during the dinner. Taya forced her through another hour of vocal drills, sharpening her accent so she would not look like a provincial outsider when she spoke to Alaria. Taya ordered a tray of fine rations for lunch, spending the hours dragging Avaryss through dining etiquette, which cutlery matched which food, how to carry herself at a noble's table, and other high society necessities. As they worked through the drills, Avaryss realized with a jolt of cold caution that the boundaries between them had shifted. At the start of the month, she had categorized Taya as an asset to be used the moment she needed a sacrifice. Now, the thought of cutting her loose left an unpleasant taste in her mouth. Despite her best efforts to keep her heart frozen, the blonde had become something else. She set her fork down. The realization settled cold in her throat. Taya noticed the pause. What? Avaryss held her eyes for a long moment, then let out a slow breath. When we hit Korriban, the Masters may try to pit us against each other. You know that. I know. If that happens, it won't, Taya said, her voice firm. I have your back, Avaryss. I will stay out of your way during the high trials, as long as you leave my line clean. Avaryss gave a single, slow nod. She could balance that ledger. Once they hit Korriban, their paths might cross during the trials, and she genuinely hoped the Masters would not force them into the same ring. She had no desire to see Taya's blood on her boots anymore. Plus, the girl's house had serious connections in the ministries, leverage that Avaryss might need to exploit when she finally went after Feer. We have to keep this entirely between us, Avaryss warned her. If the Overseers catch a scent of it, they will intentionally pit us against each other in the arena just to watch us break. The blonde nodded hard. As far as the compound is concerned, we are business partners who tolerate each other for mutual advancement. We will make enough noise in the blocks to keep that narrative solid. Agreed, Avaryss said. Then we have an understanding. They finished the vocal drills, and Avaryss traded a few minor dark side sequences she had memorized from Phylon's files, small manipulation tricks that were useless to her style but might give Taya an edge, and carried zero risk to her own safety. Eventually, the blonde rose to clear out, the exhaustion from the night hunt finally dropping her shoulders. Avaryss crawled into the center of the bed. The mattress was large enough to fit 4 Imperial guards, and the sheets were cut from a soft, imported silk. She pulled the bedding over her shoulders and did not move for the rest of the afternoon. She dropped out fast, sinking into a heavy, dreamless sleep. No dying night came to haunt her focus, and no bloody shadows of her family arrived to question her path. Avaryss was pulled out of the dark only once by a chime from the Overseer's assistant. Dinner was scheduled in 1 hour. The 3 of them were expected at the table. She washed her face again and combed the knots out of her hair, twisting it into a tight, coiled braid pinned flat against the back of her skull. It was the formal style she used to wear during official functions on Oridanna, back when her father still had power to run things. Not that there had been many high society events in her childhood, but she remembered the way of it. She wanted her presentation to be flawless. She wanted the master of the base to look at her and see an investment. Overseer Elaria held the keys to the transport. She could not afford a single sloppy line. 20 minutes before it was time to go, a household servant chimed her door, leaving a new training uniform on the bench. She gave him a short nod of thanks and took the bundle into her room to change. When she unraveled the cloth, her heart took a sudden, violent leap. The leggings and the armored boots were standard academy issue. There was no change in the armor, but the tunic was different. It was not the dark blue cloth of a first-level acolyte. Her clearance had been upgraded. She picked up the bright red tunic and slipped her arms through the sleeves, adjusting the collar. She hurried to the mirror to check her reflection. She was no longer at the bottom of the order. She was no longer the token lower-tier acolyte hanging onto the coattails of 2 high-born students. She could stand shoulder to shoulder with her partners without the cloth exposing her rank. As a second-level student, her passage to the High Academy on Korriban was practically guaranteed. The patience and the blood had cleared the debt. A sharp, clean satisfaction tightened in her chest as she looked at her reflection. Who knew what else the Zabrak had in store for tonight? Even if the dinner was nothing but formal compliments, one thing was certain. Her placement in the galaxy had just shifted. Get ready, Korriban. The knife is on the way.
This concludes Part 1 of Star Wars: The Old Republic, Darth Avaryss, A New Sith. Part 2 will be coming to YouTube soon. If you'd rather continue the story right away, or experience the complete audiobook in one uninterrupted volume, the full book is available on Patreon. Thank you for listening. Darth Avaryss has taken her first steps into the darkness, but her journey is far from over.